Week 3 of ALGS ready to jump straight back into the swing of things, and we've got a few things that are a little bit different this week. First of all, regular viewers might recognize I'm not in the same place as I normally am, so there's a little bit going on there. Hopefully everything's alright, but we're sorted for now. The other thing is, everyone who does like to tune into Longshot Broadcast would probably recognize that that guy next to me is not Genome. So I actually think this is the first broadcast that Genome hasn't been on for ALGS in APAC South, as long as at least Longshot's been doing it. So I think you got some big shoes to fill, Dax.
Oh, dude, I'm sorry, okay? I can always tell this story where you guys made that little bet, last time around, where Genome had to shave if Onyx didn't win. But he did, but he already called me up, guys. He's like, I can't show up on broadcast without a head of hair, ladies and gentlemen. But then you go, but truth be told, I'm so happy to be here. I was able to partner up with Gino last time on the split. This time I'm going to be with the man himself, Elfish Guy. And truth be told, yes, big shoes to fill, but even bigger matches coming our way here.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I mean, obviously it's been a pretty big season so far. We've had our first couple of days of competition. We're jumping into day number 3, so I think now's probably a good time for those of you who maybe are just joining us to get a bit of an update as to how the schedule does tend to play out. Obviously, it's a little bit weird, I guess, in a sense that we have Split 2 at the start of the year in the March-April slot, and then we go into the Split 2 playoffs in the sort of the middle of the year, and then we restart the season basically at the back end of the year. But either way, we're in Split 2 of the 2022-2023 season, and right now we're looking for those teams that are going to go through to the winter playoffs, where APAC South actually played pretty well last time at the Split 1 playoffs.
Absolutely. Second best region. I'm waiting for us to be the first one, honestly. Maybe give us a few more slots along the way. But truth be told, yeah, once you get through the split right now, I believe we get 4 from points, 1 from our championship, and they're going to be representing us to London yet again. And if APAC South keeps playing the caliber that we saw last time around, there will be even bigger and, I'd say, louder voices to herald much more upcoming for APAC South itself. Yeah, look, I mean, I think the big thing for me is I just want to see the entire contingent of teams that actually qualify be the teams that go overseas and actually play. Because it seems like every single season, every single split finals, there's one team that doesn't get to go because of, visa issues or whatever this is, or some certain players don't get to go, and then you have this team that's like not really the team, and they go and they don't do as well. And you're like, oh well, there's a little caveat there, so Don't do me like this, Jordan. Don't do me like this. I'm hurting here. My Filipino visa is shaking as well. But yeah, I'd love to see that. These guys, they have been absolutely incredible, and it is, of course, our 3rd day of action. I do believe we're gonna be getting 2 back-to-back 6 sets yet again, and it'll be A versus B and A versus C before we have that pseudo break in between day 3 and day 4.
Yeah, look, a little bit of downtime. I guess you want to be taking a break over Easter and that kind of thing. Everyone likes to have a little bit of time to relax, and hey, maybe that's a good thing for some of those teams that haven't performed so well in the first half of this competition. They can go back, reset themselves, maybe even potentially make some roster changes. I know there's always mid-season roster changes going on in ALGS as well. But yeah, I mean, obviously, if we want to talk about just that first 3 weeks, rounding things out today with a decent win or, a decent placement for a lot of these teams is actually going to be pretty important, I think. So, yeah, looking forward to sort of getting stuck into it. Now, one thing that we haven't talked about so far just yet today, but obviously always going to be a big talking point, is the prize pool. We know that lots of these teams, lots of these players, they like to play for money. And so, Apex Legends actually is quite a decent prize pool, from basically the top all the way down to you get paid out until 30th. So I think it's pretty generous.
Dude, I love the participation award, but truth be told, it's not just the prizing where you can get a sweet 10k for becoming our champion, but those 5 slots really at the very top, the way that you're able to qualify into the next LAN, and of course, an even bigger prize pool ahead. So it's not just this tournament, it's just not this split 2 that gives you that opportunity to sustain yourself playing Apex Legends, but more so what else it brings to the table. It's an official circuit for the reason, and we're here for the whole damn year for good reason too.
Yeah, and I guess actually now is probably a good time because we are starting to get a little bit deeper into the season to start considering which teams actually might be those 4 or 5 teams that go overseas. At the moment, Onyx and Moist are sitting at the top of the scoreboard, and then you've got Black Hand just a step behind them. I think this is actually just the lobby points from last week. They're not necessarily the updated overall standings, but as far as the overall standings are concerned for the season, Onyx first, Moist second, Black Hand third, AGL fourth. So if we finish the season right here, those are the 4 teams going overseas. And I mean, you make the argument maybe the Eternal Photon could be that 5th team, depending on how things play out. I mean, they've been the 5th best performer thus far.
Yeah, they've been very consistent, and then some names really to watch out for. I say ADL Wolves was a big surprise. We're in, they're playing even better than ever. Dreamfire gonna be always in contention as well to watch out for. But going back to your point real quick about Onyx and Moist, I really feel like right now, Elfish, that they're really trying to prove that they are the next successors of what APAC S is supposed to be. That the performance that they did back in London was just the start, and they're gonna look to prove that they're even better than ever through the APAC South Split 2.
Yeah, I think they want to kind of be the spiritual successors, really, to reignite into that Dark Zero roster, obviously. I mean, there's a lot of parallels that you can draw. They've been dominant in the region. They're both teams coming from Australia. They both had decent results internationally. Obviously, they haven't won anything internationally, but to be honest, I think winning one tournament overseas is a really good shout, let alone 2. I'm not sure that that's going to be replicated by a team from APAC South, maybe ever again, let alone a team from Australia. So that'll be quite difficult to beat. But obviously at that point, you know, Onyx and Moist, they're doing really well for themselves. But then, you know, you kind of look at Black Hand and you have to say, like, this is a team as well that's kind of doing really well for themselves. They've kind of come out of nowhere. You know, is it the Strafing Flame effect? Because he kind of did that exact same thing last season, last split, where with Chicken Sandwich, they actually won the split, and we were all coming into the split and saying, well, I mean, Chicken Sandwich, like, it's a decent roster, but I don't expect them to be number 1. Yeah. And yet you've potentially got Black Hand contesting for number 1. And in fact, if they would have actually won one of the lobbies last week, which was definitely doable for them, they would be sitting in first place, not Onyx. So, I mean, it just goes to show how close they are. But look, let's have a look at the teams that we're going to be looking at to start off today. It is Group A versus B, and that is a reset, I guess, of the very first group that we got to see this split. So, you know, you can go back to day 1, have a look at the results there. Might give you an indication as to what we'll get out of our first group today.
Yeah, and again, we just go back to who's really here right now in this group alone. Moist Esports and Onyx Esports. The competition will head with these 2 at the helm. And it's just that level of consistency that we see from them again and again. I see from Moist, it's just really how decisive they are in executing their calls. In the meantime, for Onyx Esports, one of their biggest strengths is when they actually go for the fight, when they choose to go for the action. I really wonder, though, perhaps teams like Hermagad, will they have that 3-man roster now? Iron Blood Gaming, you mentioned Black Hand a while ago. It's a team that's Strafing Flame left. They have had those struggles, and it really needs to be now that some of the teams at the bottom, that they can get back on top, because we're getting halfway into the season, and you've always mentioned that there, Elfish, that if you have one of those bad days, you need to have good days for the rest of the split, basically.
It is quite a ruthless, kind of a savage format, I think is probably fair to say, because like you said, if you have one bad day, if you have one 0-point day, maybe your chances of making top 4 are just completely out of the running, because other teams aren't necessarily doing that. Now, I did want to touch on one team, though, that has actually been having a pretty good, solid performance across the board for our scouting report. We can talk about Eternal Photon. Now, these guys, again, I thought coming into this season, I don't know that I necessarily expected them to be a top 5 contender. I've always sort of been impressed by rosters consisting of these players. Taiwanese region has always generally been pretty competitive here in APAC South as well. So I look at them and I think the way that they've gone so far is kind of good enough. They've been keeping up the pace with the rest of the lobby, but I need to see them maybe finishing in the top 2 or the top 1 of a lobby at some point to kind of really lock their position inside the top 4 or the top 5, because they are just on the outer edge of that.
It just feels like they're some of those silent killers sometimes, and they've had some stellar games wherein they completely stopped Moist from actually winning the whole map itself. And you look at players like Jello and Holiday, they do what come from, I believe, the Ant Farm roster that we saw last time on Split 1. Hick is one of their newer players, and they've been so good at effectively utilizing so much of their agent pools. I look at Holiday, especially when he's on that Legend, when he's on that Catalyst, and he has some of the best spikes we've seen, some of the best walls, really, in those micro situations. 1v1s and especially 3v3s with full squads, they're able to manipulate the battlefield in a way that helps them out immensely when they push.
Yeah, look, I mean, really, really good week last week for Eternal Photon. They did finish 4th in the A and C lobby, 5th in the A and B lobby. So if we go back and say, look, we're looking at A and B today, maybe 5th is probably the pass mark for Eternal Photon. They were debatably, you know, obviously equal par with 4th, so potentially there's a world where you can make the argument they should be able to jump up into 4th. There was a bit of a discrepancy from 1st, 2nd, and 3rd to the rest of the pack in A versus B, so they'll have to kind of go a little bit above and beyond if they do want to maybe push the issue a little bit more. But like I'm saying, I kind of want to see from them maybe a 3rd or better in, you know, today's lobby, or whether we get to see them a little bit later on. Obviously we do. I think they're going to need 1 or 2 results like that if they want to be inside the top 4. They've done enough to keep themselves in the discussion, to keep themselves within striking distance, but are they there at the moment? Maybe not quite. And obviously you're kind of looking at other teams below them and you're thinking, well, these are teams that could potentially start to fire up. I mean, Dreamfire's not too far behind. ADL we saw have a great week last week as well. So yeah, I mean, there's some treacherous waters ahead for EP, but if they can do well today, we'll find out, you know, whether or not maybe they've locked themselves in for a top 4 later on down the track. But getting on a bit of a tangent there, we do need to head into something a little bit more important, which is going to be the beacon for our first series today. We're going to be looking again, we will reiterate, at A versus B. So if you want an indication maybe of how that's going to go, you can look at the day 1 results from APAC South. Here's the drop locations. Doesn't really look like there's anything too crazy going on there to me. You got a couple of teams splitting Skyhook, Lava City, Big Maud splitting that as well. Usual sort of stuff. The big names in the middle of the map, it's all pretty standard fare. I think we're at that point in the season now where everyone's kind of worked out their drop spots and they've figured out what they want to be doing with their game plan.
Yeah, it's something they've standardized so far. I do have to mention, though, that, again, perhaps more opportunities here for IVG moving forward. Not only the fact that they have Lava Fisher there, but the Mirage Voyage is going to be still nearby. That extra bit of loot has helped out teams like Blackhand on Storm Point, and I really wonder if that's going to be the same case here on World's Edge later on. Devil United also, we've noticed how they've struggled really with some of the roster swaps they've had. It's not the same kind of form that we saw from Split 1, and it's not really the results that we're expecting from them, and that gives teams like Eternal Photon that opportunity, right? You were talking about that perhaps they need that big day, that big game, and that big set of maps to move on to the top 3, even top 1 for the group itself. But it's because of some of these other teams that aren't really, honestly, underperforming to our expectations. There is an open door right now for some of the midfield teams we had last time in Split 1 to improve and impress. And if they get their points early, that's a big chance they could keep on going and keep moving on to the land that we're talking about.
What I want to ask you here as well, though, is there any teams that you think maybe didn't perform so well in that first iteration of the A and B lobby that you'd like to see kind of run it back? I know we were having a bit of a chat before we went live. You want to see something a little bit from the Fate lads, right? Yeah. They had actually a 2nd place in that lobby to finally sort of close out the day, but it didn't really get them too far. They finished 17th overall. So, you know, I mean, aside from them or along with them, what else are you sort of excited to sort of see in this lobby?
Like, I'm just really excited, honestly. You hit the point on the nail right there, my friend. It's the Filipino roster, man. I'm a Filipino caster. I've been watching these guys for years already in our local scene, and it's been such a long time to see them on the world stage. The last time I believe some of these players were here was all the way back in the winter finals of, what, 2020 or 2021? This is the first time they're actually here as a PH roster in the split format itself. And players like Mayansu, you got Tix, these guys have been named names known throughout the region, or rather in our local scene again and again. And it's very interesting because they have this base right now of that old version 1 roster that brought us the international success before from the Philippines side. They're doing so right now, and I wonder, now that they had that roster swap, now that they're a full squad because of the unfortunate circumstances they're Frandong, will we get this PH squad to make some noise? Besides that, though, I think I mentioned it a while ago, I'm always a fan of teams that tough it out as 2-man rosters, and then they get that third player. We have Hermagad, who impressed, honestly, in the qualifiers themselves, and we've seen that they're finally a full roster. You still have Savior, one of the best Watsons you have in APAC South, and I do want to notice those teams now making some noise and getting some points into the day.
Yeah, I mean, another team that I think I'll bring up in this discussion that I want to see playing a little bit better, and I mean, it's not going to really be too much of a surprise to those of you who have been around the first couple of weeks, is IBG. Obviously, we've placed some pretty high expectations on this roster because of their performance last split and where we would hope to see them doing, you know, what kind of level we'd sort of hope to see them hitting again. They had that roster change. We all looked at it and said, okay, Jaro in for Strafing Flame. That's not a bad change, right? On the face of it, it's not a bad change on paper. Jaro is someone that's got a lot of experience. He's been to international events and such. So we would be looking at that and saying, this should work out pretty well. But I think, I mean, to be quite honest, it really hasn't. So far, it's resulted in two lobbies where they've basically placed 16th. So
it's so strange, right?
It's just not it, is it?
Yeah, so you look at Split 1, you look at Chicken Sandwich and be like, was this the Strafing Flame effect? But again, you still look at the history of these guys, and especially, as you mentioned, Jaro came from Moist Esports before that whole swap to bring in the All-Star team. And it's, I think Gino was talking about it last time around. It's no downgrade whatsoever. Side grade at minimum, and especially that there is still a bit of a history between player K Panay and Jaro overall. So what is missing right now for IBG? Even we can't completely tell, but as we notice is when they're especially into the early to mid game, they're found out so quickly on by many of the teams rotating in, and that's where they just get outgunned, that's where they get outmaneuvered. And truth be told, it just seems like there was a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel, I believe, in the final map of last week. There was at least a good performance there from IBG, but the damage itself already has been done on the scoreboard, and this is one of the teams that really need to step up immensely if they want to even make it to the top 5.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at, they've got I think they've got 4 play days left, or 4 lobbies left. Or they've only got 2. I'm just trying to have a bit of a peek here and see how many lobbies they get to play. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think they get 4, and then they've got the finals, which would be like the last chance qualifier, basically. So to come back from 26th in essentially 4 lobbies and try to make it into a top 4 placement to guarantee a position overseas again, I don't know if it's possible. I mean, they've got 8 season points right now, 8 split points, and the 4th place team, which is AGL, has got 37. So they would, like, even if they won every single lobby from here on out, maybe they don't make it. What was the? This is this is always like where you get when you're at this point of the season where you're like, oh, how many points would they need for an overall split qualification? I'm gonna go back and look.
This is the fancy mathematics right there. Bring out the calculators, guy. But
maths on stream.
I do feel like right now the goal for IBG and some of the teams below the 20th place has to be wherein they just build that chemistry moving forward. If they have those big days, sure, that can propel them to contention within the guaranteed slots. But you mentioned it's that regional finals that they have to play for, that they have to be at the level of caliber of play that they need to be in, not just only making it to the top 20, but being the first one there. And those are, I'd say the same thing for a team like Truth Esports. We've noticed, unfortunately, have that downward trend so far. These names from Thailand have been incredibly amazing over the past few splits, but maybe perhaps time really getting ahead of them by this point. And it was almost the same case for the former EXO Clan roster. For what's their team name now?
EXO's Tom Yum Kung,
yeah, Tom Yum Kung. And if they didn't have the good performance there in the last outing in their last group, right, there will be the same kind of conversation for them too.
100%, 100%. Look, this is where we're sitting overall, and this is kind of the conversation that we're having at the moment. You look at IBG, you look at Truth, and even Tommy Young Kung, they're doing a little bit better than that. And anyone kind of in that bottom half from Buriram United downward, if they were to go out and basically win every lobby from here on out that they would be able to play, if they played the remaining 4 lobbies that they get to play, you put plus 100 because you get 25 points for a lobby win. So you put plus 100 on their overall points there. So let's just take the example of IBG. They could feasibly be on 108 points maximum by the time we get into that final lobby. And just for clarity, after the end of the final lobby, last split, 119 points was the 5th place cutoff. So you would be going into that final lobby still a little bit off the pace. You'd still need to have a fairly decent day in that final lobby, if not a win, obviously, to try to make yourself just get that automatic spot. You would need to go into that final day, and you'd still need to have a good sort of overall standing to make it to the top 5. And that's assuming you win every single lobby you play up to that point for the rest of this season. I just don't see that happening. It's like you can't expect anyone to obviously win four lobbies in a row. It's just not. I mean, even I don't even think I would say Moist could do that, because the way they play, sometimes they take a second in a lobby or something like that. I mean, it is what it is. It's Apex Legends. It's a battle royale. These things happen. Nothing goes your way all the time. So are they out of the race right now already? I mean, obviously it depends on how things do play out, but it's a real uphill battle for a lot of those teams that haven't gotten going in the first couple of days. Is all I'm trying to say.
I get your point, and I feel like maybe after today, and maybe after we get back for break, that's when you can really tell, right? Because this is the halfway point, and by this point now, you have to perform. These teams at the bottom need to make sure that the averages get back up there in the first place, or else you're gonna have to do what Moist did and even better. They want 3 back-to-backs all the way in the regional finals just to secure their slots. But we are going to be getting into the game very, very soon. We start things off, though, on World's Edge. If you guys aren't familiar with the format, as per usual, you get 2 maps, 3 maps of World Edge, and 3 maps of Storm Point to fill in our groups. And we can see here, Fellowfish Guy, that we begin with our flight path from Rajatwa all the way to the Geyser. And as per usual, Onyx Moist on their usual spots. I look at Fragment West, MDY White, one of the more aggressive teams in getting kill points. They might actually go after LG if things do fan out that way.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, I think they would like to sort of see what's going on around them first as well before they do sort of commit to anything. Now, we did just get a bit of a sneak peek as to where that initial circle is going to end up going. Looks like it's headed south. So we saw quite a bit of Lava City and Big Mord involved in the final circles last week, but we'll have to wait and see whether or not it's going to head in that direction again. As far as drop locations are concerned, all these teams pretty happy. Only things to really maybe take note of are obviously you do have Truth and Hermagerd who are splitting Skyhook, so just need to be a little bit wary of one another. But that aside, it seems like everything's all peachy. And information-wise, one thing that I always like to look at starting at the game off is, does Moist have the next ring info, which in this case they do, and how quickly are they going to be leaving Lava Siphon? Because as we know, they're one of the fastest rotating teams here in ALGS APAC South, and I'd be expecting them in a matter of now maybe 1 or 2 minutes to be on their way out of Lava Siphon. You can kind of already see they're starting to move southward. They're starting to kind of rotate their way in. I can see they've got a couple of pings right next to the dome on the minimap, and presumably that's where they're going to be heading. So they'll be off to the races pretty shortly alongside Onyx. Onyx is another really quick rotating team. They don't like to fight early. They like to rotate early. They like to set themselves up and play the circles. So both of them have the info and they're on already to try to make that rotate happen.
And as soon as that happens, right, you have teams like Popcorn already moving into Harvester. It will actually be the same case for inside the ring too. And just the fact that the early rotating teams like Onyx and Moist have already evacuated their initial spots, it can give you a good idea of where to go next and just follow the leader basically. And you can see here, with the circle next on the list, it does feel like Lava City and the Dome still within the range. Moist actually moving towards Dome right now. Might meet Fate in pitch combat later on. Launch site also already having 2 of those squads, but look at Moist Esports prepared to take the south side of the map as effectively as possible here.
Well, starting to get a bit of movement all over the map. Shots going in onto MDY White. That'll be coming through from Eternal Photon. And I mean, it's not exactly a fun place to really get stuck here for MDY White, because Eternal Photon are the team that's kind of controlling the choke point. MDY White would be more than happy to see this disengaged, which is what's going to eventuate. And now they can start to make their rotation happen as well. So just a little early bit of, pot shots, fire exchange. Nothing really to write home about. Does force out the Catalyst wall from one of those teams, but I mean, it's still early days. Shouldn't be a really big deal.
And, well, in the meantime, Hermagad having a bit of an issue now. I do believe that's Dewa on the other side. Hermagad, I feel a lot more confident now in how they play Skyhook. They're not too afraid to move a little bit closer to Trials now that they're a trio. But since they still go over to the eastern side, I do believe they meet up with the team that came for Server Camp and Epicenter instead. And just a little bit to MDI White that we mentioned a while ago. I think moving forward here is, if you look at the point distribution of MDY White, most of their points do come from kills. They're really good at in conflict. They're really good in contact, but their positioning has been a bit left to be desired. And teams like Eternal Photon, who are still trying to gatekeep them towards Big Mod, look to take advantage of that fact moving forward here. Golden Stage, though, in the meantime, keeping an eye out and still, at the very least, control here for many of our teams as we're just keeping the southern escapades going.
This is a interesting little early engagement here for 20th Guaranteed and Golden Sage. Just, keeping one another aware of the position that they're holding. But it doesn't look like too much is going to come from that. Now, you would have just heard as well, and even seen on the stream there, EP do land on the roof. So you've got 3 teams already looking at that building and thinking, that's the place to be. What interests me most about that, though, is that Moist and Onyx, those 2 teams, actually opted not to go for that position. And given they were the first teams rotating, and generally they're also some of the best teams in this region, maybe they're onto something that these other teams fighting over Lava City aren't necessarily picking up on at the moment. So we'll see how that plays out.
And Onyx actually finding Popcorn already, eliminating them to begin with inside the ring, though. In the meantime, having their own kind of scuffle here alongside a Lava Siphon, and just inside the ring, they keep going with the frags. At the very least, you got Amelia here. They've been pretty impressive all throughout. Inside the ring, one of the low-key teams we have to watch out for. Tram Station now completely get pelleted by bullets. We do have the Wraith, though, backing on away, and as it stands here, it's just inside the ring, keeping their opponents in check as much as possible.
Yeah, it's not really the kind of fight that you want to be getting stuck into for too long. Obviously, third parties in this area of the map a potential problem. You do kind of have Booram hanging around, keeping an eye on things as well. If you see a knock or two, there's an angle maybe. You got other teams like Truth, for example, are starting to make their way down. Hermagerd as well, coming through from Skyhook. So there's quite a few teams that are going to start making their way past Lava Siphon. If you get stuck in a pitched battle here and you start losing members or look susceptible, teams are going to jump on that opportunity to pick up a couple of free points. So I would definitely be trying to get out of an engagement there as quickly as possible rather than involved in one.
Yeah, it gets harder and harder, especially now with Ona keeping an eye out towards the Vault Tunnel, but inside the ring, trying to get the hell away. ADL keeping an eye out of them. Heck already with the first takedown, and inside the ring, just caught mid-trance. This is the problem for them. They're also getting converged right now, I believe, by Dewa United. And Zoo Squad's looking at them right now. Outside Lava Siphon, Dewa's so close already to ITR. The missiles come, and it's just the high ground here. Very effective. Dewa playing it slow and steady, and when you're caught in the middle right now for like teams like inside the ring, there is just almost no escape when you're on that low ground here.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, it's interesting that inside the ring is one of those teams that sometimes tends to pick up the Wraith. You got Emil being able to actually get out there because he can go into the void and sort of escape solo, but obviously that doesn't really do too much for the team as a whole. Nuku and Ziki on the floor. They were United, picked themselves up a couple of points to start the lobby off, and I'd say inside the ring their chances are looking pretty slim for the foreseeable future. They're right in the center of the map. I don't think it's going to be very easy to get a revive, and I'd say Emil probably has to try to close this one out as a solo. But nice, maybe confident settler for Daewoo United, who've had a pretty rough run of things so far in this split of APAC South. They did somewhat okay, actually, in the first lobby that they played, which was this exact lobby. But the second lobby they played, they didn't do very well at all. So they really want to be following up today with a bit of a repeat performance, or maybe even a better performance than what they did in the A versus B lobby initially, just to get themselves back on track for a decent placement overall.
And this is something we were talking about before we went into the broadcast, right? How did the roster swap there, losing Easy Flash, really affect United? Seems like they've lost a bit more of the bite we've had from them so far, and it's a little unlucky, really, that for Dewa United, they haven't found the form that they want in the first place. Still, they're sticking around towards the north side. You can see now the ring has gone the way of Moist and Onyx prediction, moving towards the dome area. It might just end on the outside of it. And just because we had Fate starting off towards dome, they have one of those buildings right now inside of it. You also have casuals there as well, keeping an eye out. Onyx still into the tunnel. But the members, the teams that were holed up towards Lava City, they're gonna need to get out a little bit earlier than expected, and that's around EP. You had Golden Sage there, MDY White nearby, and with Raticakes and the rest, I believe a 20 guaranteed. That's gonna be a lot of contact and a lot of teams transiting on the outside later on.
Yeah, I mean, it's still been a fairly slow lobby so far. So it does generally tend to pick up the pace a little bit when we have slower starts like that. Once you get into rings 3 and 4, then obviously all those teams are starting to get squished together, and it's not quite so fun then. Trying to make your way out of that building in particular as well, not going to be too easy. There's a respawner. Not sure who exactly that was, but no connections anyway, so all good in the end. IBG. They're an interesting team. I mean, they're a team that we will really be keeping an eye on today, I think.
Yeah, they just need to perform to the level of expectation we've had for them so far, and as it stands, bit of contest here from IBG. Looking for anyone to really fight on. On the other side of the map, though, I believe On already catching a little bit more contact versus Buriram. Moist just watching nearby, looking for opportunity. It just seems like it's one of those rings that we get in the World's Edge that eventually by ring 3, by ring 4, everyone will be forced to go on the outside, and that mass transit and that mass exodus will lead to those casualties. Onyx, though, having a bit of contact still. We're watching 505 right now. Look for anyone else too. And in the meantime, I'm looking outside of launch site here. 4 squads all nearby here, Elfish. And it's just, again, that one moment, that one little timing that will cause all these squads to collapse on each other.
Yeah, I mean, they're all just sort of jostling for position because they know the ring is pushing its way in, and if they can just lock something down here on the edge of launch site, then they'll have a little bit of cover, a little bit of a respite until the next circle does pull its way in. So X and Y, only just safe inside of the doors, but that might be a saving grace for them for the next couple of minutes or so. Not sure how easy it's going to be for them to get out, though, considering there's Watson fences all over the place. But either way, Zone obviously pulling down toward Dome. I always like Dome finishes. I think it's quite an interesting area of the map to watch the final zones play out.
Yeah. There's the hazards. There's also the rocky alcoves that give you some cover. So a few rats can actually tuck themselves away. Moist, though, just in the side of it again. And one of the talents that really Moist have proven throughout the past few weeks so far is their ability to read where the ring is gonna go. Usually, they're in a good spot. Usually, they have a good semblance of it. And when they're in position, even on outskirts, we've seen, even in Split 1, that they're able to fight and they're able to win it out. X and Y, though, in the meantime, having their own kind of contact, and I believe 505 gonna be nearby. You have Armor God there as well. It's still X and Y, though, on the inside, looking to lob that Arc Star as much as possible. They're getting hammered, though, by utility yet again. Stuck here beside the ring, and on the inside as much as possible, looking to go for cover. That's a Bangladesh smoke into play. And can YC lead X and Y out? That's the question. It's so difficult, though. Watson's fence is in the way. 505 getting hit in the meantime while this is all happening. And Hermergud just gatekeeping right now, being the enforcers of this location.
Yeah, I mean, X and Y, they are kind of well established to actually take this fight. The only issue, of course, is that they don't really have a get-out-of-jail-free card. They're not running a Valkyrie or a Wraith or anything like that, so they can't actually get out of this fight. They just have to work their way through it. You've already seen one go down. That was good from Yukoi onto XD, but starting to go a little worse, and Hermergud eliminated in the end. XD, the only player to fall in that engagement. X and Y, like we said, they can fight well with this composition that they've got. They've got the Seer Bangalore combo, quite powerful, obviously. You can look through the smokes. You've got the Catalyst there as well. Where do they go from this now? How easy is it going to be for them to actually rotate into the zone?
And 505 is just looking for them right now, but X and Y gets back into cover. That's the thing. They still have a lot of mobility if ever they need to move on out. You have that Bangalore that you mentioned. The smoke source is so effective in that kind of fight, in cutting off what Ermagerd can really see. And it really just goes to show we can have some of these aggressive teams just fight back anyway, despite the fortifications of the other teams. 505 still, though, now getting hit. They're being watched over, I believe, by the likes of Onyx, by the likes of Buriram. It's still V solo, X and Y nearby. Smoke's gonna be into play yet again. Devil United, though, in the meantime, they're still there in the same position as before, but the ring is now closing on in. And with Crazy Kong keeping an eye out, and the rest, I believe, of his squad, it's let's go. Looking to go for that contact. Devil getting hurt now. It's Lahim trying to, at the very least, cut off the approach. His hands already into the ring. Match JW still gonna be there, and covering fire right now here, Elfish. It's still Onyx ready to receive, and while LG gets eliminated, look who's gatekeeping them now here.
Yeah, I think Onyx has really established themselves in a great spot. They have so many teams trying to rotate their way in on this side of the map, and they're going to be able to keep these teams under pressure. They've got a good kind of cover position from inside of this tunnel. And obviously Day was fighting against X and Y, who's fighting against ADL, and Onyx just sitting around here sort of saying, well, we'll third party it. Wall does go up to keep Onyx at bay. And Daewoo United will turn their attention to being the bread in the sandwich. X and Y, of course, the figurative meat currently, which is not really where you want to be.
Oh no, and X and Y now gonna get consumed. ADL, the other side of it. Onyx, though, still keeping them at bay, but MDY White decided to get into the vault tunnels too, so it's already contact on all fronts. Onyx having to retreat, actually, might fall into the clutches of Devil United if they can clean up the ADL Wolves as quickly as possible. Still, though, it's Bass throwing out Thermite, looking to go for a bit of the burn. They already used the wall early on just for the transit, and in either side, there's a squad to fight. Devil United stuck here now. The proverbial sandwich has been changed for them to be the one in the middle. It's Onyx, though, bringing damage to Raki, finding at least one there. ADL Wolves on the hunt. Opportunity now to just execute Lahim and the rest. They're looking for a bit of that loot first, waiting now to see who's gonna get eliminated on the other side. Devil United's gone. Onyx and MDY White do await, though.
Well, what you've really got to remember as well is there's only 30 seconds left before that ring is going to start to pull. So if I'm any one of these teams, and actually they've all quite intelligently decided that they don't want to continue this fight, they've got to get a bit of a move on. I think Onyx, they're going to have to surely skyward dive out of this one. You can't fight your way through that tunnel anymore. They've done it just in time. 5 seconds left on the ring. Up they go into the air, and over the top they'll fly, but where do they land? Well, Buriram United certainly is going to be a bit of a hot spot right now in that caravan. They are basically dead center of the next ring.
They're effectively scared off Moist too, who have decided to go on the outskirts instead. And alongside the Skyward Dive a while ago of Onyx, ADL Wolves will do the same thing. Onyx landing on the south side of the exit of that vault tunnel. MDY White instead gonna be their contact. And behind them, you have Tix and the rest of Fate looking for duels. Golden Sage though gone. 20th guaranteed. Gonna be the same way. Teams from Lava City just evacuating and getting punished because of their slower rotations. ADL now caught in the crossfire. It's Akuma trying to find a bit of opportunity. Fate's gone now. It's gonna be IBG in position, getting to that top 10. At least a better sign. But the collapse on the north side is gonna be effective here. Onyx versus MDY White yet again. ADL Wolves gonna be nearby. MDY White gonna be finally gone here. Truth's still there too. And the squads now finally meeting each other. It's really that one exodus we talked about a while ago. Once you have to move because of the ring, this is where it all goes to chaos.
Well, ADL Wolves getting some good shots across there, courtesy of Heck. I'm really liking what I'm seeing from this team in this split. Thought they had a really good week last week, and now they're actually trying to find themselves a little bit more damage here. You do have Truth Esports hiding inside that smoke, but bit of a last-ditch attempt from them, I dare say. ADL able to clean that one up quite comfortably. Now, just to take stock of what else is going on around the map, we've been talking about Onyx and Moist quite a lot, obviously. They're both still alive. Buriram sitting inside that caravan dead center. And then you got a few other teams kind of hanging around in Dome. But to me, it kind of looks like the big players of this lobby are still pretty much alive. And interestingly enough as well, one of those teams sitting inside Dome, IBG. We've been somewhat critical of them on the broadcast for the first 2 weeks, but I feel like I'm seeing the improvement slowly but surely, especially towards the back end of last week. They started to get something together. They can start well today. Who knows? Maybe they can still salvage the season.
Yeah, I think they're choosing their fights a lot more smartly this time around. They really kept tabs on Fate as much as possible. We know that Fate landed here on Dome, and they have just been sticking around on this POI as much as possible too. And from that point on, they were waiting for perhaps the contact from Onyx to really end. Now they're going for the pot shots there. ADL in the meantime still dealing with Onyx and Moist. They do have to be careful because I think that's inside the ring near Buram, just casually staying by the caravan as much as possible. It's still really that transit again that forces teams like Onyx to move now and keep contact going. IBG so close though. Onyx now letting the wall rip, keep themselves in check, to keep themselves in cover. They also throw out the exhibit just to get the intel as of now, and they have a good battlefield for them here. They can at least set up a good pace, use those diamonds, shoot them down, and keep themselves in check and in cover.
I'm a little bit worried as to what's going to happen when that wall does go down, though. They don't have a huge amount of cover here. Nade's going to do a bit of chip damage to Shady. Ring's going to move again in 1 minute. So they're going to have to fight their way through this one. Raki already having gone down, and you can see immediately, as soon as the wall drops, it is just all bets are off. ADL and Onyx going head-to-head. It's a 2v1 right now. Heck down on the floor, but Onyx eliminated. And ADL, I mean, they just clean sweep them. And yeah, I mean, that wall was really the only saving grace for Onyx, wasn't it?
And ADL just keeping an eye out. IBG, though, hit by Moist. Pricey. This Kraber has been doing a bit of damage so far in the lobby. And finally, we get a stellar execution. 5 squads left. And ADL now looks like Moist is looking at them here. Buram also keeping note as much as possible. In the meantime now, Amelia and the rest of the crew there trying to survive, but it's inside the ring who falls to Casuals. That Casuals has been sticking around the dome for quite a while. Moist Esports, though, look to go for the execute. Pricey leading the charge yet again. He's been one of the MVPs, really, of the split so far, especially after that first day. He did it in this lobby. Can he do it yet again? Casuals is gone. Moist is at the ready. 3 remain.
Yeah, this is what Moist really does quite well in the end game. In the late game, they do like to try to get a bit active when they sense a weakness where there's an opportunity for them to take some map control. They've done a great job of that. You saw them put the Catalyst wall down. They just jump straight on top of that fight, clean it up really comfortably. And now, they kind of control half the zone. And obviously, their opponents are more than likely going to fight one another. So, really intelligent move coming through there from Moist. And I think they've set themselves up nicely to finish this game off with a win.
Yeah, but ADL Wolves, they put up their own wall here. And they, I believe now, they also get a bit of that intel thanks to the exhibit. On the inside, Burams, though, still heavily fortified, but Legacy already getting it down onto one of them. Afla trying to survive here. Still the cover. Moist is just patiently waiting now for opportunity. This Kraber still in the hands of Pricey. For anyone who actually comes out of the other door. And ADL Wolves getting burnt just a little bit right now by the ring. They have to be a bit careful in how they go for cover. The wall goes down, and it's Moist looking at them as much as possible. They're still on the inside of the POI, and the ADL Wolves will have to fight both squads at the same time. Afla, though, on the inside. Seems like Buram, they're trying to survive here, but Buram United will fall divided. ADL Wolves now versus Moist Esports. Moist has had so much control all throughout the game. They called the ring, and they're calling the fights. This is theirs to win, and that they will do.
Yeah, that was just way too easy for Moist in the end. You could see Buram was trying to stay inside of that caravan for as long as they possibly could. ADL Wolves gatekeeps them out, takes a bit of damage in doing so, and then Moist kind of waltz their way, for lack of a better word, to a win. Yeah, I mean, you could see that the hard yards, the hard work was really put in a little bit earlier on in the piece by Moist. As soon as they pushed into Dome and took the control of that space, they looked like they were going to win that game from, 2, 3, 4 minutes before the game actually did end up finishing. So just the little nuances that Moist does a little better than anyone else. And there's another example of it.
We called it also early on that you were keeping attention to when they would get the ring read, why would they position there, and we contrasted especially what Moist and Onyx were going to do. And it seems like for Moist, it's really that long run and that last ring that gives them that edge. They know when to exploit that third-party opportunity when the teams that have just been camping nearby do come on out and are forced to fight. Compared to Onyx, where they were gatekeeping, they were trying to play that vault tunnel as much as possible. And while they did an impressive job to survive against the likes of MDI White as well as Dewa United, is wasn't enough, because eventually teams that have been hunting them like ADL Wolves, they just kept going at them. They just kept looking for opportunity, and you saw when the wall went down, that was the fall of Onyx. It wasn't the case for Moist. They were so cool, calm, collected, and they had so much in reserve that even in a pinch, they would find a way out.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of the issue for Onyx was that they really did get stuck a little bit too much in that initial fight around the tunnels. If they would have had a bit more time to rotate, again, I always kind of sort of characterize them as a similar team in terms of playstyle to Moist, in that they don't tend to like being a team taking the early fights. They tend to prefer to rotate early and take a central position, but they couldn't really do that. And when they did eventually rotate, their options were limited because other teams had already taken those spots that they would have wanted. And also, they were rotating late. They were rotating from quite far away, so they couldn't even really get to like half of the zone. So they didn't really give themselves as many options as I think what they normally would. Still actually not a bad placement overall from Onyx, and they did pick up a couple of kill points on the way through there as well. So definitely not the end of the world. But, you know, as far as this lobby is concerned, well, Moist is off to the races, that's for sure. And generally, when Moist is leading from the front, they're quite hard to catch.
Yeah, it's a standard now by this point. Split 2 is when Moist says, we are going to be the best team and we will prove it. I'll give big props though to Onyx instead. Just one more time, you said they got a bunch of kills. They got 11 actually there in that map. So they really fought for their lives many times. ADL Wolves though, this story continues, and I'm absolutely hyped up with what they're doing so far. They got 11 takedowns as well. They kept tabs and kept up with Onyx, and especially how they were able to keep the pressure towards Buriram. It really kept that team inside that caravan as much as possible. Only reason why Moist got that win was because they were in a better position watching those two squads fight. And it's just the ADL Wolves right now, a team to watch out for. We talked about squads like Eternal Photon. We're talking about Dreamfire, how they can really keep back up. But I think ADL Wolves is a team we're going to hear again and again over the next few weeks. And this is one of the reasons why.
Yeah, look, I mean, there's no shortage of good teams in this lobby. I mean, IBG as well, we saw a little bit of a better finish from them in that game too. So maybe there's going to be a world where they're able to sort of pick pace up a little bit. Let's have a look at the placement timeline, though, and see where things did end up actually playing out across the board. Eternal Photon did miss out. 505 is one team as well that we haven't really talked about much today so far, but I think they actually finished third last time we saw this lobby play out, and obviously that's not looking so great for a bit of a run-it-back kind of scenario for them. But yeah, I mean,
There's a bit of an opportunity, that's for sure. And as we're looking to get into our next game here, I do feel like that when you look at Moist Esports right now, it's still them continuing on with what they have started in this season and what they've really built up in the LAN itself. I'm looking now maybe a little bit in the bottom side. Yeah, oh my god, they really have still those struggles, 5-5, as Jordan did mention. But let's check out the scoreboard, guys. As you can see, we have our standings set. And it's not Moist on top with the kill points made. It will be ADL Wolves on the lead rather, on the esports, making it to the top 3. Good placements though overall by Buriram United, keeping them in the top 4. Casuals also surviving for pretty long. A good baseline here for Iron Blood Gaming, a good baseline for XNI as well, who got a number of takedowns there. And really moving on to 8 and below, perhaps that's where improvement can come from Golden Sage, Struth Esports, and Inside the Ring 2. Oh no. Jordan, I miss you already. Alpha Sky, guys, he will return very, very soon. But we still have more maps to go, of course, and we're still going to be moving into World's Edge as soon as possible. We will go on the break, check out the highlights from last week, and when we return, it will be that second map. See you guys for more of ALGS.
Work out what positions they can play.
Falling at us.
Yep, five.
Yeah, cracked. Still weak.
Five.
Still on. Still weak.
Dead. Nice, Rocky. One here.
150 on him. Nice, bud.
G'day everyone, welcome back. We're into match number 2 already. I do like that. You know, short break's a good break as far as I'm concerned. And look, it's we did take a little while to get into that first lobby, so I think the admins are trying to speed things through. You know, not take too long to jump into game number 2, which is always good. But yeah, good finish from Moist in that first game. See whether or not they can run it back and do it again. They are definitely the kind of team that could, for sure, just run through this lobby and basically win it in 3 games, and for the rest of the day we're going to be talking about who's going to come second or third, something like that. But
yeah,
either way, on to World's Edge again. Dax here with me. Let's jump into it.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear from you again. You had such some great analysis there at the very end. Secrets to how to win Apex Legends again and again.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it'll be gone in the radio waves. And since we're getting back into the game, you can see already the ring is a bit different from how it's shifting. We move over to the north side instead. The next ring actually moving towards Skyhook. And this might be a bit better chance for the teams that drop there. Actually just play the zone and keep an eye out. Obviously, the big winner here in this kind of location has to be Hermaged, where we have that Watson anyway, and Savior will be ready to just keep an eye out and keep every building that they want to use fortified. We're watching the ADL Wolves though. It's quite the journey for them, but their journey to be one of the contenders right now here in Split 2 hasn't been unnoticed, where everyone's looking at them right now after that first game.
For sure. And not even just after that first game, but after, I thought in particular their 2 performances in the A vs B lobby and then the A vs C lobby that we got to see on days 1 and 2 were really consistent. Obviously, they finished 6th in both lobbies that they've played so far, so that's, I suppose, kind of the ballpark that they're going to be aiming for again. I would categorize them in a similar position maybe to Eternal Photon, in that those are nice performances, but if they really want to be going overseas, they probably need to be finding a way to take a top 2 or 3 in 1 or 2 of these lobbies. But as far as what I have expected from them, and then also what I've seen from them coming into this season, I'm really impressed by the level at which they're kind of coming into this split. So I'll give them props for that, and hopefully they can keep it up. You know, hopefully it's not just a couple of good weeks.
Yeah, they've gotten so good right now, and they're at the very top of the leaderboard. They have 1 point ahead of Moist Esports, if you guys didn't see the scoreboard a while ago. And with the ADL Wolves, they have a bit of history perhaps within the Dynasty Esports Club, but beyond that, this is really their biggest foray right now into the ALGS circuit. And speaking of forays here, my friend, there's so much going on towards that Skyhook area already. Let's go. Looking to go for a bit of a landing, looking to go for at least one of the buildings here on the southeast side, but this is going to be urban warfare at its finest. Building after building, it does feel like we go back to some older splits, some older metas, really, where if you have things like the Watson, it's going to be so helpful in keeping everything out. You also, of course, have the Catalyst with the barricades, such a strong passive, just to keep those doors fortified.
Yeah, I think this will be another one of those kind of messy end game zones where a lot of teams are able to get in because there's obviously a lot of buildings, and inside those buildings sometimes you can hold 2, even 3 teams potentially, depending on what building it is and how many rooms there are. So for the most part, you're probably gonna see like 18, 19 teams, at least in this next ring.
Yeah.
Unless someone makes a really ill-fated rotation, something like that. I do see we've only got the 19 teams alive right now. Did we miss someone? Did we lose?
We lost someone.
Died.
We lost Popcorn early on.
Yeah, right.
They're caught by Buriram United, and yet again, Buriram, the one thing they can rely on, especially with players like Lalabang and Gopcaps in it, is when they're in a good position, they're very stable at hitting some accurate shots. I'm looking at the comps we have, though, with the Legends, as, speaking of Lalabang, he's already down and out to the hand of Pan. That there's a few outliers here. When we play on World's Edge, we've seen some squads run the Mad Maggie. Fate is going for it right now. My Antu's on it. You have also Ike on the Horizon for the same squad. So looking back at their old local history, I think those are some comfort picks, especially the Horizon. They love to play that verticality. And in the case like this, maybe a siege towards a building or two can help them out later on.
Yeah, actually, I would say that the Maggie is going to be quite useful, particularly with this circle, this end zone. Did see a little bit of Maggie coming through last week as well. There was a few teams that were picking it up. It was sort of like a bit of a pocket pick that actually did seem to be quite effective. I don't mind it. You know, I don't mind seeing if a team or a player has a certain sort of tendency towards a particular legend that they do pick it up. But, you know, what I will say will probably hurt you a little bit here, Dax. Yeah. But I think in the case of a team like Fate, who maybe isn't performing as well as some of the rest of the teams in the region, there is potentially a world where you look at that and say, what if they tried out the meta comp? What if they sort of tried to go for something a little bit standard? Would that improve things for them? Because I like to see the variety, I like to see the change, but I like to see it working. And I think if you make the argument that they're coming through as a team toward the bottom end of the standings, maybe you could say it's not working. But
yeah. Well, they're throwing paints, and we'll see what it sticks. In the meantime, though, Devil United having their own kind of battle, and Akuma's gonna get eliminated now. Well done here by Devil United. They're looking for a little bit of that ferocity into the server, and a swipe like that is a sign of a new beginning. Going back, though, to what we were talking about, Mad Maggie overall, I feel, is a bit of the anti-meta right now, especially with their passive. You have a shotgun, right? You move faster, you get the scans when you hit someone, and here comes IBG also getting a few blows now. They were gonna be the target here. IBG, yet again, more restraint from what we've seen so far from them, and it seems like it's panning out a bit how they're playing.
So Unsteady wins the race right now.
Yeah.
Everyone's just trying to make that rotation into Skyhook. There are still a couple of teams that haven't. ADL's playing out toward Lava Fish. It looks like they're doing some replicating. I think X and Y is doing the same thing down at Harvester. You got Casuals probably doing the same thing in Fragment West. And then EP kind of coming across from Epicenter, maybe taking a bit of a detour through Survey Camp and doing some replicating as well. So those edge-based teams, those teams that are rotating late, they know they're not going to get a premium position inside the zone. They'll just spend a little bit of extra time building up their resources so that when they do have to take those wars of attrition to get in, they're going to be able to at least still compete.
Yeah, and I'm not too sure if they've actually scanned the ring console or not here already, but X and Y, funny enough, one of its players, I believe, from last split, from SRY, Yuri's, he's actually the coach right now, and we were talking about how this team will start playing out some of these kind of ring setups. They're going to look to play the zone as much as possible, find that longer rotation, and we saw it last time all around too here on World's Edge. They got a good number of kills because of that they find these kind of opportunities later on into the game. Teams like Blackhand have shown that they could do the same thing on other maps like Store Point, so I really wonder how these long rotates will go. ADL Wolves, having a bit of contact towards Trials. You also have Fate right now still in the zone towards Thermal Station. So it's not everyone into Skyhook as of yet, but it's getting filled pretty quickly as it stands now.
Yeah, still a couple of buildings, though, that haven't been taken, and one of those is where EP is headed right at the moment. And to be honest, they're not doing a bad shout of just sort of locking themselves into position. They know that the ring's pulling in that direction. Maybe they get another ring pull. Most teams are kind of gambled out towards the eastern side of Skyhook, so generally when I see something like that, I think, yeah, maybe those guys know what's going on. But, you know, when your options are limited, someone like EP coming in really late, you got to take what you can get. So they take a building. They can worry about the rest a little bit later on. ADL Wolves kind of doing the same thing as well. They just come in from the south and slowly start to creep their way through these buildings until they can find somewhere to hole up. Popping a bit of damage on the way through, but they're okay.
They have a semblance of the next ring too, and I believe they passed by the beacon here inside Skyhook itself. So for all the teams right now that can get some extra bit of know-how, ADL, I think through it, you look at V and the rest of his squad, that's 505. They might be able to figure out what is going to be next on the list. Moist, though, in such a central position early on, already looking to get prime real estate as per usual. You have Onyx nearby, IBG especially. And maybe that's a sign here for IBG. Look at what Onyx doing and try to play within the same kind of realm. This is the second time in a row. They're relatively close by, and as it stands, it's just, of course, the usual standoff, yes, but IBG especially, this is the more passive play that we're expecting from them because their kill secures are pretty solid. It's just, again, when they transit, when they're out in the open, that's when they get caught out by other teams.
Yeah, casuals do need to be a little bit careful about where they're going to be rotating. 20th guaranteed as well. I can see sort of a little bit further north inside the train tunnels. It wouldn't be a huge surprise to see these two teams run into one another. But for now, both heading in opposite directions. The only other team that I'm kind of worried about at the moment is X and Y. So I was a little bit off with my prediction in terms of numbers. I said 18 or 19 teams through to the next ring. But at the moment, we've got the 17 teams up. Still plenty going on in Skyhook, though. And I think we're probably going to have a bit of a slower game here, to be honest. Like, the way that this is playing out at the moment is probably how things are going to play out for the next zone as well, because no one really has to move. Except for those teams that are just outside. But even then, they're kind of just outside on the ring. Shouldn't be too difficult for them to get in. And, you know, 20th guaranteed. They could make their way into the train station. You got X and Y, fairly easy route in. Very similar to what ADL did. And then, obviously, casuals looks a bit more difficult for them. So they may be a team to drop. But they're being given even some room by Golden Stage. You can see there on the minimap. So it's all kind of just gentleman's agreement at the moment to not really take too many fights. Because no one needs to take any fights.
I think it's a matter of the groupings, honestly. I kind of compare what we've seen from the first time we went around here in Split 2. It was A versus B. And then the second time, the back-to-back for Group C. And you can see for Group C, that's where most of the aggressive teams are. When there's much more chaos, the average score is lower because of all those earlier contacts. And this really is just a sign of really how these two groups coincide with one another, as casuals does get caught out there, I believe, by the ADL Wolves. Teams like Moist, teams like Onyx, they're happy to play in this grouping, especially because they can play the way they want to in such an optimized and effective manner. In terms of scrim bucks, these are the scrims that they expect, right? This is kind of the ideology that they expect from a lobby. But once you throw Group C in the picture, and perhaps we'll see it later on, these lulls that we're getting right now, it's not going to be as often as you'd think.
No, probably not. 20th guaranteed. It's good that we're kind of watching their perspective, because to be honest, they're really the only team that has to do anything at the moment. What have they got? What are they gonna opt for? I mean, they do have the Skyward Dive available. This is not really a position you want to be using it from, though, so probably just going to have to pop the Catalyst Wall somewhere to try to get in, and then slide down the hill and hope that everyone misses their shots. That's like literally the only game plan they can really have.
Yeah, Slide Ninja Slide, basically, if you ever played that back then. But I do feel like if you pop the wall outside the tunnel, IBG and Onyx will immediately take notice, and that's when EP, who have the angle rights, will take advantage of that. So it's kind of a pick your poison scenario how do you even move towards the tram station? Because that seems like the only place that 28 Guaranteed can really go right now. If they fly to the center, Buram as well as Hermagod are waiting. 2 different angles. It's not the best sign. It's not the best time, that's for sure. But then again, I am looking forward to when the likes of Golden Sage as well as Truth do have to move. That will also open things up for Fate, who's finally rotating on in. X and Y on the inside too, towards the southwest side, and 20th Guaranteed, they decide to just go for it, looking to slip and slide over to where Onyx and IBG are. They've chosen who their targets will be. MDY White also taking notice. Cover right now towards the rock. 20th Guaranteed. It's a guarantee that this will be a struggle to move in.
Yeah, they're just going to have to fight their way in, aren't they? Zone at their back, and there goes the wall. It's good that they've held on to it for as long as that they have. It actually does get them to the fence line, but that's not really going to last for long. That is not viable cover once the wall goes down. Once the catalyst wall drops, they cannot stay here. They're going to have to move. They're detected, of course, by the drones as well, so everyone knows exactly where they are. Got to move quickly. If they can get into the bottom floor, maybe of Onyx building, they can live in harmony. Depends what Onyx feels about that.
Find a one bedroom kind of type of deal, and well, the barricade will be in the way. 20th Guaranteed, desperate to just get on the inside with Onyx watching. Speaking of watchers, though, on the opposite end of this one, Golden Sage actually trying to gatekeep Fate too, and 20th Guaranteed eventually moving on the inside. They still have a few levels to work with. They have that ground floor at least secured for now, and they have some relative safety because IBG actually have decided to go on out. They're moving closer to Eternal Photon instead. MDY White still keeping an eye out as Onyx Esports only do have 2 members, so that's the reason why they're not as aggressive as you think. They're just waiting for places points by this point and looking to see who they can third party moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that was really well done actually by 20th Guaranteed. They made the most out of a bad situation. Unfortunately, the zone has pulled away from them, so everyone kind of called it wrong. Everyone was sort of set up on the eastern side, but the zone's actually pulled out towards the west. And if you're right on top of Skyhook itself, then you're in a pretty decent spot. Here's your boy's Fate, though, in a fight, and it looks like it's going well.
Yeah, they've gotten in. That's the thing. Fate deciding to just use a lift from the rise to actually make it through to the building itself. 23 Ticks fragging out, going for the damage too. There's a little bit low though on the armor, but Fate able to quickly reset on the inside. And as it stands, it's still Golden Stage nearby, looking to find that contact too. Micro Jones still get the detection, quick little interruption, but the shield bats have already been popped. Fate with the high ground, looking to just get the hell away from there now. They got a few frags, they're getting hit by Rek'Slan and the rest of the crew, but this is just a perfect opportunity for Fate to still get in there. We saw the teams that went for the long rotate. We worried for them mid-transit, but Fate survived. 20th Guaranteed too, but they have to move fast because that ring is closing in.
Certainly is. Bunch of teams have set themselves up in Skyhook itself, on top of it. You can see all those Watson fences on the roof. 505. Kind of keeping their heads down in this lobby so far. Would like to see a decent performance from them today. Replicate what they did in A vs B last time. Onyx just having been eliminated. Fate as well go down. I can see they're in the kill feed. Unfortunate for both those teams, and maybe 505 to follow suit. Never mind. The fight against Eternal Photon goes well. Just one member on the floor and a quick res. Not going to be harassed all that much. I can see on the minimap there's not much going on that side of the zone.
Big scramble though in the middle itself. You can see Moist part of it. Hermagod there too. And they do believe Truth Esports going for a few pot shots from afar. But in the smoke, Truth Esports, they're waiting to see where IBG is stationed. They know player K is nearby. He's the only one left. Already IBG losing 2 in that firefight. And with this, Truth, they want to secure the north side as much as possible. But look who's gatekeeping them. 505 after that big win. They're in prime position to just stay in the ring. Same thing for casuals right now. But it's honestly the teams at the center we have to watch out for as soon as that ring closes on down again.
I have to say, it does seem like this was a zone that has caught a lot of teams off guard because, you know, you talked about those teams that are inside the zone, and we even saw like EP was inside the zone a little bit earlier. Those were all teams that rotated much later into Skyhook. They didn't get their choice of location. They just had to take what they could get. And what they ended up getting was actually kind of gold spots. So it's a bit funny how that's played out. Lots of teams not reading this ring correctly or you know, just gambling in the wrong direction. Maybe took a 50-50 that didn't go their way. But overall, it means now that the rest of the lobby, the way this plays out, is going to be very chaotic as we're starting to see.
Yeah, all those who expected it to be a bit safer now will have to unleash the chaos. IBG though eliminated ADL Wolves, dealing with X and Y right now. They're trying just to get themselves back up to top with the shield battery. And with the wall in the way, it's going to be ADL Wolves again, just hunting down whoever is left nearby. X and Y though still there. They're going for the resurrection too, so a bit of a reset between these two teams. Golden Sage though eliminated. ADL Wolves over onto the corner, still using this for cover as much as possible. The spikes though in the way, and XD going to be pushing, but Heck will punch him. Here comes YC2. X and Y taking the fight to ADL, but the Wolves will howl. They survive with one, and only Buram's keeping an eye out. Buram is coming here, ADL Wolves. Will you survive? The answer might just be no. Aflo looking to keep an eye out. ADL Wolves still surviving here though towards the corner, and here we go now in the middle. Savior and the rest of Hermagod. Moist watching out. Hermagod flying. Chaos now as this ring consumes all, and that's Let's Go now gonna get eliminated. Who's next on the list? Who will get caught mid-transit? Truth though watching over for Moist. It's Hermagod gone. Truth Esports still there in position 20 at guaranteed too, man. And it just never ends here. But in the end, 5 squads are left. Everyone's stuck in the center. Survivors left. It's Truth on one side, 20 at guaranteed on the other.
Yeah, just look at that kill feed. It never stopped. It was an absolute waterfall. But end of the day, we've now started to cut through a bunch of those teams. We've got 4 squads alive. Some semblance of normalcy will find its way through. Ruth gonna get that time to reset. Casual's quite comfortable down on the bottom side of the map, and MDY White as well, chilling. So 20th guaranteed somehow. I don't know how they've managed to go from probably the worst position in Ring 3, trying to get into Skyhook. Still 3 players alive inside the final 4. They've run the gauntlet, that's for sure. It was like a pod race, and they made it past the Tuscan Raiders.
Dude, well, if that is pod racing, this is 20th guaranteed. They guaranteed themselves the best scenario after the worst situation, and optimism right now for the squad. They still have to deal with Truth Esports, that's for sure. I am concerned though now for Moist Esports moving forward. This is another instance here at World's Edge where they get caught in the chaos, that when their expectations of the ring doesn't really get met, the transit between the final few rings especially is where they're most vulnerable, and I feel like some teams can take advantage of that. Speaking of advantage though, Saiyajin God finds Raticakes. The push comes in from Truth Esports. They've been so patient right now, but while this happens, MDY White as well as Casuals are both converging. It seems like this fight might be decisive here. Truth Esports though keeping cover on, the smoke in the way, and it's gonna be a little bit dangerous because MDY White still has their number, has their angle. Casual's the same case. Inside the smoke though, 20th guaranteed will fall as Casuals tries to at least dip inside of it. Truth though fights back. It's MDY White with the advantage now. The Digi-Threat helping out this team in the pinch. Who cares about the smokes? They know what's coming. They know that they can win this. And MDY White look for the executes, and they will be our champion this time around.
Yeah, very similar kind of a fashion in the way that Moist won that last game. MDY White does something similar. They let their opponents fight against one another. They had their own little corner portion of the circle carved out earlier on in the piece, and then they sweep through for the victory in the end. So very well done from MDY White. Pretty straightforward stuff in the final little engagement, but obviously to make it through all the chaos before that, I think that's the real big talking point. Even though any of those 4 teams should be really quite happy with how that game ended up, because when you're fighting in Skyhook, when you're fighting in an area of the map like that, as we saw, it can just be absolute chaos. Maybe you're one team that just gets focus fired, and then your game's over. But they all make it through. So I think even a top 4 there for any of those teams. If you were to ask them, you look at 20th guaranteed, you say, hey, this is where you're going to be in phase 3. Would you take a top 4? They'd probably say yes.
Yeah, exactly. Just the fact that they were the ones who survived, right? The center of Skyhook already was such a big sign of how their longer rotate actually helped them out in terms of timing, because the teams like Truth Esports, teams like IBG, they were waiting for the squads that they mentioned early on, that they saw early on at the second ring itself, to come on out. And that was really the target for the teams that were effectively gatekeeping. Some big rounds though, and some big wins for both MDY White and Truth Esports. We mentioned especially for Truth, they needed to really step on up. They have been a downward trend in the past few months. Maybe this is a sign. Second place and 8 kills for Truth Esports. 9 takedowns though from MDY White, as well as that first place. And it seems like we're getting here the improvements that they've learned from that first week. MDY White especially strong on getting kills, strong at killing and executing those targets and knowing who to actually go on, but their placements have left so much more to be desired. This time around, they picked the right spot and they went for the win because of it.
Yeah, my question though is always going to be: is it a little bit too little, too late for the overall scheme of things? Maybe not so much in the case of MDY White. They were 12th coming into this week. They've had a couple of okay results so far, but with that win, now they're actually in a position to potentially challenge for the top of this lobby. And you know, we've been talking about it all day long, but if you have consistent games, consistent days, fair enough, that's good, but that might not be enough to get you overseas. What you do need is some of those big results that are going to actually get you over the line, and that's an opportunity now that MDY White is sitting on the cusp of. If they can continue to perform in this lobby, obviously we'll be talking about them a little bit more throughout the rest of the day, and maybe even if they go overseas as well. MDY White do get that win, like you said. Truth coming through in second. Nice to see a little bit of a resurgence from Truth, but I think we do still need to definitely see a lot more from them on the consistency side of things as well. It's one thing to find one good game, one or two good games, but yeah, I mean, that is something that we've seen before, and then it just sort of disappears. So I'll keep my eye on them next game. The good news for everyone is that Moist and ADL didn't have absolutely stellar games here, so the lobby isn't going to blow out all that much. We'll have a look at the scoreboard here and see exactly where that does end up, but you're going to see it's still pretty tight at the top.
Yeah, and look at MDY White rocketing themselves in contention for that win today. ADL Wolves, though, since they were 5th place with 3 kills, they do outclass Moist Esports in that response, and they build their lead just a little bit higher. But in all honesty, the team I'm looking for right now has to be Casuals. They were, I believe, 5th place last time around in the standings. They did a good job to begin with towards the south side of the map in the first map, but here in the second one, they had a good position on the west side that we were talking about, that real estate that really gave them a chance to go the distance, and they made it 3rd place. They got 4 kills along the way, and I wouldn't be surprised if we get a decent performance for them moving forward if this is the standard that they're playing here.
All right, well, look, there's still plenty more to talk about. We've got one more game of World's Edge when it does come to this lobby at least, and of course we've got another lobby coming for you later on today as well, so make sure you don't go too far away. We're going to take a short break. We've got something for you to watch in the meanwhile, though. If you need to go do anything, now's probably a good time, because we're going to be jumping into Game 3 on the other side of this.
Get your blood pumping.
And now we're down to 3 squads.
Right on top of a team. Why see them?
Well, as Moist, we want to go to the inside of the caravan.
Different angles that you can play. It does come through. The res was on. Managed to get, I believe, all timing right. Yeah. Coming in on cost on him. He was not able to get another single room in that area of the map. It was always going to be busy.
He's going there to make sure this happens.
Finishing off through, and that has really helped Moist out. And that's going to be the go signal for MDY White. They knew that was not enough.
Pushing in towards the Cooper.
Yeah, Crusaders on the floor, but Limo and Orchan are fighting hard, and Eternal Photon do go down.
And one bed now. No pull up in.
Phasing gets that first knock.
It will go any further than that. Kind of. They're on the first overall, but it might actually be more important combo for this end. Going to suffer.
Yeah, certainly looking to roll as well towards the double side. They're completely out of this engagement, and if Onyx wins this clean, which they do, they now have 3-on-2 in front of them. So you'd expect them to close that out.
You know what I love is not being on camera, and so I love it when we go straight into game. This is awesome. What a great day so far. Twice we've gone out of the break, into the game. Admin's really just punching through it. It's awesome to see. But yeah, Dax, obviously a pretty interesting finish to that last game. Both Moist and Onic getting knocked down a peg. We saw sort of ADL Wolves also not really having a great finish. So the top end of the lobby, it hasn't blown out yet. Still anyone's game as we head into the final round of World's Edge for this lobby.
Absolutely, and I'm looking to see how this averages up at the very end. It's not like the first two sets we've had here in ALGS APAC South, wherein one team decides, okay, we'll win early and no one else can catch up to us. It's more so that last group that we saw beforehand. Lower averages means it's more competitive and anyone can eke it out. It was the case last time between Onic and Blackhand, where Onic had that 1 point advantage. This time around, who's on top? You got ADL Wolves, you got Moist there in second, and of course you have MDY in third. So here we have it. Our ring though towards the northwest side. I don't think this time perhaps it will go into Skyhook. I'm not Gino, I'm not the master predictor, but it does feel like that it's more towards Countdown and Lava Fisher side, and it's something really interesting right now we can talk about here, Elfish, because we've seen IBG be a bit more reserved. What will they do now if they get the intel that the circle is theirs?
Well, I'll actually check that for you and see, do they have the info? That's the first question you're going to have to ask. And yes, they do. They know where that second ring is going to be headed. So if they want to, they can probably be the first rotator to whatever position they feel is going to be where the circle does end up finishing. But it's always a little bit difficult still to really make that 100% correct guess. I just don't know if you saw, there was a website. Someone linked it in our production Discord last week, and we were playing.
I know that. I played that. I played that because I saw it in the Discord. I was like, this is actually really hard. But
it is hard, eh?
The more you play it, the more I could understand too. Maybe one day I'll be as smart as Genome in Apex Legends.
Yeah,
maybe
he's probably doing that in his spare time. You know, like that's his fun.
No. But you have the record. I saw the stats. You have a 100% prediction rate.
That's
one
right.
out of one. Congratulations. That's you.
And you know what's funny is I did it twice. So I did it. I hit 100%. I was like, I'm happy with that. And then I was like, I bragged about it. I was like, I got the 100%. But I thought, I don't actually have the screenshot. So I'm going to have to go do it again. And then the second time I did it, I also got the first one right. And then for what it's worth, I did like another 10 each time. And I didn't get a single one beyond that. But no one needs to know about that. We got 100%. So
yeah, there you go, guys. So you only look at the first two tries because they were the first one try each time. So there you have it. If you need any advice of where the ring will go, Elfish Guy has your back.
Well, the question is, where is this ring going to go? Because I can kind of see that there is a lot of worlds where it can kind of still end up. And I think there's a lot of potential options for teams to play. Countdown, Lava Fisher. Even Onic have gone over to Menage a Trois. We've got Moist heading into what looks like close to Countdown. So I might hedge my bets there toward Countdown. But I think they're even almost hedging their bets in the center of the zone.
Yeah, me too. I'm still undecided. Will it go towards the Lava Fisher area? Will it go towards Countdown? I doubt that it'll go to Landslide unless Devil United knows exactly what to really expect right now. But you can see Onic also has a different kind of plan. With Debney and Mirage Etoile on top of the Voyage itself, they're effectively keeping an eye out on where ADL can go northward. This really puts them in such a bad spot, honestly, for our lobby leaders right now, because Mexius and the rest of 505 are right behind them. And if they get sandwiched early on, we might not see the same kind of performance we've had so far from the Wolves. And speaking of, Charge Rifle right now, shooting the holograms, trying to, at the very least, figure out what's going on and where Onic is stationed. Also chip damage with the Charge Rifle. Always good to get that red shield later on.
Yeah, still a bit of a ways to go before that. But nice little bit of a chip damage there onto Forgotten.
I think that's something you can see in the weapon stats right now. I've recently discovered so much more resources in Apex Legends. I think you guys were talking about it last time too. The one where it has all the stats, right? And then if you have the weapon stats, R99 and the Nemesis are on top. But if you look at the damage dealt, the Charge Rifle is there within the realm of being at the very top in terms of the ratio. So it really goes to show in these kind of standoffs, especially if you have a sniper like a Charge Rifle, you can really build up a better armor, obviously, like a better Evo armor moving forward. It's pretty basic stuff in terms of Apex, but at the same time, every little advantage really makes a difference in such high-octane lobbies when it gets down to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously just a little bit of a discrepancy in how those two weapons are used, and I mean, I've always been a big fan of the charge rifle. Maybe I'm just a bad person. I know everyone sort of hates charge rifle users, but I just really like that one. I think for me, my two most favorite guns in Apex Legends are the charge rifle and the bow check. I really like the bow as well. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, those are
I never
get
used
good.
to.
That second one's a pretty get good gun, huh?
Yeah, well, I didn't like it, but then I realized when you put the 3x on it, it kind of feels pretty good. So.
Yep. And speaking of,
yeah,
I see a
fan.
bow check. I see a bow check in this lobby right now, and I
Oh,
think
yeah.
505 has it. Ask and you shall receive, my friend. Ask and you shall receive. In the meantime, though, overall across the map, I think it's Strut who actually sticks around the Skyhook area this time. We did see Ermagad instead actually go out over to the northwest instead, and I'm looking to notice where Eternal Photon's gonna end up on, because they're one of the longer rotators alongside X and Y as well as Fate. They will go for the later positions into the next ring, and this is gonna be the problem. Staging has people, Miraja Chua has people, Landslide is covered by Dewa right now, and of course there's quite a cluster on both Lava Fisher and Countdown. So in a ring like this, where can you even go by this point in terms of POIs?
Not really too many options, to be honest, but you're going to have to play something, that's for sure. I mean, you do have a lot of time still yet to play, so I think for a lot of those teams that are still outside of the zone, I mean, X and Y in particular, they can probably just get a beacon scan and, you know, scan the ring console. I still call it the beacon. Let's just go with the correct terminology. Scan the ring console, find out the next location of the ring. Golden Sage does go down in the meanwhile. Okay. Bit of a stoush over Countdown. Teams trying to establish themselves.
Inside the ring, just inside of the POI here. They still have to deal with Let's Go though on the upset. Emilia actually playing the advance on the rate especially, and we've seen this pocket pick come up from time to time. A few of the buffs also helping out mid-transit. I do believe the portal is a lot longer right now, so you can actually move across the map pretty quickly if you need to. It's kind of more of a parity thing, I think, since Valkyrie has been nerfed a little bit, the Skyward Dive a little bit more dangerous. You have more options and avenues of movement, especially with the class system, and maybe that's what Inside the Ring wants to do. Like, have both right now, so extra bit of mobility, and especially in such an uncertain ring where Onyx instead have gotten a better read of things.
And they're one of a very few teams actually that are still sitting out towards Menage a Trois. What's ADL Wolves up to? Thinking about it, man, look at that. Look at the absolute mess that is Lava Fisher right now. So many teams hanging around in there. Moist have actually decided to go straight into the center of it as well, so maybe just reading it, deciding that's where that's going to head up.
Dude, Buriram basically lands on your nades by that point, lands on throwables, and as soon as the door breaks, it was just Moist Esports ready to just pepper them with bullets. It's the finishing blows there, quickly done by Moist Esports, and we see this quite a while from them. If early on they are contested, they find such a center location and they hunker down so well. Again and again, I think areas like Lava Fisher, and if you look at Climatizer, we've seen instances of them doing so before. Same case right now. IBG will respect that. Casuals will do the same thing.
Yeah, MDY White, winners of the previous game, have also headed toward Lava Fisher as well. That's some good damage.
Ooh.
Are they going to push off that?
Yeah, they
Looks
are.
like they are. That's bold.
They're underneath, that's for sure, and now they're looking to just chase after. Oh my god, they're trying to evacuate all the hard work Savior did. Well, at least it can now come up to stuff, as this house has the pylon, has the fortifications. I think it's just a bit of a check here from MDY White. They now know that where exactly the Watson setup is, and they can just wait accordingly when their opponents come out.
I mean, maybe they just wanted this position as well. I think you sort of look at it and say, if it does end up pulling north, this is not going to be a bad spot at all for MDY White. Does anyone have the info on where the next ring is going to go? I'll just have a quick look through the teams in-game.
Yeah, I'm browsing through it too. I think IBG has it because they were beside the ring beacon on their initial station. They feel like it's still Lava Fisher sided though, and there is a chance, of course, because there's so much terrain around Mirage à Trois. It has to be in the center of the ring, basically, if it's going to be there. And ADL, and as well as 505, looking to contest for that high ground. It's a lot less dangerous to play Mirage à Trois on a map like World's Edge compared to I think Storm Point, we saw how vulnerable it was towards fish farms in a few games last week. So at least there's some safety right now for Onyx and the rest of the teams there.
Well, now, we'll see what happens if things do start to shift. If we go back up north toward Lava Fisher, that's going to be a tough run for those teams down at Mirage Trois. But they're okay for now. Do still sort of have ADL kind of keeping an overwatch over it as well. So I don't expect there's going to be a whole lot happening in this area of the map. And in fact, it's probably going to be out towards Countdown and Landslide where most of the engagements are going to come from. Ring is going to start to pull in about a couple of minutes. So for all those teams inside of Countdown that didn't have the info now as to where the next zone was going to be going, they're well aware. It's headed, as we can see, down toward the southwest. And then it's kind of come back up to the northeast. So it's going to be a very tough zone to call. It's just back and forth all over the place.
Yeah, and that's why I said a while ago, it's unlikely it goes even southern than that because of that extra bit of terrain. More open space though, and this puts teams like Popcorn, who have struggled to find the right location in a good spot. Yet again, Casuals within the realm of the next ring. A good possibility for them to have another placement, and they're getting some good reads so far. I do believe that if you look back at that VOD again for some of these teams, they realize that if you play a little too aggressive in this lobby, you're gonna get punished by the heavy hitters like Moist Onyx, and then you can add in the potential of the other squads. Now that they've noticed that, you can feel that there's so much more restraint in the A versus B side, that they understand that if you go in willy-nilly, you're gonna get pelleted like what's happening right now to the likes of Let's Go. They have to land right underneath Onyx here. It's so dangerous, and I believe they're already getting hit again and again by V and the rest of his squad there, 505. So if you do voyages like that there, Elfish, you get punished, and there you go, case in point. Let's Go is gone.
Yeah, I mean, that's just sometimes how it is, isn't it? Like, you make a blind push or a blind skyward dive into a position and you just get punished for it. You need to be scouting for info at this level of play because there's going to be no shortage of teams that can punish you if you're out of position. And, you know, what was unfortunate for them is that that wasn't even going to end up being a great position anyway. They would have had to have moved regardless of had they been able to survive there underneath Menage a Trois. So, wrong call all around. ADL Wolves, I suspect as well, are going to have a bit of a rude awakening when they do see that next circle. At the very least, they've got the Skyward Dive available. But I just think Skyward diving into Lava Fisher does not give you that many options, right? You have to try to land on the platforms. There's not very many buildings. There's not a lot of actual hardcover. You certainly can't land underneath it because it's full of lava. So coming in late into this next zone is going to be a very tough ask.
I think you're going to have to go for the train tracks basically and believe in cover. My biggest question right now for ADL is how they're going to get out of this one. They have the Sears, so they can actually use the survey beacon to tell where exactly Onyx as well as all the other squads nearby are. They have a semblance, of course, where 505 is. They see 20th guaranteed on the opposite end. And on the other side of the map, the winners of Countdown, that was inside the ring, who beats Eternal Photon at their own game. They're trying to get in there, and they still have a bit of space to work with. Flying high now for Akumatsu. There's just all the transits right now. Once they realize they need to go towards some of these buildings, towards the train tracks especially, it's time to go for the rotation. X and Y though. Black Hole's gonna be into play, and they're going after the likes of Fate. They realize the situation. They chase them down. Fate's taken down. Hermergod is gone too. And here comes the beginning of these collapses. Truth Esports eliminated at the same time as X and Y still have to look for cover because Det was watching them.
Yeah, you're going to have to keep that pace up, I think, for the next couple of minutes or so because it's going to get busy. Lots of teams having to now move out of Lava Fisher. Certainly, we talked about those teams moving up as well from Menage a Trois. It is going to be a chaotic ring pool here. A lot of teams are going to go down. And it's just a matter of time before they're forced to move. We've got about a minute left before the ring starts to pull its way in. And when it does, that is where we are going to see a few teams falling.
This is dangerous for Akuma. They landed to where Popcorn was stationed. And as soon as they drop down to the lava, Moist as well as Casuals are waiting and watching for them. Speaking of Casuals now, they have that high ground. Detection yet again with the focus of attention. And speaking of, you have Sway on that Bangalore, so perhaps even that Rolling Thunder can be lobbed earlier on. Charge Rifle yet again for the Casuals. Going for a few pot shots, still keeping that pressure on. While this happens though, Akuma actually decided to run the same way. They're just underneath the Casuals right now. They're looking for cover, and maybe later on they'll look to take that position.
Well, calm and collected for the moment. But I think that's only really going to last for another 20 seconds or so. A few of those teams up toward Lava Fisher seem to have carved out a decent rotation path for themselves. I'm somewhat interested to see where Moist is going to end up. Because, yeah, I mean, you'd say, oh, they can just run in along the platform. But is that next circular part of the platform really a very good spot to hold? Absolutely not.
Yeah.
So they're going to be looking for something better than that.
We've seen them get punished because of it. Time and time again on this map. This is honestly the weaker map here for Moist Esports because of how they transit in these mid-circle engagements. And 9BG now over onto the higher ground, still keeping up the pressure. They have taken a spot here. And they're
ADL landed behind this.
Yeah, there you have it.
ADL is on. That's the team getting shot at right now is ADL. So you can just think about how difficult their decisions to make were. They had to end up landing where IBG started. It's not fun.
And the worst timing even. IBG in position X and Y though in the meantime having to deal with their own kind of contact. They're already getting rid of the United. IBG though still looking down. They know they have the better position. Onyx nearby too. And this is going to be a perfect opportunity for Fan to actually go for those kills. Keeping up with the rifle X and Y is going to be gone. Still the pressure on. And the ADL Wolves, they've been hunted down. They've been taken down. IBG throwing blood. Onyx still though keeping an eye out.
Yeah, IBG, they're doing well for themselves. Took a little bit of a tumble in the previous game, but game one was pretty good for them. They got underneath.
Yeah.
Not sure how easy it would be for Onyx to actually challenge them. I don't think they're really in a position to do so. Just having a look at Onyx's position on my monitor, it just doesn't really seem like they have the opportunity to do so. They're more than interested to just play actually below that bridge. So I think IBG's probably okay for now. And in fact, IBG might even be in a game-winning position if they can continue to hold on to that caravan on the train tracks. Tough ask, obviously, because a lot of teams are going to be looking at them, but they'll...
Momentum's theirs. I agree. Onyx, they were looking to see if they could actually third party towards the Wolves, not IBG. That's why they're just sticking around there on the southwest side, staying in cover. And many people will be called to attention towards Popcorn instead, since they're the ones with the building. Anyway, Moisto gatekeeping right now. We talked about how they're going to transfer to the platforms, and they're just keeping an eye out to where casuals are stationed. This is Moisto. You know how deadly they can be. Waltzy and Pricey, I think they have their ultimates at the ready, and especially that wall. Pricey knows how to just go for the blockade. They already see a bit of flight, a bit of distance. Casuals getting the hell out of there. It's movement time towards the ring, and what you get guaranteed is a team watching out for that one. Moist Esports, though, still under here by the platform.
Yeah, having to play that low ground, but IBG, at the moment, they are in a potentially pretty good spot. Bit of an embattled team. Maybe they can find a way to win this game and really kickstart their season. Let's have a listen in with them as they do try to close it out.
You can keep looking at that panel. We're holding our spot right now.
Yep.
Another Valkyrie!
Valkyrie here! The one died! I think he died! He died! Nice. They're not gonna fight ramp anymore. That's the one came in. Try and push us left! Yeah, I'm here. I'm with you. Nade this if you can. I hit nothing. Okay, it's fine. Go back to Joe, I think. Oh no, stay here. Yeah, I'm with. You can play the top for now, Joe. Play the top.
I can't. They'll peek and shoot me.
Panda, come to me. When wall goes down, we can kill someone maybe. Okay.
I think we just play for this side. We play for the side of the building. If we can, we're gonna wipe it.
Okay.
Get ready to shoot as soon as the wall goes down. Is there anyone there?
Come on, move! I'm donating that.
I'm play on the side of me.
Okay.
Guy inside just got farmed.
On roof, one! Both one on roof! I'm dropping swaps. There's a swap here.
You got thirsty roof.
Trying to injust left! I'm playing on me.
You can crash on me and I'm safe.
I'm safe as well. One on roof! Joe left, two left! Callus almost cracked! Climb! No, just stay. Yeah. I thirsted. Should we take control of roof? I think it's only two on the left.
Drop. Can we get their other side? Is it safe to do so?
Maybe.
I'm going.
Straight under us. I killed one. I died. I'm unrisible. From ramp. I think I wiped outside.
We're safe on me.
Climbing on you! Nice.
I'm resing in. I'm resing in.
I'm playing the low ground.
Get a number swap, I think, player. Or bat in the corner.
I can't. I have to bat. Where are we in? We can swing left to ramp, maybe. No, just play the roof for now. Shoot in front! Valk! I'm multi-selling, just shoot in front of me! Yeah. Wait, just wait!
Play slow!
Look down!
Play on me!
Okay. Yeah. Right in front of you! Flash!
Where's their ult? I'm dead. Top 3,
still on, mate.
play slow, top 3, team suicide. You can play my knock,
Yep.
I'm dropping knock outside the building.
We've looked behind panel.
They're thirsting my knock. I'm crawling up
I'm staying right behind you.
The team has to go out the other door. You guys need to put pressure on the south team and just keep using my knock. 450. You can keep using my knock. Wall's about to go down. Panna! Use me.
Yeah. Fighting.
It's out.
I'm on the right. Give me knocks. Yeah.
1v1. You can swap, maybe. You can maybe swap.
Let's go!
What a finish from IBG! Oh my god, they were absolutely screaming that whole time. You could hear the passion in their voice, and God, I love listening to the comm stacks. That was something else.
Dude. We were so hyped about hearing it while it was happening. They were shouting, they were screaming, they were so filled with energy. And all I have to say is, if that's the confidence and that's the comms from IBG right now, they might be back here, Elfish, because this is the hype that they need, the confidence that they need in calling these kind of fights. And truth be told, this is such the form that we expected from players like Player K and Panier especially. It was such a big game here from IBG. They took such a good location on the train tracks, and 15 kills in the first place. They are going to be taking names and taking command of this lobby now.
Yeah, look, I mean, I just really appreciated the way that they played out that final 3-team scenario. You could hear the comms saying the wall's going to go down at this time, play off me, play off the shield, and obviously, you know, even the down and dead players are kind of helping out and trying to say, all right, well, this is 1v1v1, so you know the situation that you're in. Now you're in a 1v1. There's an armor swap potentially available if you need it, but I think it was Player K right there in the end that... or Panna maybe that was the one to sort of finish it off in the end. Kind of knew the scenario, made the decisions with the information that was given, and then obviously able to close it out really, really nicely in the end. But yeah, I gotta say, that's actually probably one of my favorite listenings, because we kind of got to go through that range of emotions where they weren't too sure what they were going to be able to do. They had to try and figure out, can we play the roof? Do we play below? Do we drop down? How do we play around this wall? Really good stuff, though, from IBG. But what I do want to say, I think my favorite part of that listening was Player K saying, I'm playing on me. And it's like, I understand what he's trying to say, you know what I mean? But just the comedy of that scenario, it's like, yeah, okay, well, what else are you going to be playing? Like, you literally are always playing on you. It doesn't matter where you are, you're playing on you. That's, but yeah, I thought that was amusing. So yeah, good shout from IBG.
It's your input that's connected, man. You kind of have to do it yourself if ever you're in this game. But yeah, truth be told, IBG, they were just effective all throughout. The fact that they realized that they could take that high ground away from the building caused them to have a big cushion moving forward. They went for the wraparound, knowing the fact that everyone was looking towards Popcorn instead, who took that building so very early on, hunted down members like Moist Esports, as well as 20th Guaranteed. They let Onyx Esports do their own thing as well, and they didn't force the fight because they knew Onyx was nearby for so long. This is what we're talking about for IBG. The skill is there, the talent is there. They topped pretty much the standings last split for good reason as Chicken Sandwich, but it just wasn't coming up to the situations themselves. Now they're getting to those situations. Now they're getting the right calls, and this is a better sign for them because they needed to do this right here and right now. Yeah.
Definitely a good little shout there from IBG. Let's have a look at the scoreboard, though, and see how much that bumps them up. Are they in first? Yes.
Boom.
Just, not by a massive margin. And the two teams, the Sharks circling in the water below them, Moist and Onyx, pretty scary prospect. I mean, ADL Walls there as well, not too far away. So, yeah, IBG, they're going to have a good little run on Storm Point as well to close this lobby out. But I don't know. I mean, to me, I feel like if I was in their position, I would be feeling the pressure a little bit. You've basically gone from being the best team in APAC South. You know, I mean, obviously there's debates about that, but just in terms of the result that they put on the board, last split, they were the #1 team. They finished in first place. To coming in this split, and I would definitely say underperforming. But obviously, as you've mentioned, you can see the skill is still there. The ability is there. They just need to kind of get things going. And obviously, they've done that so far today. You can see the passion is still there for that team. I don't know who is saying what, because I don't really recognize the voices. I've not spoken to any of those guys personally, except Jaro very, very briefly. But they were screaming, man. Like, they were really just putting everything into that. And this is also a good talking point that it ties into sort of when we are talking about these teams and saying, oh, you know, some of these teams actually have to play 12 games in a day.
Yeah.
If that's the energy level that you're bringing into 12 games, you're going to be really cooked at the end of it. So when all said and done, I hope they can keep it up. That's really all I'm going to say on that matter. But anyway, look, we've been talking long enough. We need to head to another break. We've got Storm Point to sort out. So we'll take a short one, and then we'll jump into Storm Point right on the other side of this to close out the A and B Louis. G'day and welcome back. It's ALGS. It's APAC South. No Genome today. That's how we like it on this broadcast. And we've got Dax instead, so fantastic stuff. Time to jump into Storm Point though, Dax. And I do remember you were talking about Moist. Not as favorable when it comes to World's Edge, but when they go to Storm Point, that's where they pick up a lot of their points. So even though they're sitting in sort of second place at the moment, I do wonder if there's still a world where IBG is going to have to do a bit of work to stave them off to hold on to that first place.
And we've seen from Moist especially that, like a Pricey, that I believe he's just been super consistent at getting that damage done, but also at giving themselves rat positions to make it to second place placings despite them getting wiped out. So there's always a backup plan there from Moist, but you can see it here in our tap damage right now, ladies and gentlemen. ADL Wolves Legacy, 5,939 damage. Once you reach towards that 6k margin halfway into the lobby, you already know you're putting in the impact, and that's one of the reasons why we've been hyping up the ADL Wolves recently. This team is building their own legacy in this split alone, and while they have slipped down the rankings because the likes of Onyx as well as Moist are still consistent, and of course the stellar performance there of IBG, ADL is still in the running here to try and get this lobby, and you have to keep an eye out on them moving into Storm Point too.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think, look, you look at IBG and you say if they can step up the way they have and the way we know they can, then there's another big team that we need to be talking about for the rest of the day. Beacon, obviously something that we should touch on here as well before we do jump into Storm Point. Now, again, we're pretty deep into the season here where things do kind of get closed out in terms of drop locations. I don't think there's really too much to talk about here. Day one not contested for Barometer. I remember last week they were contested for Barometer, but that was a different lobby. So looking pretty solid across the board.
I think the two changes right now is first, we have gotten a squad going to Gale Station. Fate moves from Cenote Cave, since X and Y is there, and they look to contest Fish Farms this time around, because we've seen how strong Fish Farms is as a location, since it's not just one, but effectively a second and even a third POI nearby, plus the armory, so Fate wants to get a piece of that. On the other hand, since AKM takes down Beast, this allows Northpad to be taken by Eternal Photon instead, and we've seen how strong they are on their North rotations, especially to Trenches. If they don't get caught out early by the team from Checkpoint, by the team in Trenches itself, and especially if it's a ring that moves towards wall or command center, some of the best wins we've seen from Eternal Photon have come from that area of the map, so I'm really excited to see that. One last thing is, since we're not facing up against Group C, ADL Wolves will have a chill time this time in Lightning Rod. No punching each other in the Graviton cannons. No one's gonna fly out of the map for no reason. ADL might have a better chance here to continue on the train of thought they've had so far.
Yeah, well, look, I hope that they do. I think they're, again, kind of still finding their way to almost fly under the radar, but still put in good performances. Like, it's not, aside from that first game where they had, what was it, like a second with 11 kills or something close to that, it's not been like a massive stellar day for them. They haven't been able to find themselves a win just yet or anything like that, but take a look back at what happened last week. This is what happened.
I saw this live.
Yeah.
I was in between broadcasts, and I got to check the long shot broadcast 2 out, and I was like, why did Joker fly like that? Where is he going? What happened to him?
Yeah, look, I don't know about you, but sometimes like I'm looking away from the program feed and what's on the game screen to see what's happening on the map on my computer or something like that. And I was doing that, and then I looked back because I heard Genome like making a noise or something, and then I just see a guy flying through the air, and it's just like, what is going on here? I didn't see the lead up with the cannon. I just saw the guy flying out.
He was just there.
Joker from DMZ.
He was just there in the air. I wonder if you guys have actually figured it out. And don't worry, Elfish. Dude, for Apex, I have 3 monitors for this whole broadcast. I usually just have 1 for anything else. It's just that this game is so intense, honestly, and it's a big reason why I love doing ALGS, in all honesty. It's just such a different effort from, I guess, our side, the broad side, and also the teams themselves, because they always need to keep the energy up. And you mentioned it, there's always that group that has to do the back-to-back because of the format. They need to keep that energy up, IBG especially, if they want to make that rally. But we start things off with the ring moving towards the northwest, and this is where I said a while ago, Eternal Photon, that's a team to watch out for if this is going to be the ring they're going to have here.
Yeah, I think another one to kind of keep an eye on is going to be Onyx. They do like this kind of a ring. We've seen them quite often just go for the really fast rotate and get up on top of Down Beast. They've even beaten a couple of teams that drop at Down Beast to get on top of it. And if Well, with what I'm seeing on my mini map is that the ring is pulling in that direction even further for zone 2. If they're going to get that info, if Onyx, for example, do they have a beacon to scan? The ring to scan. They do. They're going to get that information pretty early, and I would say they're going to move out a mill very quickly and try to get on top of down beast, and we'll see how they play it out from there. But I'm really going to be keeping an eye on Onyx. It's kind of good that we're also getting a bit of vision here of IBG, who dropped near the wall. They've also got the info that they can scan where the next ring is going to be headed, so they'll probably be pretty quick on that rotate too.
Yeah, and I'm really wondering right now if we do get this ring to go all the way to down beast. This suits teams like Akuma as well. Get that early high ground. You know how important verticality is on a map like Stormpoint. We see it towards those rings towards the northwest and the northeast sides respectively. And don't get me wrong, man. I understand why you keep making that mistake, because our segment is still called the beacon.
Yeah.
When the thing is now called the console, you know? So I think Prod needs to step on up. It's not a you problem.
It's not a me problem. Yeah.
It's not you, it's them. So there you have it.
So
I got your back, don't worry.
One little interaction I did want to touch on here was I've been kind of watching what Akuma was doing. It was Akuma that dropped it down beast, and I think they're pretty aware that Onyx likes to rotate really quickly into that area of the map, so they themselves have gone like straight up on top of down beast rather than getting caught off guard. And it's actually this time Onyx that's going to have to play from back behind down beast rather than on top of, which would not have been their first option as far as rotations are concerned, but obviously you're not able to contest it when someone's already taken it this early in the game, so fair enough. But even still, you can see here on the minimap, Onyx very, very fast on that rotation. We expect them to be one of the first teams into the zone, and they are. So things are playing out as you'd hope that they would.
Yeah, and once you realize that's Onyx, right? Once you realize this is a team that came from nearby, Akuma can be pretty happy about their initial position. They can now watch all the other squads come up them, and inside even the vehicle, it's gonna be Team Popcorn moving around inside the ring, same kind of case, getting into cover. And of course, if Onyx rotating, Moist Esports will do the same thing. They stay on the outskirts though, towards the building here at the very least. I do believe that's just, outside, in the middle of the mill and down beast right now. Let's Go's nearby. Dewa United already taking the mill. X and Y, though, will find a bit of that contact there. And it's just that mad dash to make it to the northwest and get in position. Same thing we saw from Skyhawk a while ago.
Yeah, Moist. Maybe not with the most premium of locations, but something to play from. This is a risky skyward dive from Casuals, but it does look like they'll get out okay. They didn't have too many options. There's just fighting all over inside the zone down near fish farms. I wasn't sure we were actually going to see a fight over fish farms, to be honest. I know you mentioned that on the beacon there, but I thought, you can do the gentleman's agreement, say we've got Gale Station, you get fish farms, but I guess the issue is when both teams look at the armory, they sort of think, well, that's mine, right? And then they decide to contest for it. So Casuals lose a member for it, that's for sure, and it's Fate that's down there as well. They're going to have a long rotate in now. They're going to have to stick around and probably replicate some meds.
And simply put, someone's got to give, indeed. And now we're watching here, rather. Moist Esports and Let's Go taking one apiece from the opposition. Crazy Kong, though, finding out Pricey. And it's a perfect opportunity for Let's Go to do some immense damage towards Moist Esports. They're still getting peppered towards the building itself. Crazy Kong getting into cover, gonna get rezzed on up. Moist Esports still keeping an eye out with the Overwatch duty, basically. But they have the respawn beacon. They can bring back Pricey back to life. And for Moist, it's just all about getting that reset going. Bring their teammate back, stay in the building, and go again versus Let's Go, who has a pylon in hand here.
Oh, well, they're getting cracked a little bit here, Moist. Empty nearly went down as well. Like, he's got the gold armor, can just heal himself back up a little bit quicker. Waltzy still taking some pot shots from the roof to keep LG at bay. I don't know that LG really wants to push off of this, but if they were to get a free knock or something like that, then I dare say they would. For now, it just looks like they're trying to carve out their own little bit of territory.
An attempt was made a while ago, and that's exactly what Moist Esports was anticipating, right? They went for the resurrection. Yeah. They still kept an eye out on the building, and especially when they got that knock, it forces Let's Go, who's playing early the Watson and the Seer together, rather than the Catalyst, to just hunker up as per usual. You also have 505 being nearby. Dewa United still there too. So at the very least, there's going to be pressure right now. So Moist and Let's Go They're gonna have to basically play a reset here. 505, keeping an eye out too. We're watching Buriram right now. Just looking for a bit of that opportunity on the north side of Down Beast. But what's really keeping an eye out on my map right now is how long these transits from Golden Sage, ADL Wolves, and Fate will come to pass. Fate playing a bit of the Black Hand style. They eventually now go for the transit. Wolves are still there by Thunderwatch, and they're gonna bring a lot of loot to the table, yes, but will they get caught low HP? That's the question.
Well, inside the ring, Popcorn just chilling. Eternal Photon making their rotation. Checkpoint's always an interesting spot to be rotating through because of that verticality. Truth Esports, as you can see up on top here, can really harass EP on their rotation through, and there's so many angles that you have to be aware of. Just like this one. Looks like EP's okay for the moment, but Truth is certainly not going to make it easy for them.
Need some cover, that's for sure, and Truth Esports just on top of Checkpoint as much as possible. So much resources in this POI especially. Can see why they want to hold it as much as possible too. But then again, EP moving towards the north-hand side. MDY White's gonna be there. Truth Esports is just effectively gatekeeping an Eternal Photon. They have to go the hard way here. MDY White taking Northpad away from them, and they're just stuck in the middle right now. They could still go for the ring though, if ever.
Well, the mill was occupied by Onyx a little bit earlier on in the day. They obviously moved on, and so that's given the opportunity for a couple of teams to move in. 20th Guaranteed and 505 have taken up residence. We've got Homogird just on the outskirts of the mill as well, just down to the southern side of the zone. Still just waiting to see what's going to happen for Fate. Currently, if you want a Fate update, they're sitting in Antenna doing some replicating. Yeah. Other teams taking a leaf out of their book are ADL Wolves up at the wall. So they would have come across from Lightning Rod, and obviously they expect to be one of the latest rotators into this zone, so they'll spend their extra time doing some cooking in the lab. Here comes MDY White as well with a skyward dive right over the top. Position they have chosen to land in. Unoccupied currently, so that donut goes their way for free. Which is nice.
Passing by EP, and now MDY White knows that Eternal Photon's still around. Fate has just been building a lot of medkits in the replicator because their journey to the center of the ring will take a while. I do feel like they'll actually run into casuals who might consider moving towards the armory side of that part of the map. 20th Guaranteed also nearby at least, so for casuals and Fate, there's a lot of work that needs to be done in this rotation. You mentioned the mill being completely occupied, Prowler Camp, same thing, Armageddon having a wildfire safari basically right now. But the lull really is still in Down Beast. Everyone knows everyone is here. Every single location effectively in that area has already been occupied by Onyx in the backside, IBG towards the front, Popcorn and Akuma near the center, Popcorn especially on the high ground looking at them here, or on the inside rather. So there's so much already stations here for where the ring will end up on that you know that mass transit again becomes part of the problem for all the other squads later on.
Yeah, once things start to get busy, life gets a little bit difficult. See ADL Wolves now starting to move their way out from the wall, and Fate have just rocked up by Barometer, so they're kind of just leapfrogging their way into the zone. Zone is moving, by the way. So it's starting to get a little bit painful to be staying inside that zone. Obviously, each time the zone starts to pull in, a little bit more damage starts to be done on that tick damage. But another shift right over the top of Down Beast, and this is why I'm talking about Down Beast so much at the start of that round. As soon as you sort of see the circle kind of leaning to this side of the map, obviously a lot of it involving Down Beast, you are expecting the pull to go in that direction. The second pull goes there very heavily. You're thinking, all right, well, yeah, now I definitely have to be over the top of Down Beast. And that's why teams are trying to rotate in there as quickly as they did. Onyx was not fast enough to get on top of Down Beast, but yeah, they're still in a pretty good spot there based on the way that ring is setting itself up.
I think this is the one of the few times Stormpoint can be problematic, where you have such an elevated high ground ring, POI, and it just becomes a camp fiesta, especially for the team that starts there in the first place. So, case in point, same example, a lot of restraint right now. by these teams for good reason, because if they're the ones to initiate contact towards that beast, everyone will be looking at them. And we're watching the ADL Wolves right now. Maybe that action will find itself towards the north side here. Northpad still having a bit of an inkling of presence here for EP towards the trenches itself. And looking at EP right now, it's something we haven't really mentioned here. They are running the Rampart, which has gotten a bit of popularity towards the world stage. Barricade strong. You can also bring out that Sheila for extra damage later on, especially against Catalyst wall formation. So eventually enough, Eternal Photon, they have a plan right now to just bunker up and bring in the Thunder later on too.
It's an interesting strategy. I'm not so sure it's going to work because they're going to have to move. They're going to have to make their way into the zone in a minute or two. Oh, a minute and a half, really, to be exact. But now they've sort of been leapfrogged a little bit by ADL, who are now in front of them, and just not sure what their options really are going to be. I was having a look at how Akuma was doing on top of Down Beast, and I did notice that they had a charge rifle and a scout, so they're pretty well set up to play that long-range play style. MDY White goes out in the meanwhile. Obviously farm up some of the Evos, and I think at this point Akuma's really set themselves up quite nicely on top of Down Beast, but it's just going to be a question of whether or not they can hold on to it once teams start to skyward dive in this direction. Maybe have to send it a little bit because there's not too many options.
They have all the things that can help them out later on, but now we watch Devil United versus 20th Guaranteed, still vying for the south side of the mill, and because of this chaos, you can see a 505 and the timing from Fate at the same time. 4 squads converging on in here. Devil United, though, they might want to disengage instead, realizing that there might be a bit more they can fight here. And they do get the hell out of there. 20th Guaranteed. They do lose Trent along the way. Fate right now in location on top of one of these mills. Spotted out though by 505, backing on away here for Tix. And as it stands, Devil United just a witness now and realize, let's get the hell out of here. Let's move towards the ring instead.
Yeah, I don't want to be getting stuck in a fight at the mill when there's 15 seconds until the ring starts to pull its way in. So all teams just decide to get out of there as quickly as they can. This is going to be a pretty tough rotation for a lot of those rosters now, though, because most of the positions inside Down Beast are already locked down. You don't have too many options. Daewoo United, they're one of the first coming in on this rotation. Let's see how that pans out. They might have to contest IBG for this little building. IBG opt to just back away, play down on that low ground. They've set themselves up in, you know, a pretty nice setup of their own, so no need to throw anything away for control of another building. But here comes Moist.
Moist under pressure, and Let's Go is just nearby. Here comes Moist Esports yet again, but 2 are knocked down. It's all up to Empty. Can he survive here? No, he cannot. Moist Esports eliminated here, converged on by the rest of the rosters. 505, Let's Go giving chase. They want to keep the pressure on, but Let's Go loses 2 as well. Cash was eliminated along the way. It's 505 still keeping an eye out, looting right now, but look who's coming their way too. Inside the ring, going on the outside. At the very least, popping a bit of that seer utility. A bit of the exit to getting the intel. Let's Go now gone. 505 on the opposite end. Inside the ring, dipping it in and out to get a few points along the way.
Wow, and that ring pull as well has just gone straight out onto the backside of Down Beast. So Onyx in a perfect position from their very first rotate. They have not had to move. Fate, we'll see 23 ticks down on the floor at the hands of Limo. He's up on top of Down Beast with the charge rifle, and he is doing a number. Fate eventually do get eliminated. The leaders are Akuma, to be expected when they've got basically God spot on top of Down Beast. But even they themselves at this point now have to start thinking about what they're going to do, because they can't stay up there forever. They're going to have to come down into the hands of Onyx, who haven't really had to do anything this whole game.
Yeah, they're effectively vulnerable once they get the hell out of there. Right now, though, reaping the rewards with the charge rifle in hand. They still keep the pressure towards Golden Sage, who went for the rest of Fate there. And in the meantime now, Eternal Photon desperate to get on the inside. IBG, though, certain restraint still. They fended off MDY White from the same position before. Right now, they're scaring off Devil United and Eternal Photon. But you mentioned it, the ring is pulling away from them. Here comes yet again Sheila bringing in the damage. Extra bit of firepower here. Holiday looking to break bunkers right now. But he's also looking to go for a few targets. Only problem when you're on the outside like this with the ramparts, you're very vulnerable, so you need to set up well with your fortifications again.
Yeah, look, it's not exactly the setup that you'd really want to be having if you were playing the Rampart, but sometimes you got to make do with what you got. IBG are going to contest. They have to shoot through those little walls. They seem to be having a good time of this fight, though. Jaro's already got himself one, and eventually Eternal Photon do get eliminated, so end of the day, not super ideal the way that's played out for them. But now what does IBG do? Zone's starting to move. They've cleared out their back, but I mean, they've got a long way to travel. It looks like a couple of them are actually going to Valk ult, and then Charo's left on the floor, so now they're split as well. This is going to be an absolute mess of a rotation for a very large number of teams.
They're so low HP too, and those who Skyward Tove do get in position, but suddenly they get sniped on around Lalabang, finding the shot there with the bow check, and Iron Blood Gaming eliminated too late on the rotation. A good punish towards the Rampart comp, sure, but Buriram United now looking to find opportunity on the esports. The same case, they still have the better ground here inside the ring. Akuma now moving towards the southeast to Popcorn and 505 and Golden Stage nearby each other there. But it's Buriram United who has a bit of space to work with here in the waterway. Rolling Thunder is the play, though. They're gonna get suppressed a little bit, stunned on up by the missiles, but as it stands, Onyx watching them, and this opens up all the other opportunities for the 5 other squads to bridge the gap to the other 2.
Yeah, look, I think Onyx actually going to be disappointed if they don't walk away with the win in this game. They've had the ring pull every single round. It's just going to be a case of whether or not they can close it out from here. I mean, it's not exactly the best place to be playing from, to be quite honest with you. There's not a huge amount of cover here, as you can see. So if a few teams decide to just try to int onto them, then there's not really a whole lot that they're going to be able to do about it. But if things play out the way that they should, and the way that obviously Onyx will hope that they will, then I think this should actually be a pretty easy one for Onyx to win.
Yeah, they're in a good position, and they know to prioritize Buriram first. Golden Stage, though, in the meantime, eliminated now. 505 was ready for that push. Popcorn, though, still keeping an eye out, and it's Onyx who desperately wants to clear out this north side for them as much as possible. Once Buriram is gone, they know everyone else is coming from their south instead. Inside the ring, though, spotted out mid-transit. Maybe that's a bit of a helping hand they're gonna need here. Shady looking for opportunity, has the wall in action if ever he needs it. But Buriram United still in cover, and this ring is gonna close down soon here.
It's really important for Onyx to kind of control this space. If they let anyone get too close, then that's going to be where their problems do start to arise. Good shots in there from Raki, but obviously the Catalyst Wall is keeping Buriram alive for the moment. You've got the Seer info, though, starting to come through, and that should make life really easy for Onyx to get those shots across. They are doing a great job of just showing presence, and that's exactly what they need to do from a position like this. But they really have to be careful that no one drops. If they lose a member, if someone's on the floor, chances of getting a respawn, or a revive rather, I should say, at this point in the game, very low.
They play that so well. Eventually, the wall drops, and it was Shady keeping an eye out on anyone else from the Buriram United front. Buriram eliminated. 505 trying to find the timing but couldn't get it. And you mentioned it, Onyx, they're still very stable right now as 4 squads left, 10 people remaining. 505 in the waters though, and they have a minute left in this final circle. But Akuma now gonna get eliminated too. Popcorn trying to find any pot shots on. 505 is just waiting right now. They have the horizon if they want to get back to that high ground. So it's Onyx yet again keeping everyone in check. But Fussy goes down, and this might be time for the other 2 squads here.
Doesn't look like they're going to try to capitalize off the top of it. There was a Catalyst Wall put down by Shady, who obviously is able to get that revive, and so Fussy's back in the picture, just popping himself a bat. Phoenix Kid even. So, back to fighting fitness. Luckily for Onyx, there's not actually a whole lot going on their side of this little platform. You've got 505 down in the water, and then Popcorn sort of playing around the pillar. So it's a 3v3v3, and everyone's carved out their position inside the zone. But what's interesting is that ring is going to pull these 2 teams off the top and into the water and into the grasp of 505.
Yeah, that's the thing. 505, they're in the position right now to just drown anyone coming their way. Onyx, though, I love the disengage we saw there from Shady especially. They knew they had a bit of that catalyst advantage. 505 cannot push into that wall whatsoever based on their comp, and they're just peeking right now. Mexha's climbing and wondering what's going on here. Spike's still going to be into play. There we have the smoke thrown out by 505-2 providing cover. Popcorn, though, on the opposite end, looking to close that gap, close that distance, and they're just getting closer and closer to the waterway now. 505 now dropping. Still keeping the low ground in check, but these peaks will come slowly from both Popcorn as well as Onyx. It's a matter of timing right now, and 505 just wants what's happening behind the veil as Raki gets one already. Onyx there with the advantage.
Yeah, they're really trying to buy their time as much as possible. 88% of the Catalyst wall for Shady. If they could have that when they have to drop down, that'll give them a bit of room to work with. That's why they're trying to play this as slow as possible. 95% Shady. Raki able to combine and get that knock on a Mexus Onyx. They don't even need to drop down. They'll finish it off from the top, and they walk away with the victory. Well, I tell you what, we called it really from the start. They were going to be one of the first teams to rotate across, weren't they? They ended up being that. They got a really good spot. Didn't have to do anything until really in the late game. And then they played that late game out phenomenally, didn't they? They were really able to control the space, show some presence, and ultimately won that 3v3v3 in the end as well.
A game of disengage and engages, and Onyx, they are so strong at timing things right so well. They're so cool, calm, and collected. Despite the scenario that everyone's watching out for them, they know that they have the power position, but they realize the list of priorities and honestly the advantages they have based on the composition that they're running. They were able to eke out those small differences versus Buram, versus Popcorn, and especially 505, just keeping them in check the whole damn time. I do feel like something a little iffy did happen there to 505 at the very end, but it doesn't take away with how Onyx played that to perfection from start to finish. We predicted it, and they predicted it too. They were so ready from that location, and they knew it was their round to win.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a double whammy, though, for Moist as well. We just caught them on the replay there. IBG didn't have an amazing finish, but they did last a lot longer than what Moist did, and I think they got a couple of kill points in there as well. You can see in there, Moist just going down. Obviously, a bit of a late rotation for them. They did get held up because of the revive that they had to partake in a little bit earlier on in the piece, and so I think that kind of throws off the tempo of their game a little bit. We've talked at length about how they like to be one of the faster rotating teams, but unable to do it in this game. Caught on a bit of an awkward spot, having to make an awkward rotate, and then obviously that just leads to from one thing to another, and they do get taken down pretty early on in the piece, and I dare say they'll be lucky to hold on to a top 3 place at the end of that game. So we'll see in a moment how the scoreboard looks overall, but yeah, definitely going to be a tough finish now for Moist. They're going to have to step up in a big way for these last 2 games of Stormpoint.
Yeah, they're gonna have to find those miracle second places at the very least. And you can see here the placement timeline. One team that was blessed by the ring, besides Onyx Esports, is Akuma. They started a down beast, they ended a down beast, making it to 4th place, and they got 8 kills there along the way. Since they had such a good sniping location and a sniping loadout to begin with, they were able to take pot shots against IBG, take pot shots against Fate, I believe, against Golden Sage. So those opportunities that came their way, they were able to capitalize on it.
All right, well, scoreboard is ready for us to have a look at, so let's get a bit of an update as to how things are looking. 54 points for Onyx. They jump up a fairly significant margin. IBG holds on to 2nd, or actually takes 2nd, I think, away from Moist. And yeah, Moist are starting to slip a little bit. Obviously, they're still not out of the contest just yet, but I'd say they're going to have at least one pretty good, maybe even win game here on Stormpoint if they want to finish the day in first.
Yeah, they haven't found many of the kills, actually. Most of their points do come from placements right now, and it really just goes to show here for Moist Esports, after that first game where they played the style that they know so well, it's just been, I'd say, the one Achilles heel they've had for the past few weeks. Caught mid-transit, that's when everyone has their number. And it's Moist Esports. Like, sure, they can't see each other in terms of the lobby, right? They don't know who exactly they're shooting, but by that point, you realize that this is how these guys are rotating. These guys are effectively being caught out by the other squads right now when they want to transit, and instead like teams like Onyx who go there a bit earlier, who go for that faster gap close, this is where Moist really falters. And when they can't keep one person alive, then how do they even find the other placement points that they're so good at as a plan B?
Certainly something to keep in mind. Looking pretty tight, though, towards the top end of things when we take a look at that overall scoreboard as to how the final couple of games are going to play out. I think they'll still be quite impactful on the overall standings. So Look, let's not mess around too much. We've got 2 more games to go for at least this first lobby. Another 6 then after that for the second lobby for the day. We'll take a short break. 2 more games on Storm Point coming out to close it out and see which teams walk away with the win in the A and B lobby.
We are back here, ladies and gentlemen, straight into the game yet again. This is what I want to see. High-octane action here at ALGS APAC South. My name is Dax, of course, joined by Elfish Guy yet again. Group A versus B, and I do believe this is the 5th match that we have right now. Second time on Storm Point, and in the lead, of course, we saw a while ago Onyx Esports doing an incredible job. But back into the game, and already we see with the Northwest Flight Bats. I'm wondering where this ring is gonna end on up. We had it at Down Beast a while ago. Akuma very happy about that. This time around, though, it's more of the center location, north by the barometer, east of the mill, and maybe Moist Esports can take advantage this time, as they will have a better chance to go for the rotations. They're gonna look for a bit of that intel, though, that's for sure. Inside the ring, over onto checkpoint as well. And I've just been looking at the compositions, guys, and truth be told, there's been a lot of Seer and Catalyst moving forward. APAC South has honestly stuck by a meta. They have a few comfort picks here and there, and really the outliers right now, some Horizons and 505 and Fate respectively, but more of the same from everyone else here.
Yeah, look, very quick back into game again, so love to see that. Oh my god, starting off in Jurassic Park. Want to see a little bit from them this game. I'd like to see them just bump it up. I mean, we talked a bit about them last week being a duo. They've been able to play every game today with a trio setup. It hasn't really set the world on fire, so I'll set the sights on them for this game, because I think, a lot of those other teams that we were talking about, we've talked about Fate, we've been able to see a little bit from them. Today we've seen definitely a fair bit from IBG, those teams that we kind of wanted to see performing. So yeah, now it's time for Home and Good. Let's see what they can do.
Yep, true. There's a lot of potential for the squad. They did decent as a 2-man and with the situation that they had, but now as a 3-man, you kind of kind of need to step it up, and especially with some of their newer talent, I believe, from the Challenger circuit in the name of Yukoi there. But Moist Esports already in transit as per usual. They have realized that the ring is going to be pulling towards the west side, wherein it's the mill to be location. That will suit Onyx Esports and their need pretty heftily. They've already gotten to the high ground here using the vehicle, watching out for 505, who's playing into the armory. In case in points, it's everyone already going towards the immediate POIs. Akuma moving from down beast to the mill. Inside the ring, same thing. Moist and Onyx, though, very close to each other. And this can be a big opportunity for one of these two teams to eliminate each other if ever.
Well, IBG, I think they're going to secure themselves a pretty comfortable rotate here in the Trident. Truth is still busy inside the armory, so IBG are going to get out of there relatively okay. We do still have Moist kind of pottering around, doing a bit of work here and trying to secure their position inside of the zone. They're trying to show a bit of presence. A lot of teams headed in this direction, so you'd be expecting it's going to get pretty busy pretty shortly. So if Moist don't carve out their little corner of the zone, teams are going to start to look to contest them, and they're still on the move. Wall is forced out as well.
Early investments here from Moist, and sure, they are able to eliminate X and Y. Irma, good. Looking for a bit of opportunity here. Barricading the wall right now here for Pricey. Wolsey also looking to get towards that high ground. Pressure's on, and Yukoi will fall first and foremost. Irma, good. Losing one immediately. Moist Esports, they were desperate to find a spot to go on, and they just get names, get kills along the way to call this place home.
They really had to lock something in, didn't they? They could not be caught out running around in no man's land. If you're running around in this area of the map, just look how many teams there are starting to take up residence that are going to be able to find crossfire angles onto you. So good thing they found their building. I'm not sure. I'm a bit surprised it took them actually that long even to lock down the spot. But anyway, they're there. They're comfortable. Oh my god, lose a player. So maybe a bit of a caster curse there from me, but is what it is. Onyx Esports up on the high ground are going to be very happy with taking God Rock.
And look at boys go. Now they're going after Ermagerd. They know they have the man advantage anyway. Savior and Joelas need to stay on the high ground as we watch Golden Sage disengage too. But there's so much conflict already at the south side of this ring. 505 basically witness. Moist Esports looking to just keep the top up going. And they're just pressuring Ermagerd right now. Keeping them well contained over onto the high ground. Thermite grenade gets thrown on over. Moist still needs to respect that. But Joelas, he's already cracked in terms of the armor. And Moist Esports just looking to run out the resources of their opponent here.
Well, it's taking a bit of a step back, I guess, for now. Is Moist inside the ring, under the pump, that's for sure. Nuku's already been knocked down onto the floor.
Eternal Photon brings in the damage, and well executed there. They realize they can just rush in anyway. Holiday, of course, can fortify this spot right now with the barricades. And we talked about Holiday a while ago before we got even started into this whole set here, Elfish. And he's one of the players really to watch out for here for Eternal Photon. Big games in the last time we saw EP. And if anyone can do it, it has to be this man.
Yeah, indeed. Well, let's see what Buram can do. I find this to be an interesting position to play from as well. You can see a few teams rotating their way past Buram, but if I just look at the map and see how the lobby is playing out, it looks like it's actually going to be a relatively uncontested position for them. Moist really are trying to get active, aren't they? But this game is not going so cleanly for them. Obviously, they'll be able to get this res pretty comfortably. I think they're just trying to show a lot of presence at the moment and trying to see what they can do, whether they can maybe bully Hermagerd out of position. They know that Hermagerd is a duo, because that is one of the teams that they've already taken a member out of. Yukoi dropped earlier to Moist, if you remember, so trying to get something there, but you know, it is difficult playing from this kind of a spot and trying to get aggressive from the building that they're in, because there's just too many teams around and you cop shots from everywhere when you pop your head up.
Yeah, just 505, let's go Buram United, and even Casuals now making transits here. So yet again, Moist Esports, the center of attention at the very end. Onyx Esports still though over to the high ground, and we see the next ring now looking to pull towards the mill. So perfect for teams like Akuma and Popcorn. Eternal Photon also with stellar control towards the buildings. So yet again, occupied locations here by other squads who are happy to stabilize and wait for anyone else to come their way.
All right, well, where's the next ring going to be headed?
Yep.
Straight over the top of the mill. It's another pretty good ring pull if you're Onyx. They drop at the mill, but they moved away from it, as you can see. So, might not be too happy about that, but mill circles can be pretty interesting because you can often have like 4 or 5 teams pretty much on top of each other. You know, one on the roof, one inside of the rooms inside of the mill, one outside of the room in mill, and like there's just all these little nooks and crannies that you can hide in around the mill. So I do like when we get mill finishes. I think they're always pretty fun to watch. The little micro movements and intricacies of where teams position themselves can actually make a big difference.
I love the center locations, especially when you have someone playing towards the staircase and keeping an eye on the door. It gets really exciting. And you mentioned it. Many vacancies to be applied, and Golden Sage looking to apply their own kind of lot here and call this place their home. Only problem, Popcorn is waiting for them. Golden Sage having to get on the way. Moby solo already on the HP, looks for the battery, and it's Phoenix instead pushing on forward. Golden Sage looking to play the aggressors here, still fended off by Popcorn though. Thermite grenade yet again, just throwing a line to keep them out. And Popcorn is just so restrained here. They have the cat, they can go for the barricades, and they're keeping Golden Sage out as much as possible.
Yep, but you know, as you can see, Golden Sage are able to play on the roof as well when necessary, but any one of these little spots is definitely playable. Exactly where Golden Sage have ended up, I think you can stay here as long as you're not obviously entered by another team. It's definitely going to be playable later on in the game. You know, also sort of depends on how the circle does pull in, where teams are going to end up sitting. Do they have angles on that? But I think for the most part, they're going to be okay there if they just lock that spot down. Moist, on the other hand, well, again, they're just really in the wars in this game, aren't they? They just cannot seem to get it going, and Empty goes down. Straight away, he's finished off as well, even before the wall goes up. That's now the second or third time Moist have tried to push their way across into market, and they've just been absolutely booked this time by LG on that cross. So even though they get that initial knock onto Hermagurt, they cannot completely punish for it and lose a member of their own. It's got to be a bit of a tilting game so far here for Moist.
And might get worse. 20th guarantees right behind them, and Moist Esports looking to get the hell out of there. You mentioned it, LG was just taking opportunity after opportunity. Pricey's already down. Wolsey, a single HP now, goes for the battery right behind the door. But this is perhaps the demise of Moist Esports. 20th guaranteed is knocking on their doorstep here. They're just getting all the loot that they can. They're getting ready now, but Wolsey, what can he even do by this point? Because everyone is still keeping him in check this time.
He's got to try to keep his head down somehow. Oh my god. Making their cross as well. I mean, is no one learning? I don't understand. Why are so many teams trying to make that run? They're all just getting absolutely wrecked by LG.
Oh. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? And how many times do you get hit by the cross by LG? That charge rifle has been getting so much value again and again. And both Moist Esports and Ermagard are completely corralled by this fact. It's still this standoff. It's still this setup. And Let's Go will not let go of this spot at all here.
804 damage right now for one of the members. So
no.
They're really farming up a storm. Here's some good damage coming down from the Havoc there of Tix as well. Racking a couple of members.
Oh. Look, Hermagard eliminates 20th guaranteed. But there's still another challenger coming their way. You lose 20th guaranteed, now Fate is nearby to knock on the doorstep of Moist and Hermagard. And it's just deja vu over and over and over again until finally the ring will force some of these fortifications to mobilize. Moist Esports, though, completely worse for wear. You got Ermagard also losing one early, as you mentioned, and now Onyx and Casual is having a bit of a scuffle right now, but it's really that transit. Whoever goes for the south side of Mill first, will they get caught by the sniping potential of teams like LG, as well as Dewa United, if ever?
When are all these teams going to have to move, though? That's what I'm interested in. A minute 40.
Yeah.
And then all of the teams down below Onyx are going to have to move. Now, obviously, Onyx on top of Godrock. We did say maybe a little bit annoyed that they moved out of the mill, but still in a really good spot here to pick up a lot of points on the rotations from the teams below them. But they'll also have to bear in mind that they're going to have to move as well. So you can kind of see Fussy already there doing a bit of scouting, seeing what he can do in terms of getting info on their rotation path, where they're going to come in, how they're going to kind of push their way into the mill. I think I saw that they had a Bangalore there on Fussy, so maybe that'll help. No skyward dive, obviously, but the smokes can allow them to cross a little bit more comfortably in some cases. So, see how this one works out for Onyx. I'm really interested to see how they play this out, and I'm also really interested to see how all those teams down near the market building are going to... I mean, how do you get out of there without losing a member? It's going to be really tough.
Exactly that. They have a lot of utility for the cross for Onyx. And speaking of now on the southeast side, Fate decided to go for the wraparound and wanted to get away from the Oh My God location. And they have to deal with the ADL Wolves instead. Moist Esports, though, now eliminated so early on 17th place. It has to hurt. Oh My God, just clearing things out and getting the loot from those bodies. 505 still in the armory, but case in point, it's Moist Esports, the center of attention, the center of all the chaos, and they are caught in the crossfire one more time.
Vader on their way. Set of reds there on my Ansu. They keep it to the low ground, so they're kind of flying under the radar a little bit. No one's really looking at them. No one's really interested in what Fate is doing. That will allow them to get quite close up behind Booram, and Booram not aware at all. Up a huge chunk of damage right there. You can see the Bangalore ulti go down to continue that pressure. There's a catalyst wall up to try to provide some space for Booram, but Fate are really hot on their heels at the moment.
Time throws out the Rolling Thunder, and now they're gonna give chase. Black Hole gonna be there too, and Onyx Esports on the other side being pelleted here by missiles by 505 at the same time. All about the transfers here. Eventually, the market locators will have to get the hell out of there, and it's moving over to the mill instead. Buram already on the inside on the Esports, trying to find any kind of spot here away from 505, who is still giving chase. Fate there over onto the east as well. Devil United keeping an eye out of all of this too, but it's Onyx as well as 505 that we need to keep an eye out on. The catwall now into play, providing cover. It's 505 who's caught in the crossfire. It seems like LG yet again bringing a bit of that damage, but it's Onyx who stays alive in their spot.
I think they can get the revive onto Raki here pretty comfortably. You got the smokes down, you got the catalyst wall up. Onyx, if nothing else, have been able to get a couple of kill points here, but they've still got a bit of movement and shaking needing to be done to get a pretty decent placement in this round. They've got to get their way into the mill. Tossing the helmet around to Eddie, who needs it to charge up that ulti a little bit quicker. Good heads up play from them, but every time they peek their head around this rock, they're taking damage. Almost losing members. Raki and Fussy both down on the ground. Do they get punished for this? I don't think so, actually. Based on the position of other teams, I'm not sure anyone's going to be able to push them, so... I mean, it's going to take them time to reset, obviously, but they've still got time. They've got 50 seconds before the zone moves.
Still a heartbeat and the focus of attention to try and interrupt those meds as much as possible, but Buram United have found cover away from Let's Go, and now they're keeping the pressure on towards Onyx instead. They just want to confirm these kills by this point. The charge rifle from Gobgaps bringing in the pain. It has the sight lines now onto the down targets, keeping up the pressure. The wall's here too. It's Buram United looking to get a bit of vengeance for the last ring from that last map. Gopcaps eventually confirming the kill onto Fussy. Can Onyx get the hell out of there? That's the question. Shady needs to get this battery in time, but Onyx Esports hunted down, taken down. It's Demo confirms the kill, but Buram United so happy to get that wipe too.
Yeah, well done from Buram. They recognized that Onyx was under the pump. They were under pressure. And look, Onyx just makes that one mistake that kind of cost them. They lose those two members when they really couldn't afford it. It's always going to be difficult to get a reset off in that scenario. I thought they might be okay because I thought Buram didn't quite have an angle, but turns out they did. And Buram, they sense the blood in the water and they strike. Now they were united on their way into a mill. Just absolute send. Love that.
I'm liking what Buram's trying to do here. Also follow suit where Dewa United came from. They still have the wall that they left behind to actually utilize if ever. Let's Go has been the overseer so far of these kind of rotations. And eventually Gopcap's now going to get taken on down. Truth Esports still flying on high, getting on top of Mizzle as well. So much value there for Let's Go all throughout this map so far. Pan also bringing in the damage. Aflo bringing also the scout here. But Akuma still inside now. They're so fortified. They're so ready for whatever is there to come. Dewa United looking for a spot to invade, but Eternal Photon's eliminated. Buram is hurting, and that just might be their own demise. ADL Wolves, they're trying here at least to find any kind of targets, but anyone caught outside mill is getting punished heavily for it here.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's just the way it is sometimes. ADL Wolves down to just one member. Your XP, he's going to use the down shields as a bit of cover. I'm not really sure there's going to be a world here where ADL gets out of this alive. But this is what I love about the mill circles. You just got all these random spots you can play up on top of the roofs and such like that. And then the player's going to pop up like that. Kizix, he knocks one. Popcorn down to 2 themselves have got a pretty difficult road ahead.
What ambition did we just see there from Popcorn? Deciding to get the hell in there. Harmagado still having Savior nearby, throwing a few Arc Stars too. And there's pressure so much applied here to the South Mill. Eventually, the Arc Stars do the damage. Harmagado trying to go for the climb. Let's Go though, looking to get the confirmation. Popcorn gonna get eliminated, but there's still one lurking on top of the roof. Savior still bringing in the damage. Let's Go has to watch their heavens here. And can they stay alive though? That's the question. The Nemesis bringing in more of the pain. Suddenly the Eva 8 is out to close quarter. Savior desperate to get the armor swap. Gets it in time. And can he do it here against the Seer? Will it pan out? No. Let's Go gets it done. And they still survive as a duo.
Oh, what a crazy fight that was. He got the armor swap off and I thought, all right, he's won it. And then he just turns around and does like 8 damage or something with that Eva 8 shot. And then he's got no ammo. He's trying to punch. Well, good try, but not good enough in the end. Let's Go. As a duo, we'll try to cross to the northern side of the mill. But they've got to go further than that. Zone still pushing at their backs. This is going to be a real gauntlet run. Right over the top of the mill on the roofs. They're pushed at their backs by the zone. They've got to go. And that's not going to work out for one. The other, though, still continuing to push forward.
Crazy Kong gets the hell out of there, but because of Savior's antics, they were thinking about the resurrection, and eventually Dewa United hunt them down, take the western flank from themselves. Now this brings them to the south side of the ring, and it's the last 5 squads remaining. MDY White has been playing position for so long already, and they've just been witnesses to all the chaos in the mill. Akuma Truth, as well as IBG, so close to one another. Akuma yet again blessed by the ring RNG, but they might be forced out soon by Truth Esports, also keeping an eye out.
They're really just trying to play the long game here, aren't they? GG Threats getting a bit of info. You can see a couple of members there across, and obviously these shots starting to come through as well. Truth are really in a spot of bother here, but at least they're being able to hold strong. Akuma, they just ran into the blender and get deleted. 20 seconds on that zone push. You'll get some armor swaps off there. And Akuma, that was a big mistake.
Well, pushed by Truth Esports, but unfortunately for them, the victimizers become the victims if this goes the way of IBG. And there you go, Dewa United rather will get the takedowns. IBG next on the list, and MDY White, they're just eating popcorn right now, watching for all of these contacts to happen, and they're now looking to close out that gap. And this round, especially IBG hurting. You can see though that Dewa United absolutely cornered inside the mill. Only one left. It's Jaro trying to stay alive. Look for the armor swaps even, but MDY White, they're just there. They're there for the cleanup duty. They're there for the win, and no one can swap MDY White box point. They are your champions yet again. Timing is everything, and watching, waiting, and winning is the call.
I mean, that was so funny watching that because Jaro was trying to play for the second. He couldn't last long enough. I think it was a Dewa that came second there as well. They were playing for second. Yeah, it was Dewa and IBG were both like, they were so obviously both just trying to play for the second there and hope that they could survive long enough to get those extra placement points. They knew they weren't getting the win. MDY White, their position just far too superior. Plays out again very similarly to the way MDY won a little bit earlier on World's Edge, where they just take a bit of a chill pill, take a step back, and they're able to walk away with the win quite comfortably when everyone else has finished one another off. So Look, I'm pretty happy though with the result of the teams that walk away with the win there, especially considering both Onic and Moist really kind of failed to deliver there. Moist got 3 kills, 17th place. Onic 2 kills, 14th place. So they haven't really improved upon their scoreboard all that much, which means the top end of the scoreboard going into this final game on Storm Point, considering especially that MDY White picks up a lot of points there, IBG also picks up a decent amount of points, is going to be really interesting. There's going to be a lot of teams that can potentially actually win this lobby with a win in the next game.
Yeah, changing of the guard, honestly, we noticed Onic and Moist had that stellar run last time around. Not going to happen here with MDY Whites. Truly learning the lessons. They saw the stats, man. They saw, why do we only have kill points? Where are our placement points? And now, yet again, same thing that we saw from that Skyhood map. They just stay away from the carnage that is about to happen. They know immediately that there's so many teams in one certain location, and they just read the ring so well that, okay, it's gonna happen. They're all gonna converge anyway, and they're all gonna bum rush to where we're stationed. Big efforts, though, from the likes of Devil United and Our Blood Gaming. Our Blood Gaming, this is the form that we're looking for. It's good to see them back. Devil United, I love how they had that whole western side. And as we check out the scoreboard, maybe one team you also can see rocket up the standings right now was Let's Go, who took opportunity after opportunity in getting those points. So they make it towards 10th place, but I feel like that 1 and 2 spot right now is something you want to talk about here, Elfish.
Yeah, definitely. 1 point between them, but IBG, what a return to form it would be for them if they were able to top this lobby. I'd also make the argument, I think I did on day 1, that this lobby is probably the most stacked lobby of the 3 potentials that we can get. A versus V, B versus C, or A versus C. I think A and B are the 2 stacked, kind of more stacked groups. So if you top this lobby, in my opinion, that's a really, really good shout. But obviously a bit of work to do in that respect. We've still got 1 game to go, so we'll see if they can stave off Onic. And obviously, even for the teams sort of sitting in 3rd and 4th, there's still a world where they potentially could get enough points to topple 1st place as well. Just kind of depends on what those teams in 1st and 2nd kind of do. I feel like if you're in 1st or 2nd, IBG or Onic, Destiny's a little bit in your own hands. If you're below that, you can still win this lobby, but you're going to need things to go your way. You're going to need probably to win the game and then hope that either Onic or IBG is, not inside the top 3 or 4 or 5 maybe placements. So either way, lots to talk about. We'll get to that in just a moment. We do have to jump into a break, but don't go too far away. The final game of this lobby is coming up right after this. I'll be. Welcome back. It's Groups A and B here for ALGS APAC South, and we're into the final game of this first lobby for the day. If you're not new, or if you are new to APAC South, you will be aware we do still have another whole lobby, so another whole 6 games right after this one coming up. Now, bad news that I do have for you guys at home is that we do have a reset for this game. We were about to jump straight into it. Would have been great. We've been having such a good run, but you know, it wouldn't be an APAC South day of ALGS if we didn't have a couple of lobby resets, Dax.
We were almost there. I honestly thought it was because we had Genome for the other days. He was the cursed one, but no. Just APAC South things. It is what it is. But this does give us a little bit of time to talk about what has happened so far. And truth be told, it's been such a good run here for IBG. They've gotten back to the form that we expected from them. We've gotten some better decisions in terms of the games. We've also seen them take some dubs along the way. But on the other side, another team to have to mention, MDY White, same kind of improvement, realized what the problem was last time around, and they have rectified it here in this lobby.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously quite tight towards the top end. I do want to have a quick look back again and see exactly how tight those numbers are, because I didn't quite get a great look at it before we went into the break, but I'm having a quick little squiz here. But I mean, yeah, honestly things are still looking like it could be probably down to 4th. I don't know if I'm going to give it to ADL Wolves to go plus 22 points on top of IBG this game. I think that's probably too much of a stretch to ask. The reason I say it's possible is because like I still kind of consider Moist to be the best team in this region. So if anyone's going to be able to come back from an 18-point deficit in one game, I'm going to give it to Moist to do it. They could have a massive game and just, you know, maybe IBG, Onic, MDY have a pretty rough one. But in reality, we're probably looking at a 2-horse race for first and then everyone else fighting for third, which is, I mean, all the way down, right? There's so many teams that could still potentially challenge for a 3rd spot.
Yeah, I think from 3 to maybe 7 in the easier realm. After that, 8 to 10 if ever. But in the meantime, I'm just really wondering right now, some of the teams that we have here at the bottom side, not the best day at the office for Hermaged to finally find a full roster. And one team we talked about a while ago who is showing levels of consistency, Eternal Photon, all the way to 19th place. So it really just goes to show, just having that kind of one bad day, it really hurts what you're trying to do. And this gives openings right now for ADL Wolves that we mentioned, with openings for Truth Esports, and perhaps even more other of these teams that can bridge that gap and go even further the scoreboard itself. Yeah,
all right. Let's talk Onic a little bit, because they are one of these top 2 teams that's trying to jostle for first spot in this lobby. And actually, in fact, I think they're currently situated as the #1 team in this split of ALGS APAC South. Pretty cool roster. I mean, I'm happy with what we're seeing from them. I think even going back to when they were Boogie Boarders and they initially sort of came through into APAC South, I was quite excited to see what they could do, because it was 3 experienced members just kind of coming together for the first time. And you know, obviously Fussy being able to go overseas with Sukaraiku, I really rate him as an individual. And I think they've really held up quite a good level. Even now, they've been picked up by Onic, obviously. They went overseas again. They placed 7th at the Split 1 playoffs, which is, to be honest, way better than I expected from pretty much any team from this region, except for maybe Moist. And yet, they've been able to fly that flag quite nicely. So, really well done from them. And they're kind of continuing to keep that pace up here within the APAC South region. So, I don't know. I don't want to say necessarily that they're a shoo-in to be going overseas again. I think it's still a little bit too early to be calling that, but they definitely are at the end of this week. If they keep the pace up that they are so far, you know, if they win this lobby, or even if they take 2nd in this lobby, which it seems like is almost guaranteed, they are definitely putting themselves in a really good spot to take one of those 4 spots through pretty comfortably.
Yeah, truth be told, I genuinely feel like Onic can be up to par to Moy. Like, the way that we've been seeing them improve, the way that they had those low expectations for Boogie Borders, they did incredible, made it to the land, did even better there. It's that shift in mindset. We've said that about Moist Esports, wherein they need to prove that they are the leaders of APAC South. But if it isn't gonna be them, it can be Onyx, who has had that good position. And if I remember correctly, I think I watched a bit of an interview with Fussy, and he did mention that in terms of the land, the expectations weren't as high. But now moving back to APAC South, now the mindset is different. Now that they know that they can actually get everything done, they will look to do so here and now in our splits.
Yeah, let's take a look at the top kills for today as well. It's going to be Pana coming through from IBG, 15 kills today. Not a bad shout. Pretty decent damage getting put down there as well. So obviously IBG having a much better day today than what they have in the first couple of weeks. I think they changed things up a little bit. Maybe they've been given a bit of extra time now as well to start to mesh together as well. So obviously looking much better for IBG, and back to the level at which we hoped to see from them in week 1. Unfortunate reality is they may not have given themselves enough room to work with to take one of those 4 auto spots overseas. They might still have to kind of fight for the final last chance qualifying slot, but you know, the way they're performing right now, definitely possible that they could win that last chance qual and still go over and sort of go back to back in terms of international appearances, even though the last one didn't go so well for them.
Yeah, sounds like par for the course for history of APAC South. The Australian teams really setting a bit of the standard, and there's a lot of expectation for them to be at the top. So if they don't reach that in the first place, it's opportunity and questions that do get brought up here into our lobby. And speaking of, we're into the game for real this time, ladies and gentlemen. Final match of the day between groups A and B, but of course we have still 6 more maps to go on later on. Looking at our flight path, we just crossed through the middle from Stormcatcher to the mill, and as per usual, nothing really too different in terms of the flight paths. In terms of the drops, it's pretty much what we said a while ago early on. I do wonder though what else we can get here from the checkpoint area, because I was about to say, I feel like the ring is gonna be pretty similar from what we saw a while ago at the start. And case in point, from checkpoint to Cascade Falls, it does seem like it's the center of the map and the place to be at.
Yeah, look, I know there was a bit of conversation last game around Onyx not having a ring console, but they've got one this time, so no excuses. We'll have to see what they're going to be able to do coming through from Mill, but yeah, definitely all eyes right now on Onyx, all eyes on IBG. And then MDY White and Moist maybe as a bit of an outside chance if they have a really big game here. Moist also have a ring console. See where MDY White, yeah, they've also got that info coming through as well. So pretty much all the big name teams. Where's IBG? What are they up to? Have they got a ring console?
And they're towards the wall area, I believe, and
Oh, they do not.
they don't have one right now accessible. But if they realize rotations are going to the south side, and especially if they notice that Moist Esports is already from Cascade Falls, that might be the call to action. Inside the ring though, in a good spot, you can see already Moist Esports looking to transit through the tunnel, especially just to get a good location. But we're watching MDY White right now, and maybe this will be the first time we see them, and then 20 minutes later we'll see them again just to get the win, right?
Yeah, I mean, they are, again, one of those teams that doesn't tend to get into a lot of those early fights, and they don't get a lot of broadcast time because of that. But then they just pop up randomly and like, oh, right, MDY White's still alive. They're going to win this game now, I guess. So they should have a pretty good idea of what they want to be doing as well. They got early ring information there, sort of following in the footsteps almost of Moist now. If they do opt to take that early rotation in, they should probably beat about 50% of the lobby, but they are certainly taking their time. This is interesting, though, because Onyx and Moist have both opted to rotate into the exact same building, and Onyx literally made it by, what do you say, 2, 3, 4 seconds earlier than Moist? And now, look at the minimap.
And now they're trying to find somewhere else. Both of them. Onyx also transiting to the north side. They're going to go for the compound there instead. And Moist Esports, on the other hand, might just have to deal with the building underneath the checkpoint area. So they know Onyx is nearby. They know the rotation. They know that team has
Onyx
to be
greedy
from the mill. And it's already aggression. Moist Esports keeping an eye out. Onyx Esports, they want to be ambitious here, but it's a split right now here, Elfish. 2 in the front. Onyx 1 behind, and they have to be careful because Moist can coordinate and fortify the way they want to.
I mean, I don't know that Onyx knows that that's Moist, but I think they would assume that that is Moist, knowing that that's a fast rotate, that team came from the direction of Cascade Falls. You'd put 2 and 2 together there if you're Onyx and say, all right, that's probably Moist. If we can gatekeep them out of these buildings and stop them from getting into one of these 2 buildings that they would have preferred to go to, maybe we cut off one of our closest competitors to finish this lobby off, and then we really only have to sort of worry about MDY White and IBG, what they're doing. So in the end, Moist have had to take, I guess, probably what would have ended up being their 3rd option instead of their 1st or 2nd.
Oh no, but here we go again. Moist Esports, they're dealing with 2 other squads also. Let's Go getting in there. Buriram United, the same kind of case. We saw a while ago Truth Esports hampering the MDY White rotation, but with Let's Go on the outskirts, they're just trying to run into cover, and they run into Onyx Esports instead. Buriram United keeping an eye out on what's going on, but Onyx Esports wants to reap the rewards. 2 down already here for Let's Go. They're gonna be set on a wave perhaps. Fussy down though. Crazy Kong still fighting on back, and does he even stand a chance in the 1v2 slate? Not gonna happen. Onyx loses a member though, and that's already a vital damage. Res beacons nearby, as you mentioned, and the problem yet again of being way too ambitious in that push.
Yeah, this is going to be absolute chaos right now for Onyx. It does look like they're trying to get that revive. They didn't actually decide to go for the revive just yet. Let's see what they're thinking. Finally, that respawn comes through.
Please get relegated.
Directly in the building and wait for fucking...
Well, yeah.
This is like not pushing them. You see anyone mill side?
No, I wasn't looking though.
No, it's fine. There's a car
They're
there.
getting served, yeah. I'm trying to loot.
Alright,
I want my box.
let Fussy loot first.
Just let me-
I'm with you.
This is my box. As soon as I get this, I'm good. Yeah, well, most are right about them backcutting on their fucking demons. That's my bad though. The seer ran all the way around and came back, bro.
Yeah.
I was so fucking.
So many
greedy.
cells in this box.
Yeah, I
You
need.
hard fuck these up.
We got all 3 kills though, so that's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start moving loot in this fucking room.
Yeah. A car this way.
Bro, my nose
Yeah.
is blocked. There's another car over there.
I'm getting smoked, yeah.
That was my smoke.
Hey.
Grab them.
Great for a
Phoenix
tactical
in here, I'm
advantage.
grabbing them. Still 10 cells in this fucking box. Bro, I fucking beamed the shit out of that guy.
Nice.
Yeah, nice.
That seal actually got fucking stat.
I brought an Alt XL. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
pop it.
No, we don't need to.
I got God Helm anyway. I'm bringing some more cells in.
I'm
2 Alt
12,
XLs.
so-
All right, well, seems to be pretty relaxed for Onyx, and they're doing what you got to do when you're playing center zone. They're starting to ferry all that loot into the building, set up a bit of a fortress. It's carrying along quite nicely. A bit of a speed bump there, but they've gotten along, and they're on their way.
Good location for the resurrection anyway, so seems like Onyx maybe chilling on out for now. ADL Wolves, though, they have a bit of trouble here towards the north side by the trenches. Golden Sage is their contact, and they are actually interrupting the transit moving into checkpoint if ever. And while this happens, MDY White, same kind of case, looking for a bit of opportunity to third party. We have here ADL still, though, outside of the ring, trying to get back inside, but Golden Sage, so prepared with so many corners. And MDY White is going for it, wrapping around now with the Valk ult, trying to get in a different location. And it seems like since there's chaos between these 2 squads, they move towards the north of checkpoint instead. And Idol Wolves, though, they're hurt, they're damaged, and the Golden Sage boys are pushing on in. Here comes the rest of pressure. ADL Wolves just dying left and right. 2 still up here for Golden Sage. It has been a bit costly, sure, but the ADL Wolves and their survive, not gonna happen. Golden Sage wins the fight.
No, but I think MDY White, honestly, are the big winners out of that one. They go right over the top, and they've set themselves up inside of checkpoint now. They're not in an amazing position. They're still on the low ground, but it's playable. We'll have a look and see what 505 is doing right now down on the southern side of the map. They've got themselves stuck in a fight over market with Hermagerd.
Yeah, same kind of location here for Hermagerd. Very familiar territory. And the shot yet again from Savior Heaver to at least bring in the damage. Eternal Photon They also have a bit of contact right now. MDY White as well as inside the ring nearby. And Eternal Photon is just an overlook duty. They've heard the chaos happening down below. MDY White already lost one because of the initial location there inside the ring. 505 though, still bringing the fight here. Smokes into play. Focus of attention, trying that intel. Sees already the flights now. Forgotten, giving chase. Getting over to that second floor. Wanted to go for Valkyrie first and foremost. Door shut down on him. Now he's trapped. Now he's cornered. And well done there by the side of Urmagund. But still the damage being done by Mexius. It will still be a contact here. Still be the conflict. 2v2 right now. Urmagund fighting back though inside the smoke. It's utter chaos on the inside. The black hole gonna be there too. Sucking in the players. And Urmagund engulfed now by 505 in the end.
That was such a nice bait and switch, but it doesn't matter in the end anyway. 505 are going to walk away with the fight victory now. 20th guaranteed, making short work of casuals. And have we finally restored a bit of equilibrium to this lobby? Are all the early game fights done, guys? Like, are we sorted? Can we just get some rotations happening now? Seems like that's the case.
It's such a far cry from what's been going on for the past 5 maps. It's finally time to get chaos going in early on. And look at Fate fly. They see 20th guaranteed. Throwing out a few arc starts down their way. Black Hole gonna get lobbed to 20th guaranteed. Absolutely in trouble. The lift, the focus of attention. All about interruptions right now, courtesy of Fate. And this is where they're strongest, when they can play the aggressive angle. 20th guaranteed though. Try at least to find a way to disengage the Rolling Thunder lobbed at them at the same time. Fate with the high ground. Just easily peppering the opposition. It's Fate though looking for the kills. It's Rat Cakes down and out already. And then we see here for 20th guaranteed, trying to climb that staircase. They will fall flat on their faces. Fate will take them down.
Yeah, really nice PK shots coming through there from 23 ticks. Very solid stuff. And Fate still trying to fly that flag for the Philippines and see what they can get done in this lobby. They're not going down without a fight. Akuma does, however. Hands of X and Y, who are starting to carve out their little portion of the zone on the northwestern side. Not the greatest spot to be in, but it's actually quite a quiet area of the map. Doesn't look like they're going to be super contested, so they might be able to keep their heads down and play for some placements a little bit later on.
We see it for these long rotators, right? That they need to win those decisive battles just to make it towards the ring. Fate, they have so much distance still to bridge if ever. We saw Devil United. Seems like the plan is to just transit the hell out of there with 505 awaiting into the compound to their south side. But beyond that, you look back at the ring. Onyx Esports, Moist Esports have carved a small partition for themselves inside the ring, and MDY White still looking for each other, and eventually inside the ring have seeked and destroyed their opponents. So Eternal Photon has so much control still of the checkpoint. They will back on the way to the western flank, and with the new ring now being revealed, Onyx Esports again on point and in position with a good spot to start things off with.
Yeah, IBG only just now starting to come in. They're in really late. You know where they want to end up, but I'm not sure how they're going to get there. You'll see them on the minimap coming in from Cascade. It's taken them a while to make that rotation. They were United on the move as well. Bit of a favorable pull for them. Does mean that they can potentially still just play outside of checkpoint itself. Moist Esports won't have to move yet, but they will have to move later. And what's really interesting about this as well is if you remember that early contest between Onyx and Moist, and how Onyx bullied Moist out of those buildings that... Not sure what you really call the buildings. I'll call them the bubble buildings just for the sake of argument, because they look a bit like bubbles. But those bubble buildings. Yeah, the triple bubs. Moist could have been in one of those. The southern building was the one that they were going for. But Onyx bullied them away from that. Now Onyx sort of set up shop in the northern bubble building.
Yep.
And Moist is actually outside of the next zone. So Moist is going to have to move, and that could well be the difference between them potentially still challenging for a win in this lobby and just kind of bowing out. But the way things are looking at the moment, you have to say Onyx is in pole position to win this lobby.
Absolutely. The long run really works out here for Onyx, basically, and since it's free real estate, It will be Dell United and Popcorn taking those bubble buildings instead. 505 though in the meantime, caught out here by X and Y, who has been holding that western flank for quite a while. They're still under pressure though. Truth Esports and Golden Sage perhaps looking to converge as well. 505 given chances right now to reset themselves. And as Golden Sage notices the opportunity, they're gonna throw out the wall as well. X and Y gonna be in trouble here as Golden Sage are in position yet again. Exhibit can get thrown, looking to go for a bit of that intel. X and Y does fight on back on the opposite end here by the waters, trying to cross and bridge the bridge itself. Smoke's gonna be into play. X and Y on the inside still. Perhaps an opportunity from the center. Move towards the staircase. They're playing against the wall though. You can see the Golden Stage are fortified, but they are gonna get knocked down on one. Teddy though, getting 2 for troubles. Can he get the third? Yes, it does. It's all Teddy all day, and X and Y is gone now.
Gone, and Golden Sage is going to get the opportunity to try and make a reset happen here. It looks like they'll get that off pretty comfortably in the end. Nice loot boxes all over the place for them to play with. We have a couple of members from 505 having a look in this direction, but 505 is just a duo. They lost a V earlier on in the piece, so I'd be surprised if they really tried to contest this. There is going to be the Bangalore ult down and a smoke or two, but my gut feeling is that this is just 505 trying to find a position inside the zone rather than actually really trying to take that challenge against Golden Sage.
Oh no, yeah, they were looking for the timing, but already Golden Stage fully reset. Good position to just get away there. And 505 desperate to just try to crack that armor as much as possible. And look who's waiting for opportunity right behind them. Both IBG and Fate now effectively gate kept by Dewa United. Might see each other. The long rotators finally getting into the action. And speaking of Our Blood Gaming, one of our contenders to the crown this time around. They're pushing now. Big damage being done yet again by the front line. Jara gonna be there too to help on out. The wall is there though to provide a bit of cover. Maybe dance around it. Cross on through to the other side. IBG already knocking down my Antu. And Fate has to give space. Ike so low. His shield completely cracked. No more armor here whatsoever for Fate. And is this going to be their destiny to fall to the hands of IBG? Focus of attention yet again. Third party coming on in. Fate eliminated. But 505 wants a piece of the action. They want to get these takedowns too. But matches will fall still. IBG unrelenting. Unbeatable right now. A 3v1 scenario versus Forgotten, who's still being searched for. Who might be found here. IBG still in cover. But it's already Iron Blood Gaming providing the action, providing the kills for themselves, and getting the wins that they need to keep on going.
Yeah, that's more like Iron Wall Gaming at that point, because they've just gone through 2 teams. Yeah, sure, 505 was a duo only, but IBG, they really got tested there, and they've held strong. They didn't even lose a member. No one fell to the floor. They don't need to really take that time to get the res, and, you know, the reset's a lot quicker as a result of that. So they've just picked up a huge number of points in a very quick amount of time, and that should kind of put Onyx on notice. Unfortunately, obviously, Onyx not aware of that. We do still play anonymous mode, so I guess Onyx at this point just have to play out their own game. But now it starts to get a bit interesting if we're kind of counting the points. Who's doing a little better at the moment? I actually would make the argument, I think that it's IBG. Onyx have got 3 kills, I'm pretty sure, and IBG have gotten 5. So it's going to come down to potentially the placements, and obviously that one extra point that... was it IBG that came in with 1 point over Onyx? I think. Yeah, it was. So IBG had 1 point above Onyx going into this game. Now they've gotten a couple of extra kills, maybe a few extra kills in this game so far, but placement points and how many kills still come flowing through to both those teams is going to be a big difference maker in who actually ends up winning this lobby.
Yeah, I think if both squads die right now, it will be IBG who takes the dub. But here we go again. Moist Esports in transit. They will meet Onyx Esports now. Battle of the MVPs, perhaps. It's going to be all about the Rolling Thunder and Moist Esports disengaging already. Pricey still on the HP. Convergence also from Eternal Photon, as well as inside the ring. Pricey now will fall. Moist Esports yet again. Everyone looking at them. Center of attention. Absolutely dangerous locations as Onyx Esports is swarming right now to try and find these targets inside the ring. Though still fighting. It's Raki finds MT. Onyx with another one on the board. Golden Stage also wants a piece of the action. It's going to be 3 squads nearby each other here. Make that a 4th with Golden Stage even in one single building. But can Eternal Photon survive? That's the question. Moist Esports capitalizing on the chaos. Golden Stage is right under them too. And Onyx desperate to get on the inside here. Golden Stage looking for even more of the opportunity as much as possible. Eternal Photon though dealing with what is brought out here by Onyx. And you can see for Hollow Holiday. You can see from the rampart the damage being done by the fortifications themselves. Eternal Photon to survive on the inside. Onyx, though, at the very least, trying to go for the confirm and the clear. Eternal Photon will no longer be Eternal here. Dead to rights. Moist survived with Voltsy hiding on the side.
Hiding on the roof. Onyx have just had their IBG moment there, their Iron Wall moment. All the teams trying to push into Onyx building, and eventually Onyx comes out on top. Voltsy gets spotted out. I would say I think Voltsy and the rest of Moist have done enough to take third. MDY White did get knocked out a little bit earlier on in the piece, and obviously they weren't really in a position to be contesting for second or third, so I'd have to guess it's MDY 4 and Moist in 3, unless there's some shenanigans still coming through from one of those other middle of the pack teams. 80 or Wolves, I think, are dead.
Yep.
They're not a factor. Truth are gone. 505 are gone. Booram might be able to do something, potentially, if they have a good finish here, but yeah, I mean, what's really interesting about this, of course, is Onyx and IBG both still alive, both still fighting for that first place, and it could actually come down to just those two teams in a 3-on-3 to win this game and potentially win the lobby.
Like, the battle for third, more or less set unless Buriram decides to win this all and suddenly surprise everyone. Instead, we watch out for Onyx and Ironblood Gaming on opposite angles of the ring. And speaking of, Ironblood Gaming going after Devil United now, looking to clear out the southwest compound for themselves. There's already Kisses going on over. Player K is A-OK. Damage being done. It's Ironblood Gaming going for the confirms. Devil United desperate to survive right now, but the ring is their enemy. It still will be IBG there too. Bass finds a small little angle, small little crevice to survive, but the wipeout is clear. Onyx gone also because of that northern side. So it's Ironblood Gaming now in control of this lobby. It's up to them to secure this win.
Yeah, look, I'm pretty sure they might have already secured the win. I think they were ahead on points of Onyx at that point, and the fact that Onyx is now gone means that, well, it can only get better from here for IBG, but let's not call it just yet. Presumption is IBG wins, but they'll have to do as much as they can to get as many points on the board just to ensure it. But what a change up this has been from week to week for IPG. Coming into today, I had no faith, or at least very little faith, but they have proven that they can still win a lobby in APAC South. And I did say there's no world ever where a team goes and wins 4 lobbies in a row, but hey, IBG, this is the way to start it. 1 out of 4. They're going to have to do more than that, of course, to keep themselves in the discussion for the season as a whole. But yeah, this is a really nice, refreshing return to form for them. And of course, Buriram on our screens right now. Big talking point. Potentially still a world where they could jump themselves up into the top 3 if they can maybe get a win here. Not sure how many kills they've got right now, but we'll keep it in mind. If they can get a lot of points right now to close this game out, maybe they still have enough leeway to play with for a top 3 in this lobby.
A decent result here for Buriram will help them out in the long run. They still have to deal with Popcorn close by though, and IBG and Golden Stage in the meantime having their own kind of contact. We get 2 isolated duels right now, but Golden Stage, they still want to go after that third party versus Popcorn and Buriram United, and IBG lurking in the way. It seems like though, it's a bit of that vantage point right now. Golden Stage gonna be a witness. Ironblood Gaming swarming still, hiding on the down low. That's the thing, so they're keeping cover in check. They see the wall being set on up, and Golden Stage right now knows something's a little bit amiss, but they're not going to overcommit. Buriram and Popcorn, the eyes are on them instead.
Well, Buriram keeping themselves out of this fight as much as possible. 3 teams remaining. Wall does go down. That's going to open up the angles. Great beam in there from Phoenix. Popcorn eliminated, of course, but you've still got a couple to get through right here, and it's not going well for Buriram. Down to the final 2 teams. IBG, is this their victory lap, or can Golden Sage play spoiler?
Yeah, Golden Stage has the high ground, that's for sure. IBG disengaging, going down below instead, and they're waiting for that ring to collapse on itself. Still less than a minute remaining. The wall, though, set on up. IBG providing themselves a bit of cover. Phoenix, though, quite
they have to come off the top.
A chance, sure, for the reset, but you mentioned it. They have to drop on down. Golden Stage needs to bring the fight to Ironblood Gaming, and you can see already damage being done as they drop on down. Red armor being cracked. Golden Stage hurting here because of the ring. They have such a small angle of opportunity. It's IBG holding close, holding the corner, and holding it down. Pan and Player K with the takedowns already, and Ironblood Gaming, not just your champion for the map, but the champion of the lobby. This is their return to glory.
Yeah, man, Aussies love playing from the low ground, and you know, you saw it with Dark Zero / Reignite when they won internationally that first time. IBG right here, they play the low ground once again. and walk away with the victory. Really well played from IBG in that scenario as well. They just kept their heads tucked down. They knew if they didn't take any peaks, traditionally you'd say, oh yeah, high ground has the advantage, but when you're actually the one having to come down off the top, you're not really being given the opportunity to do that damage while you're falling, and that is actually quite a drastic drop. Gives IBG the time to get some damage while that drop is in effect, and obviously IBG pretty clean up in the end from them there. So very, very nice day overall from IBG. Really good finish to it as well. 12 kill win from them. Got to give a shout out to Golden Sage as well, though. 16 kills, second place. That's a really big game from them, but I just don't know if they were really in a position to do a whole lot with that. I'm trying to see exactly where they were.
They were 17th, I think.
So they'll jump up a lot, but
yeah, midline, right?
Yeah, it's still not going to be like a top placement from them, unfortunately.
I think for both MDY White and Golden Sage, it's the same kind of case. They have some really off results in this lobby, and then they have this one big game, or in case of MDY White, 2 big wins to propel them up to the very top as much as possible. But of course, the story still goes to IBG's way. This was what they expected from them. People were asking, where's my chicken sandwich? Well, we found them here right now for today's session. Smarter plays, smarter calls, and incredible damage and kills done by the squad itself. I do feel like we saw there from Iron Blood Gaming, they were very convincing on when to find those battles and when to pick up points away from other teams. That's one of the strongest things we've seen from them. When they went for the momentum plays, when they found those opportunities, they would take it so very quickly there.
Yeah, honestly, I was a little bit concerned for IBG when I saw them coming in so late from Cascade Falls. I always thought that, you know, when you're coming in that late, it's going to be difficult to carve out your area of the zone, but they did a great job of that, and they walk away with the win. ADL Wolves out in 19th, will be disappointed. Could have been another really good day from them. I mean, it probably still will end up being not a bad day, but they may not hold on to a top 5. I'm pretty confident that they won't. Maybe they'll finish in 6th again. They finished 6th in their first 2 lobbies. I'd suspect they probably drop a little bit lower down, maybe into the 8th or 9th kind of position, because they were united. Booram were both relatively close by. Both had a pretty good finish in the end there, and so I'd expect them to sort of leapfrog it. Onyx obviously didn't quite do enough to hold on to first or to take first away from IBG, but they definitely hold on to second. Moist, I think, will hold on to third. And MDY White, yeah, a little bit unfortunate from them. Probably not enough done, but let's have a look at the scoreboard and really get all of that locked in so we can get a good idea of where the teams did end up finishing. And of course, it was IBG that took first, Onyx second, Moist third, MDY White fourth. So we were correct in all of those assumptions. But I did say I didn't think Golden Sage would end up with a great finish. But hey, top 5, that's pretty good considering they were in 17th. They've gone from 17th to 5th in one game, and it was a huge game. But wow,
I think that's around 25 points, if I'm not mistaken, from just one single game. But I really feel like a story that we can take away from the scoreboard especially is we can see which kind of teams are still trying to get away from that middle of the pack label, that they have some great games along the way, but they fall off and they end up towards the average side. And that's what I can say for the teams between 5 to 10, especially Golden Sage, Shruti Sports, Buram United, ADL Wolves, 505-32, and then Devil United. But 6 points, bridging the gap between those slots. That was how close this lobby was, especially in the midline. And the only time someone really pulled away was because of this last map, because of Our Blood Gaming having such a big win. Everything else was, I'd say, in relative contention, and it just shows us that APAC South very competitive still in these groups.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at the overall season standings now as well, and what the implications of this result is going to be. Onyx is still going to be on top. They actually end up stretching that lead a little bit out over Moist once again, so they've done well for themselves. We haven't seen Black Hand play yet today, so we'll have to wait and see how they go in that next lobby, but they're sitting in 3rd overall, and they're really not too far behind Onyx and Moist, so if they can get a win in that lobby, they can actually, I think, probably leapfrog Moist, and then potentially get within strike. I mean, they're still in striking distance of Onyx. I'm not sure they'd be able to actually jump over the top of Onyx, but yeah, they'll keep themselves in very close proximity to that, and then obviously there's a bit of a jump. But IBG, I mean, they absolutely needed that win. They were on 8 season points overall after those first 2 lobbies that they played. 4 and 4 were the 2 results that they got. and now they get 25 points out of that win. So they'll go up to 33, which is going to keep them in the mix for the top end of the pack, but still a little bit off the pace with the likes of Onic and Moist. And, you know, obviously depending on potentially how AGL and Black Hand play in this next lobby, they'll still be quite a ways behind those two teams. But yeah, I mean, they get themselves back into that discussion. Pana had a great day. Player K had a great day. I mean, it's no surprises to see Onic and IBG pretty much the representatives for the top 5 kill leaders for the lobby.
It's just a case in point, right? And we talked about a while ago, Pana was very effective at finding some stellar executes. Overall, I believe Onic did the most damage in terms of the lobby as a squad, and especially for Shady, if I am not mistaken. But beyond that, it's our top 2 teams proving that they're a cut above the rest with stats like this. They came in with double-digit games, basically. They got so many points along the way, and one of the big reasons why they're going to be ones to watch out for if we see them play again.
All right, well, look, we've got a few teams that are going to be playing again. One that I'm really interested to see is how can Moist bounce back from that. I don't know that they would be super pleased with the result there. Burem had a solid finish. Daewoo had a solid finish. They're all going to be coming back and giving it a crack in this next lobby, but lots of other interesting teams to look forward to. AGL did well last week. Black Hand did really well last week. We'll get to catch them in the next lobby. That is going to be coming up in just a minute. Well, quite a few minutes, actually. We do tend to have a bit of a break in the middle here, so we can all get some dinner or lunch, depending on where in the world you are at this point in time. But we'll take a 30-minute break or so. We do have 6 more games for you, so do make sure you stick around, go get yourself some food, do what you need to do. Be back here in about half an hour's time for another 6 games of ALGS. We're looking forward to it, and we'll see you then.
Oh my god, that riot feels so huge!
very least. What?
What positions they can play.
pulling at us.
Yep, fine.
They're cracked. They're weak.
Five.
Come on, they're weak.
Again! Nice, Rocky! One here!
150 on him. Nice, boy.
Ignite is gonna do it! They are your champions! Dark Zero is going to be your champions of the APAC Legends Global Series!
The end. been a long time coming. And now they get that opportunity because in their own little bubbles, they probably think that they're the best. Now they can prove it.
Welcome everybody to the caster's desk for the very first time. It has been a long time coming. I'm Fallout, joined alongside Vicky Kitty.
Waltzy to try and clutch it out 1-on-2, and I dare say that's going to be a difficult task with Azazel having purple armor. Frog's obviously getting time now to just reset. In fact, not even going to switch hard on forward. Waltzy trying to just play around, and he's now been able to put it into the 1-on-1. Maybe a big clutch for the team from APAC South. Waltzy still has the arm to play with. Pit's Flesh, was that on the down player? Was that on the player that he's fighting? I'm not too sure. Some cracks going through. Waltzy now has the advantage and clutches it out for Sutaraiku.
Run into it, then try the Valcolt, then they use the crypto spam to run distraction in the meantime. And look how far they go, that dome is deep, and they've got plenty of opportunity, looking to find some more, the Spitfire coming out again. Revan Esports don't care about your gold armor, sit down.
Dewa in a great spot though, they're going to down them again. Bastion with the Peacekeeper coming out here from the high ground. Could they be the first team from APAC South here to find victory? This is the best opportunity for them to do so. Full armor, full HP, and a massive chance to convert, to find victory. They take out Onyx. It's only Yuki left, and he cannot stand in their way. APAC South, welcome to the ALGS playoffs.
They're gonna get shot in the back.
Yeah.
They're ready.
Grenading
Try and put pressure on them. Yeah, good nade. Good nade. They're ready.
They're gonna EMP them.
EMP out. Don't go too deep here.
It's fine.
In the corner. Spin nade.
Burning.
Spin nade.
Val's dead.
Give me one.
Val's dead.
Back in the air. Val's dead.
Oh my
We're
fucking
just so much better, dude. Let's go.
So many fucking kills.
Can Burger somehow do this in a 2v3v3?
They lose out on MT here from Team Burgers, having to play this as a duo. GMT has a lot of their attention split up as Team Unite now, moving on GMT 6.
One more. Try and get second.
Let's go, boy!
The best team in APAC South for a reason. They've been so dominant, and even with a sub JMW from the UK, they are here to play.
I'm messing in.
Stick it!
Popping. He's gonna go.
Now they're going to hang out behind the rock here. They got the mobile respawn beacon to play off. Optic Gaming is engaging with Luminosity. Reignite to go in for the third party and take this entire victory.
LG is out. Optic Gaming skill gates goes out as well. Zero's going to do it. Wide left flank, and they're just like that.
Put some respect in APAC South's name. Holy shit. The region that was made fun of the most. The region that was talked about saying they're the worst by far with the least experience. Taking home the land and taking home $250,000, Greek. We just witnessed history. History.
Get your blood pumping.
Now we're down to 3 spots.
Right on top of a team. Why see them?
Well, there's boys. You want to go to the inside of the caravan.
Different angles that you can play. It does come through. The res was on. Managed to get, I believe, all timing right. They said he's spotted. Yeah. Coming in on top of him. He is not able to get neither team really in that area of the map. It was always going to be busy.
He's on there to make sure this happens.
Finishing off through, and that has really helped Moist out. And that's going to be the go signal for MDYY. They knew that was not enough.
Pushing in towards the Cooper.
Yeah, Crusaders on the floor, but Limo and Orchan are fighting hard, and the Eternal Photon do go down.
And one meds now. No pull up in.
Phase 2 gets that first knock.
It will go any further than that. Niner. They're on its first overall, but it might actually be more important combo for this end. Going to suffer.
Yeah, it certainly looks as well as double side. They're completely out of this engagement, and if Onyx wins this clean, which they do, they now have a 3-on-2 in front of them. So you'd expect them to close that out.
Oh my god, that riot goes huge!
Very late. What?
What positions they can play.
Falling at us.
Yep, five.
They're cracked. They're weak.
Five.
Come on, they're weak.
Dead. Nice, Rocky. One here.
150 on him.
Let's go.
Nice, boys.
Want to get good? Hi, I'm Bullet L from Team Sudaraku, and today I'll show you how to style on players with movement. I'm going to go through some of the various movement techniques, starting from the absolute basics all the way up to some of the most advanced movement techniques in the game right now. Hopefully by the end of the video, you'll have enough movement techniques in your arsenal to be able to style on people and hit some amazing clips. Let's get into it. In my opinion, the movement mechanics in Apex Legends are some of the best and most fun features that are part of the game. Alright, so we're starting off with the most basic of basic movement mechanics within the game. We are going to go over the crouch slide. So all you're going to do is sprint till you hit max velocity, then you're going to hold crouch, and then you're going to jump. Alright, so this is what it's going to look like. Sprint, crouch, jump. And basically this is the fastest way to move around the map. That's why you see a lot of pro players crouch sliding all the time. It does give you a slight movement increase, and it also makes you slightly harder to hit, so it's super useful to use. Moving on to something a bit more complicated. So now I'm going to show you guys how to wall jump. Alright, so this one's pretty easy as well. All we're going to do is we're going to combine a crouch slide with a wall jump. So in order to hit a wall jump, once you hit the wall for a certain amount of time, you're going to jump off it. Alright, by pressing spacebar or whatever your jump key is. I have my jump key bound to spacebar and mouse wheel down, but it's ultimately personal preference. Alright, so here we go. We're going to combine the crouch slide into the wall jump. Just like that, it's pretty easy to do. If you want as well, you can add a movement key to it, like A or D. And that'll give you just like a bit of directional movement. Wall jumps are just super useful in general to kind of throw off your opponents. Hitting a wall jump into an enemy is super useful. It throws them off extremely well, and it's just an awesome movement tech all around. Alright, so now we're moving on to tap strafing. As you might have heard, there's been a lot of controversy around tap strafing and that movement mechanic. It is extremely useful and unfortunately only available to M and K users. So I'm going to show you guys what you need to do in order to enable tap strafing. Alright, so you just go to your settings, you go to mouse and keyboard, and then under move forward for the second key, you just use mouse wheel up. And so when you scroll forward now, you'll go slightly forward a little bit. So now when you do a crouch slide and then you hold D or A and then scroll, you'll be able to turn and then go into whatever direction you want basically. It basically allows you to keep your momentum when turning, which is extremely useful in Apex when you want to chain together multiple movement techniques. Here is an example of me using a crouch slide and a tap strafe. As you can see, I can basically do a 180 and not lose any of my momentum whatsoever from the crouch slide. It is extremely useful. You can throw off your opponents and do some really cool movement techniques with it, like combining it with a wall jump just like this. I found that going into pub games and spamming tap strafing as much as you can in any single fight or even just turning any corner will help you to master the movement technique. If you haven't learned tap strafing already, I highly recommend jumping into the range for 10-15 minutes and just absolutely learning this technique. It is so useful if you're on M&K. It is one of the most useful movement techniques in the game right now, so I highly recommend checking it out. Alright, so now we're moving on to super gliding, which is probably one of my favorite movement techniques in the game. For those of you who don't know, super gliding is a huge boost in momentum after a climb animation. So these are some examples of super gliding. As you can see, it's absolutely insane, the movement that you get. And if you combine it with tap strafing, it is absolutely deadly. It is amazing. All right, so basically to hit a super glide, all you need to do is hit a normal climb, right? And then at the peak of your climb animation, when you're just about to finish, you want to hit a crouch and a jump at the same time. You want to press a crouch and a jump at the same time. I highly recommend looking at the corners of your screen for the screen shake to kind of gauge when the animation is ending for the climb. As you can see, if you look at the top corners of the screen, you'll see the screen shake. Roughly at the end of the screen shake is when you want to hit the crouch and the jump at the same time. So I'll show you guys a quick example real quick. See, that time I didn't get it. That one was a bit better because you can see once you get the momentum and you're holding forward and you're doing it correctly, you'll see like you'll start to go further just by pressing the crouch and the jump at the same time like I did there. So that means you're on the right track to getting it. And then obviously there I did a super glide and a tap strafe. So yeah, basically it's going to take a lot of practice. You know that you're doing it right if you're getting a small amount of momentum and you're going quite far. That means you're doing it right, and all you need to do is just keep practicing. It is potentially one of the hardest movement mechanics in the game, so it will take a long time to learn. And then once you do learn it in the range, you can start to implement it in game and just practice it over and over again. Once you add tap strafing to it, you know, it's kind of game over. It's absolutely GG for anyone that's trying to shoot you. So yeah, make sure you definitely try and learn this movement tech, but don't get frustrated if it takes a while, because it is really, really hard. Alright, so now I'm going to show you guys the rash strafe. This one's quite complex, but it's super useful. Alright, so basically what you want to do is you want to jump to the side and hold A. And once you get into the habit of doing that, then you want to combine it with S and D. So it's going to look something like this. Alright, so now once you do that, you want to add in a W key press as well. So you're going to basically be jumping, pressing A, S, D, and then W. It's going to look like this. And this is just absolutely deadly if you use it with a hip fire. So it'll look something like this. For the most part, you'll see only the best mechanical players use this. There's a lot of Korean players that are really good at using this, and they just implement it into all their games. It is an extremely good movement mechanic, and I highly recommend anyone to practice in the range and try and pick it up as best as they can. You can also do it the other way as well, and straightforward, but yeah, it's easier to learn the way I showed, I think.
Welcome back on into the APAC South Pro League. This, of course, is ALGS, and we are back for yet another lobby. Finished off 6 games already today. Had a bit of food. I don't know what you had, Dax, but I had some sausage rolls. That's what we like down under. And ready to jump into another 6 games for tonight to round things out for week 3. Had a few good games there to kick things off, but hoping things are going to get spicier the deeper we go into today.
Bro, I just got a drink. It is way too hot in the PH right now. I was rocking a coat a while ago. It's around 34 degrees outside, and my AC cannot keep up with the heat here in the PH and the heat of these games. Incredible ending from what we saw last time around, but now, of course, it's double duty for us as well as Group A. So it's A versus C this time, and I think the first thing we can really look into about this one as we check out the schedule, right, is how will Group A be able to handle playing 12 maps in a row here on day number 3?
Yeah, it's obviously a big talking point. Genome and I talked about that a lot last week as well. You know, I don't know about you, but when I do a broadcast this long, I personally do struggle a little bit sometimes when we get deeper and deeper into the day. So once again, you know, we might end up finding ourselves in a situation like that for the players. I think we did talk about that a little bit last week too, with regard to a couple of teams that actually did start the day well, had a good lobby one, and then kind of fell off a little bit towards the back end. So it is something to consider. I think for the most part, you know, it's maybe not a huge deal when you're playing in your bedroom at home. But you know, even that listening that we had with IBG, for example, does just show you the energy that the players are coming into these kinds of games with. You know, it's not the same as just jumping into some ranked games with your friends or something like that. But anyway, look, we've got things to move forward on, so let's go ahead and jump into it and see how much further we can sort of take this, because obviously lots to talk about when it does come to Groups A and C. Now, yeah, obviously Group A playing back-to-back, that's a factor, but we want to see Dreamfire. What can they do? Tom Yum Kung, we haven't really kind of figured out where they're going to be sitting just yet. They've had some good and some bad days, so to me, those are probably the 2 big names coming in here. Obviously, yeah, gotta go without saying Black Hand as well. They're going to be a big one to keep an eye on. So for me, yeah, let's go with those 3. Those are 3 really important teams I think that we need to be keeping an eye on.
Yeah, and for me, I'm gonna go the other way. I'm gonna look at teams like Wonton Dumpling, which was, I believe, before World Not Fair, as well as one of the leaders we had last time around in was that team. I'm looking for them right now. I think it was AGL. Yes, Aggressive Gamers Lunging, and they had a really good start to the session last time around, but they also had to play that double duty. They won 3 back-to-backs in a row in World's Edge in A versus C, but once you got to the B versus C matchup, that's where they kind of really fell off, and that's one of the things we looked at last time, and I do hope to see, or rather not to see that from teams that really have been on the uprise, for example, IBG.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's other things to sort of think about as well. I mean, we talked a little bit about Moist on the back end of the first lobby, and we sort of said, is a 4th really, was it a 3rd or a 4th? I can't recall. I mean, it's whatever, it doesn't matter really. I think the way that it played out, yeah, was a 3rd. They were in a position to kind of challenge for 1st, and then it was that 2nd to last game where things just didn't come together for them. And I think they'd be disappointed to sort of finish in 3rd. They're a kind of a team that will consider themselves they're capable of winning any lobby. So maybe they need to sort of just come back into this 2nd lobby and find themselves a little bit of a reset and come in and kind of just, you know, really grind it out and win the lobby, even though they've already played 6 games. It's going to be more difficult, I guess, than coming in fresh, but is what it is. Sometimes you got to do what you got to do. One team that we did talk a little bit about, that I want to talk a bit more in depth about, is Black Hand. We've got a little scouting report prepared for them. Now, Black Hand, again, you know, very similar to Chicken Sandwich in the last season. There's some good players on this roster, no question about that. You got Strafing Flame, Boogie, and Easy Flash. You look at them and you think, great, this could be a roster that could do something. But do you necessarily expect them to be challenging for the top spot in the entire season? Maybe not necessarily. But Strafing Flame, he's gone ahead and done it again, hasn't he? He's gone from Chicken Sandwich last season, basically 0 to hero, and it seems like Black Hand is kind of doing that once again. Really talented group of players. And it's coming together nicely.
I agree with you. Whatever he touches apparently turns into gold. And of course, you add in Easy Flash, who has been one of the biggest successes of this team. Blackhand has really taken the mantle of what we honestly expected from IBG for the past few days. Now that IBG is actually primed and ready, will we see more of a contention here from Blackhand? Will they get even better? And one of the strongest things we've seen from them is when they play on point, if they get the long rotate going, if the circle is away from them when that ring goes more to the north hand side, their fish farm rotate is one of the best. They get so much value from that spot thanks to Mirage Voyage. You have, of course, Gale Station, you have Armory, and they play such a long game wherein they know they have the arsenal advantage. They know they can beat anyone, and from that point on, they're just full kitted to win out a lobby, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the things that I really like about Apex Legends is that you do get different schools of thought from different teams, and you get to see how they interact with one another when, you know, one butts heads against the other. Some teams, like, for example, Onyx, for example, Moist, they like to be that fast rotate team to get center circle basically as quickly as possible, and then they want to sit in a building and do nothing for 20 minutes. But other teams, Blackhand, for example, like to play edge, like to be in the thick of things and do a bit of damage there. So definitely going to be interesting to see what they can do in this lobby. No doubt they'll have a pretty solid day again today. But let's take a look at the beacon here as well and see what we can get ourselves sorted with as far as drop locations is concerned. Just to update you again, obviously there are a few teams coming through here from the previous lobby, so we'd be well familiar with where they're going to be dropping from that last one. And yeah, I think what's interesting for me here is there is potentially a bit of a contest over Geyser. That 20th guaranteed and Golden Sage. It's not exactly a premium point of interest, so I wouldn't be super surprised to maybe see one of them moving off to, I don't know, like Landslide or something like that.
I'm looking at the maps we had a while ago, and I think the biggest right now to watch out for is Harvester is, I believe, now occupied by ADL. That's usually where we saw Onyx, which was in the other group. Since they're not there, they're going to give it up, and they're going to give up their usual spot of Thermal Station to another instead, and that logo has to be Wonton Dumpling. So besides that, guys are going to get contested there, 20G as well as Golden Sage. You're going to look at Climatizer where Blackhand is, and if there's going to be any issues of Overlook, we've seen them take advantage of that area. Blackhand seems to be the team that would love to double down on POIs early on to be fully kitted and play that edge gameplay later on. As you mentioned, Fragment West and East going to be occupied as well. Everything else seems to be par for the course, and I do wonder what Pamyongkong can do from staging, just because Mirage Voyage is also nearby.
Yeah, well, all said and done, we'll obviously have to wait and see how that's going to play out in the lobby. I'll just sort of catch back up with how things are going for the overall standings as well for the split, just to kind of maybe keep an eye on which teams maybe really do need to have a good day today here. And again, it's a bit hard to sort of throw these numbers out because some of these teams haven't played as many games as the other ones. But you know, I'm looking at SWQ probably need to be picking the pace up. DNZ as well. They had a decent finish to last week, but we'll need to see what they can do coming into this lobby as well. Tom Yum Kung. I mean, yeah, have we spoken much about Tom Yum Kung just yet? I think they're definitely going to be a team to really keep an eye on. We've seen the best of Tom Yum Kung, basically. I mean, they finished pretty well at the end of last week, but we've also seen the worst of Tom Yum Kung, where they got 1 point out of their first lobby. So I've always found, you know, in recent times that Tom Yum Kung has been a little bit more of an inconsistent team than what they were sort of three years ago or a little bit longer ago, when they were really kind of up there with Reignite. So I hope we see the best of Tom Yum Kung, because if we don't, you know, it'll be maybe another disappointing season for them. And they're in a position where they do really need to actually get a lot of points in today's game. Sorry, in today's lobby, where obviously, you know, they're kind of still lagging behind some of the top teams in the overall standings. So big day ahead for them.
I feel like for Tom Yum Kung, you mentioned it, there was, in one single day, a 19th place in the lobby. And then on the other group, 4th place, a victory, and a commanding one in that on World's Edge. So what have we seen here from Tom Yum Kung moving forward? I believe in the community circuit, there's a few updates from our prod, and I've seen on Twitter especially, they have been doing really well on Scrim, stopping that. There was a show match, I believe, last night between APAC North and APAC South, and them and Dreamfire were there as well in the top spot. So if they can bring that same kind of momentum now, and the momentum and the form that we saw in their group B versus C matchup, then Tom Yan Kung still has a chance of it. But if it's gonna be the A versus C kind of shindig that's gonna happen right now, the result that goes all the way till 19th, then maybe this has been the fall of the former EXO clan here.
Yeah, maybe, but nice to see APAC South on top of APAC North, just how it should be in my opinion. But yeah, look, let's get ready to jump into game. One thing that I'm actually looking at straight away is whether or not AGL bring the Maggie back in. We spoke about that a lot last week. It was a really big talking point, especially because AGL was doing very well for themselves over the first lobby, and they didn't do too poorly in the second lobby either. They've gone ahead and brought the Maggie once again, so no real surprises there. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. You got DNZ also playing Maggie today, and I believe that is in line with what they were running last week too. So you're seeing this sort of consistency as far as the team compositions are concerned from week to week, and it's good that teams feel as though they've gotten comfortable with something. They feel as though even if it's maybe a bit of an off-meta pick, they can continue to run it. And I mean, even the same can be said for Fate, who are back again from the previous lobby that we just watched. They've also continued to maintain the Seer, Horizon, and Maggie comp.
And I'm looking for other people playing the Maggie, and I think Dreamfire gonna be doing the same. So more Mad Maggies into play. We've seen how effective the drill has been in that amazing clip. We've also noticed that, of course, the Wrecking Ball, great at breaking down any kind of doorway, giving you that extra speed, and maybe later on it's something that can help out these more aggressive teams in the pinch. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. First match of our second set. We go for 6 maps yet again. We are gonna go the distance, and as you can see, it seems to be the southeast side for our ring. Moist Esports already in a good position towards Lava Siphon. We know that they always want to play for that ring console, and as soon as they get the scan, you have to look at Moist and how they rotate. It's very familiar territory here, Elfish, because we've seen this ring before for them.
We saw basically this ring in the very first game of the day. I think maybe it was pulling a little bit further south and a little bit further east, but more or less the same kind of mentality. Now, a couple of things to note. First one, obviously, that landslide has been taken by 20th Guaranteed. We did talk about that potentially being a contest in Geyser between Golden Sage and 20th Guaranteed, but 20th Guaranteed have moved off from that. You're right about ADL as well. They're still in Harvester, so that's good to see. And Moist more or less doing the exact same thing as far as their rotation is concerned out of Lava Siphon. Going south early on in the piece, trying to make their moves down, and I dare say we'll be seeing them pretty quick smart rotating their way into the zone.
And there's so much action suddenly just for one player. Jackie soloing the trials right now, while the rest of AGL do loot the west side of Skyhook, sharing effectively with Forever LFT. Let's go to MDY White. Both squads coming in from the Fragment side already, transiting to the south side. And I do wonder if Moist Esports is going to repeat what worked last time around. Play towards the right side of the dome, play on the outskirts, look for opportunity, and keep the pressure on the Caravan, especially. If they get that high ground, that can work on that. But it seems to me that Moist Esports, they're playing all the way to the south itself, past the dome, maybe catch out T4 here, especially as we know T4 is more of one of those reserve teams, loves to play the zone and just basically bunker down and look for other opportunities later on in the game.
Yeah, Dreamfire getting into a bit of an early engagement there, but doesn't look like too much is going to come from that. Moist have chosen a different location this time. If you remember, for the last sort of circle that we saw in game 1 of the last lobby, they ended up out towards maybe like the eastern side of Dome. Now they've opted to go south of Dome, so a little bit of a shift in mentality. Obviously, the zone is in a little bit of a different spot, so not, you know, it could just be because of that. But yeah, kind of interesting to note these little things.
Yeah, I do wonder how it's gonna pull towards Dome itself. I doubt it's gonna go Lava City, and everyone already calling that kind of bluff. Launch site also pretty fortified, honestly. You got Fate on one side, you got Eternal Foot on the high ground the other. Just keeping an eye out on each other as much as possible with charged rifles. 20th Guaranteed. The people who adjusted to move towards Landslide itself, they have to deal with Buram and Dreamfire nearby. But a few pot shots here and there. As per usual here in the World's Edge, it's that initial transit that can be dangerous, and later on, wherever the ring pulls them back to.
Love a good Dome finish. Obviously already getting pretty busy inside of Dome. You've got LG in there, ADL, DNZ, couple other teams, T4, Golden Sage, SWQ. I mean, just think about how busy it's getting inside a Dome already. Everywhere pretty much that you could possibly be has already been taken. Everyone else is going to have to take the scraps.
Bunch of fences, honestly. A number of Watsons we see here into the lobby right now, too. So at the very least, if you want to play inside the dome, you're going to have to cross that line to get there. ADL Wolves, they're prepared. SWQ is the one looking out for them. They're running the cat right now. So effectively, every other doorway will either be fenced off or barricaded by this point, Elfish. No door is safe. Let's go, having a bit of contact too. Seems like, though, they're going to be able to get the first down going. And they're just keeping on the pressure now, fencing the way, keeping them fortified at least. Slide on in yet again. Crazy Kong looking pretty insane with the push one more time. Let's go here versus T4, I believe. It will be the confirm right now. And sure, Let's Go is hurting, but they can top up again.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, look, that's the thing about this kind of area of the map. Once you are late, you have to inevitably push into someone, and sometimes that's going to go your way, sometimes it's not. It is what it is, and in this case for T4, out of the picture pretty early on in the piece. Obviously not the ideal start to their day. But I don't think they're really a team that's kind of competing for the top end of things right now. They're sitting in 20th for the season overall. They've had a couple of decent games and a couple of decent lobbies, but they're going to need to continue to keep that going if they really want to remain part of the discussion. And obviously not a good start today. Means the rest of the job for the remaining 5 games is going to be much more difficult. One thing we should check in with is what's Blackhand up to, because you're going to forget about Blackhand if you don't look at the map, and we don't get to look at the map too much when we're on the stream. But Blackhand have made their way down. They're starting to make their way through that tunnel near Geyser. As you can see here on your screen, they will almost always be one of the slowest rotators, even if they're like closer to the zone. They tend not to be one of those teams that goes straight bang into the center. They have a much different playstyle, so I'll try to keep my eyes on them and sort of see what they're up to. But generally speaking, they're going to come in with lots of loot, you know, pretty good attachments, good armor, that kind of thing, and then they're going to try to fight their way in. And so far, it doesn't seem like that much has changed from last week to this week as far as that strategy is concerned. And even now, you can see them probably going to be looking for a bit of replication again. So just to put a bit of extra loot in the back pocket.
That's the usual, right? And you're the only one who honestly remembered them, because I was looking for them around the map, didn't realize their color was camouflaged a bit with the background, and even Prod had to see them towards the Geyser side. But it's such a good point right now. Blackhand is that ever-looming presence. You know they will come eventually towards the ring. They will play the edge, hunt down whoever is still lagging behind, and use the arsenal advantage that they have to get those takedowns. It's been very effective, especially between Strafing Flame as well as Easy Flash. Boogie has been incredible too. It's such a team effort in how they really commit into these fights, and they coming into some of these edge outskirts with so much confidence. They know that this is an angle that they can play off. They know that they can catch out anyone who's lagging behind trying to gatekeep them, and it's really one of the reasons why their playstyle works so well. And on the other team, who can be aggressors, Wonton Dumpling going after Forever LFD as they play towards Lava City here.
Yeah, do they really want to be taking this fight though? I mean, you're not really fighting over a premium part of the map right now. You're going to have to still move your way into Dome, but neither of those teams are really aware of that. They might have seen a few teams sort of flying over their heads in the direction of Dome. But looks like nothing's really happening in that engagement. Both MDY White and Moist have the same idea. They want to play the cliff faces south of Dome. This was a favorite location of Reignite as well back in the day. They used to always be a team that would rotate into, you know, one of these kinds of areas. That was a bit of a different meta, Caustic meta in particular. They loved it because you could just set up the Caustic barrels, and it was really hard for anyone to actually dig you out of that hole. But yeah, Moist taking a leaf out of that book.
I mean, you have the catalyst, so at least you can use that wall to reposition if ever. Moist, though, moving closer now into the ring, the next ring rather. MDY White fending them off. And even though you're at the literal World's Edge, here at World's Edge, you're still pretty safe in these small little crevices. Around the map, though, I do feel like it's more of the action is going to go towards the lawn site area. And case in point, Buram United, Dreamfire having the action here. Golpap starting to survive right now, and he's going to be able to fall, unfortunately. Dreamfire, they got the overrun. That's the power of the Mad Maggie, that extra bit of speed, thanks to the Wrecking Ball, bringing you closer to the action.
Yeah, Roy did go down in the meanwhile, but it looks like Dreamfire are going to be able to actually get the revive there. I'll hold that thought for the moment, though. What a beam from Jilan. The grenade able to get over the line against Ake.
They got the res also, and Fate's gone because
the
what he had
wall.
guaranteed was right there behind them. The double up from two squads has to hurt the PH squad, and you can see really here towards the launch site area, right? The transit, especially from tree to launch site, moving into the ring. These teams will find each other so quickly, and they're gonna be willing to take the fight to each other there then.
All right, well, what I wanted to say just before that fight did break out was that Dreamfire, they were able to actually back off into the tree to get the revive on Roy. They were able to get his banner, get back to the respawn beacon there pretty quickly. And just in time, Roy's feet are just going to hit the floor as the ring starts to push its way in. It's still not going to be an amazing scenario for Dreamfire because they need time to reset. They need time for Roy to grab some gear on the way in. And then they will still have to fight their way through launch site. But there was no one behind them, luckily. And so they were able to go back and get that revive pretty scot-free.
Yeah, we've seen from Dreamfire, they've had a few ideology shifts during each session we've had here. Sometimes they go for a bit of more of the rotations. We know more so that they can be aggressive on the edge. And even though they're going to get pressured right now by the ring, you have here ADL Wolves putting the pressure on towards MDY also. They still have such a fortified location. MDY in the meantime have a chance to top on up behind it because SWQ, they're on the other side. They will prevent ADL Wolves, and it's effectively all these squads keeping each other in check. If you come onto the outside, everyone will start looking at you, whoever is playing the interior.
Alright, Dayway United. Love a bit of charge rifle action in my life. Oh, 99 charge rifle. I reckon that's actually almost the GOAT loadout. Kraber, yeah, maybe there's an argument to be made there.
Come on, one shot potential. I love it. When he's...
Yeah, but you actually have to hit the shot, and that's kind of a difficult thing for me.
True.
I prefer the hit scan with the charge rifle because it makes it easy. So
when you get the charge rifle, you at least get some points to yourself. You're like, oh, I did initial damage. I did that.
yeah, correct. You get what, like three damage or something like that. Yeah, well done, me.
The team seems like though Delhi United. It's time for them to throw out the helping out for each other because MDY. They're running scattered here. 2 only left because Casa has already been taken on down. Dewa United hunting down the members of MDY here, looking for anyone caught in the outskirts as much as possible. They're also keeping an eye out towards the cave entrance itself, just looking to lock down that vault entrance if ever. Lahim is there, throws out the missiles. MDY decide to evacuate instead. Only problem now, AGL is also rotating that way, and maybe they might beat each other. Maybe not. MDY survive for now.
Yeah, wouldn't really want to be getting stuck in a fight there where Daewoo United is, because that's sort of where Onyx got stuck as well on their rotation in a very similar zone. Obviously, it's a pretty chaotic area of the map. A lot of teams like to rotate in through there. But it's cool, calm, and collected for now as we take a bit of a look at Lava City. These teams all going to have to move in a moment, though. 1 minute left before the ring starts to pull its way in, and so they have to start thinking about their rotation paths. And I mean, maybe not so much necessarily about their rotation paths, because you would think the majority of them have got a Valkyrie in tow, but more so where are they going to end up? Yeah. So you're in danger now of basically just having to contest a already occupied location. Here's Dreamfire 2 on our screens. Saw them go back out to get the revive onto Roy, and looks like they have at least managed to get him some gear back, but they're still not inside of the zone just yet. They've got a bit of moving and shaking to do, and well, hopefully we'll see something still from them later on in the game, but might be a while.
Yeah, they mark Eternal Photon is nearby, and you mentioned the lack of Valkyrie from some squads who love to play the edge, and Dreamfire, they really need to just run into the circle as soon as possible if ever, just because they only have the Mad Maggie, plus, of course, the Seer and Kata in. So, in the meantime, though, AGL towards the north front, they already have marked that MDY is trying to find another angle. 20th guaranteed, also watching out for them. The scan comes on in. AGL, the northern experts of the map. We've seen them get those back-to-back victories before, but towards the south side, might not be their best cup of tea. 20th guaranteed. Keeping an eye out too.
AGL spotted someone. It's VK. And VK's being pushed by the zone, so they're kind of questioning, should we go in the tunnel or around the tunnel? Eventually, we'll actually take our attention back over to Dreamfire, who are under the pump a little bit, fighting their way in. They would have had to have known this was coming. When they're coming in this late, playing edge, a zone like this, you know it's going to be busy when you try to make your way inside the zone. Roy, lucky to be alive, dodging that arc star. They've somehow survived.
It's incredible. They actually wiped off NDYY along the way, but Dreamfire now has to deal with more. Eternal Photon in front of that 20th guaranteed gonna be there too. And Moist Esports wants to pick up the pieces and go for the kill points themselves. Dreamfire now eliminated here in the crossfire. Eternal Photon is gone as well. But does Moist Esports know there's still one more squad in front of them? 20th guaranteed, hanging out in reserve, playing space for now and staying away from Moist and the Rat.
Skynade's going out, nothing really connecting. There's another wall. It's looking like Black Hand are starting to show their hand actually in this game. Taken them a little while to appear on our screens inside of the zone, but they've actually made it. And now they're going to have to contest their way into the dome. SWQ was just taken down by ADL Wolves. Another fairly solid start to the lobby, and they continue to impress.
And AGL's in trouble. They already lose Bolin, and they see 20th guaranteed in front of them. 20th guaranteed, though, sandwich right now. Moist Esports hear the gunfire, and it's a perfect opportunity for them to loot, push, and even go for more. AGL still there, though, keeping an eye out. We got Devil United also looking to converge, and I just want to say Black Hand, they timed that so perfectly. ADL Wolves wipe out the squad, and then Black Hand immediately takes the spots that was left behind. Still, though, the western side here of the dome, so many squads, and 20th guaranteed got to the wayside immediately.
What? How do they make it look so easy? You know, every other team is just struggling, fighting tooth and nail to get inside the zone, and then it just kind of looks like Black Hand just, they put a wall up, they walk their way in, they're like, all right, take that. So how's that happen?
It's just Black Hand things. They just know how to rotate. That's just pretty much it. And in this case now, AGL, I believe, is going to be on top of these two squads, or on the outside, rather, of ADL Wolves and Black Hand. Forever LFT, in the meantime, having to deal with Som Young Kung. It's the best chance here for Dexter and the rest of the crew to start building up those top 10s yet again, if they can break down whoever is playing in the caravan. MDY, though, in the meantime, absolutely in trouble. Perfect opportunity here for Devil United. They're still 3 up. The ring is closing on down. But if Kliwai, which is exactly what they do, they're gonna have a position right behind Black Hand and stay out of trouble for the time being.
There we get a moment of respite. There's not a whole lot actually happening hard north, as long as they're on the outside wall of the dome rather than inside. Oh, cool. We've got Asia up high in the sky right now, doing all of this scouting. Can't see over the wall there, of course, but knows that the rest of his buddies are pretty safe. That zone pull is a difficult one to work with, though. It's gone hard south, still inside of the dome. Gonna get really messy when those teams have to push their way across.
It's gonna be so awkward because of the wall too, and this gives a chance here for the likes of Golden Sage and Let's Go to vie for position early on. Let's Go does have still a smidgen of the ring for their own fortification, but they do decide to go on the outside, search around, and look for a few targets. Devil United in the meantime, though, Kraber in hand, and they would just eliminate the likes of Tom Young Kung with one fell swoop. But of course, there's still someone who wants to get into the firefight. Moist Esports one more time, looking to find the timing with the third party, but that is a critical strike there with the Kraber yet again. Does that scare off Moist Esports enough? Seems like they're just a bit hesitant because of it, and because of that, play the range. Devil United, you need to respect them.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Things slow back down a little. How does Moist get inside of the next zone? That's my question. They have to go around the wall, or do they Valk ult and go up and over the top, like land on the top and then drop in? I've seen that a couple of times in the past. It tends to be a bit of a high-risk, high-reward type strategy. So I don't know. I mean, what is the option if it's between that and trying to fight your way in past Awa, past DNZ, past whoever wins between Black Hand and AGL? Not sure what I'd rather choose.
Well,
DNZ have this on lock for sure, and with a Maggie in tow as well.
Problem right now though for Moist Esports is Devil United is looking to choose that option for themselves instead. The push comes in from Bass, but eventually the ring is closing on in. Moist Esports, they have to get the hell out of there. MT's already down and out, burning to the ring, but getting topped up and getting revived here actually by Pricey. He has, I believe, the legendary shield, so he can bring him for that extra hit of HP, but they gotta run. Devil United now gonna get eliminated though. AGL is gone too. Moist Esports empty yet again on the floor. They're contesting Golden Stage instead. Here on the southeast side, Golden Stage playing gatekeeper. Can they get things done though? That's the question. Moist Esports tried to evacuate, tried to disengage if ever. One more res for good measure. Bring in that extra bit of HP. At least Moist Esports right now keeping up with the numbers that they desperately need.
Yeah, well, I mean, they did take that option of just trying to push their way in, and it's worked out really nicely for them. I think there was, you know, maybe not as many teams focused in their direction as I thought that there could be, and somehow they find a little spot of solace right behind these buildings here. Black Hand took the alternative route. They took the skyward route, and they've landed up on top of these silos, which normally are kind of unplayable. But once the ring pulls in enough that you don't have anyone far away enough that have an angle onto the roof, you can actually play on the top of those silos, and it's definitely workable. And so that's going to be their option of choice.
I'm just impressed by how Black Hand is getting away with these kind of rotates. They're in one of the safest spots right now, as you mentioned. They have that elevation. They have a bit of cover, knowing the fact that Let's Go and the rest of the other teams are trying to play towards the interior on the opposite exterior over onto the east side. And it's just easy pickings right now for Strafing Flame and the rest of the crew. ADL Wolves gonna be one of their targets. Rasping Flame executes Legacy on the spot. Only one left for the Wolves. Gonna be your XP as well as Heck. Can they even get through to the other side? Desperate to wade through the lava.
Nice
getting
shots.
burnt down here by the side of Black Hand. This is one perch that Black Hand will love to play in.
Yeah, it was funny just watching Easy Flash try to put the mobile res beacon up on top of the silos, maybe trying to give himself a little bit more cover, but ultimately decides or ends up having to put it down on the ground. 6 squads alive, Black Hand. I mean, to be honest with you, Dax, it just, to me, looks like Black Hand is going through this lobby way too easily. I don't think that they should be getting away with as much as they are. They're not being contested for the high ground at all. The rotation that they were able to make it wasn't difficult for them. They just seem to have been taking a walk in the park, and they're farming up a storm right now. It's too easy for them. Someone's going to have to do something about it pretty quick smart. Maybe it can be Moist, but they're sitting at the bottom of the silos, and that's not really a great place to be fighting from. You're fighting the team on top of the silos.
That's such a small alcove here for cover. DNZ also trying to get in there. ADL Wolves, same kind of case. Let's Go already gonna get eliminated. And Black Hand still watching from above. Moist Esports though losing out from the wall right now. Seems like their target first and foremost will be Black Hand. Wolves gone. 4 squads left. DNC absolutely hurting too. They might be the one next on the list. But Black Hand now forced on down because of the ring. They drop down to get those takedowns. And from their perch, they're looking to fortify down here as a throne. Can they survive though? That's the question. 3 squads left. Moist desperate in their fight. Golden Sage is gone. Danger close. Dynamics. Black Hand. This ring is closing on in. Someone's getting kicked, but Black Hand will still be the champion. All hail the Black Hand. They watched, they waited, and they executed.
Yeah, man. How do they make it look so easy? I have never seen a team just waltz their way into the zone so late and yet get in so comfortably, find God spot, be basically uncontested for it as well, and then drop in for the win and just say thanks very much. That was too easy. We'll take it. I mean, I can't believe it. Black Hand. I mean, they throw down the gauntlet. That's a statement to start off this lobby. Very well played from them. Needed to see some other teams trying to put some pressure on them when they were up on the silo, because if you're on top of that silo and no one's putting pressure on you, no one's firing in your direction or throwing nades up, that kind of thing, or even trying to contest you for that position, it's very easy to just sit up there, stay above all of the mess, you know, win the war of attrition, come in full HP, full shields, decent amounts of ammo and util, and just drop in at the last second behind or on top of 1 or 2 members of the last remaining teams, and that's pretty much exactly what we saw happening. So, yeah, I mean, look, Black Hand made that game really easy for themselves, and credit to them. They walk away with a 9-kill win. Moist takes a 9-kill second place, so right up there with them, but for my mind, it was always Black Hand that was going to walk away with that win as soon as they landed on top of those silos, and they didn't really seem to be pressured off them at all.
Mate, there are only 2 entities in this whole lobby right now that noticed the Black Hand for long. The first one was you. The second one was Moist Esports. They're the only ones who really put the pressure on. And
Yeah.
even Blackhand shrugged them off. It's just like, okay, sure, go for the pot shots. We still can watch you guys go for the kills down below. They got 9 takedowns alongside Moist Esports, but just them dropping down there at the right time put them in the better spot. They had the better gear, they had the better perch, they had the better armor and HP overall. And while Moist was hurting with fights against Doa, against fights everyone else, against Golden Sage, it was just Blackhand having quite the simple time all throughout that map.
Yeah, I mean, it can't just be one team, right? Like, Moist, they can put a bit of pressure on, but you need to have the crossfires, or you need to have other teams kind of looking in that direction as well, because, yeah, I mean, it's just not quite enough pressure that's being put on them to take them off the high ground or to get a knock or anything like that. So, yeah, Moist did their best, but it's almost in everyone else's best interest to kind of ignore their own fights and try to take the team out on top, because that is the biggest threat for the lobby, and yet it was really only Moist that was focusing on that, as you say. So, end of the day, yeah, good win from Blackhand. Moist obviously still up there, so they're going to keep themselves in the discussion, but still a couple of teams that we didn't really get to see too much from. I didn't think, you know, Dreamfire really showed up too much there. Tom Yum Kung, we didn't really talk about too much either. Maybe placement timeline will give us a bit of an insight as to why that was. Yeah. Dreamfire in 16th, Tom Yum Kung in 9th. Neither placing super high. AGL was another team that we watched last week that was super exciting, but haven't really started so well in this lobby. So, look, early days, but the top dog's on top. And when that happens, you start to think, well, this could end up being a pretty one-sided lobby.
It just feels like we go back to our winners here of Blackhand. Whatever Dreamfire and AGL wanted to do in the first place, Blackhand was able to achieve it. And we're going to check out the scoreboard also to confirm our standings right now. As per usual, though, sure, Blackhand is on top, 21 points. But Moist Esports, they really have a standard, don't they? This is already them struggling in a sense, and they're still in that second place. They got away with the fight against Dewa. They were able to survive against Golden Sage for quite a while, and they made it to that top 2 just because of how they were able to pull out their rotations. I love the fact that they went for those reses because they had that legendary gear to help them out in the pinch. They knew they could get away with it. They had a bit more of HP and a bit more time because of it, and that's really what Moist is trying to prove right now. Blackhand, though, that was just their show from start to finish. I think some of the teams right now that I love to realize, DNZ, they did a good job too in that game.
Yeah, they did. All right, well, look, plenty more to discuss. We're going to have plenty more games as well coming up in just a second. It's time for us to head to a break. Do not go too far away, though. We're jumping into World's Edge once again when we come back. Jumping back on in, it is time for game number 2. Really looking forward to it. Obviously, Dax, World's Edge coming back at us. We just saw Blackhand pick up a very good win. Almost too easy, it looked like, for them. And I wonder if they can go back-to-back. I certainly think they're the kind of team, the caliber of team, that could potentially do it.
It was convincing, that's for sure. And if you aren't a Blackhand believer right now, well, I guess this next map might make you do so yet again. We are going to be going into World Edge one more time. We are getting ready now to get to the game, and I'm really excited to see what else kind of rotates we'll get here. Since Blackhand was able to set the standard of playing that edge, it does feel like teams like that we already know from history, like Dreamfire, have to play the catch-up instead. And how do they actually rotate a bit better? What are the paths that they can take? Because we saw a while ago, especially for Dreamfire, right? They found the fight towards the south side of the map. They played against Launch Side. They went for the res towards 3. And when they came double back, it was so difficult for them to get into the ring that it became such a big problem. But the ring this time towards the center, even more so towards the Harvester where ADL Wolves are located. And let's see what we get this time for especially the teams that will rotate late.
Yeah, I think we had a fairly similar circle to this one last week as well. And ooh, I'm just seeing the second ring. That is, I mean, yeah, you're splitting the difference, aren't you, really, there? Where does this end up going? You probably have to gamble towards Harvester somewhere, surely. I mean, I remember seeing Onic and Moist kind of trying to send it into that little dip over the highway just south of Fragment West, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case for most teams this time. Everyone's just gambling to the sort of the western side of Harvester. I can see those early rotates coming through from Moist already, from Tom Yum Kung, even ADL. I mean, ADL and Tom Yum Kung look like they almost ran into one another, but both end up sort of hanging around in Harvester. It's interesting for ADL that they've decided to push out of Harvester. They're playing on that little hill above Harvester rather than staying inside, because they are the Harvester team. They could have stayed in if they wanted.
I do wonder, maybe they think it's towards staging instead, or at least here in the center of the map, but mentioned it, close contact there with Tom Yong-kong as well as 28 guaranteed. Moist Esports in the meantime, I do wonder if they're gonna hold on Harvester a little bit longer and wait for the next ring beacon to actually be activated. Here we have it though, Tom Yong-kong gonna be evacuating towards the northwest of Harvester where ADL Wolves is waiting. It seems like ADL is just trying to catch out anyone that rotates from the north side, especially from that vault tunnel if ever. Golden Sage just flying on by too, and immediately Harvester well occupied to maximum capacity so quickly. Fate's there, MDYY, it's way too many people, too little space, and Golden Sage is the one hurting it out, and they have to hide down below into, well, the areas here tucked away in corners.
Yeah, all the players have made the same read as me. They've probably done it a little bit more decisively. You know, I've gone and said, oh, yeah, I reckon it's probably around Harvester somewhere. They've literally all just, as soon as they could, sent it straight into Harvester, and you can see how many teams are ending up there. Nice shots coming through from ADL to finish one off, and that's probably part of the reason why they've opted to play this location, is that they can get a lot of free KP when teams are rotating their way past. So, good shout from ADL, and they lock it down for now.
ADL just want to play on the outskirts, and with the upcoming approach of T4, if you count all the way to where Buriram United is located right now, 10 squads in the vicinity of staging of Harvester, and we are still on Ring 1. Dreamfire also coming their way, wanting to rotate early. Forever LFP, same kind of case, but let's go now. Already in action, going for that close contact as quickly as possible. Looking to shatter down the opposition, but no, it's MTY White who has their number instead. Northeast side, you're here, right? Forever LFP might be their next contenders.
Yeah. MTY White, they did have a couple of good games in the first lobby, but quite a few as well that sort of let them down, right? You think normally, if you have 2 wins in any given lobby, you're probably in the running for a win in the lobby overall, but they ended up in 4th, which is crazy, right? You win 2 games out of 6, and you end up in 4th, so they had a couple of bad ones in there as well. they can get that consistency pumped up and continue to have the pop-off games, then they're going to be in with a shout in this second lobby too. But hopefully they don't run out of steam. You know, that is definitely something we saw last week. I think AGL was a perfect example of that. They won 3 games in a row to start the day off on World's Edge, and then really slowed down, especially in the second lobby. So you got to be wary of the stamina and being able to maintain that over the course of 12 games.
Tommy and Kung though picking up the pace. They caught that Forever LFT coming their way, so every single one of these entrances towards Harvester are fortified by the squads who have gotten in there. And you make such a good point, because I look back at the stats of MDY White last time around in the previous series of 6 we've had. If it wasn't first place, it was 10th or below. That was just quite a contrast of results there from MDY White, and I'd love to see them find a better average moving forward, right? And here you have it now. They have a good angle towards T4, I believe, who had to run away towards this corner. They can see the pylon especially. They can just keep the pressure going. And case in point now, lobbing the spikes, making it hurt here for T4. They might get on yet again. Absolutely oppressed right now by MDY White. Fate also hears the action here. They are on the high ground. They might get a bit of a vantage point, but MDY Whites, at least they know that they don't need to actually go for the squad just yet.
Yeah, it's probably a better choice to just take a step back and relax. Now, again, I'm going to do the thing. I'm going to do the black hand check and see what they're up to, because, hey, we had a big discussion about, oh, everyone's just rotated their way into Harvester really quickly as they possibly could. Well, not Black Hand. They're just playing, chilling out to the southern side of Fragment. And going to slowly rotate their way in rather than try to send it into center. And obviously that worked out very well for them last game. So just because we don't get to see them very much on the stream, but they are one of the top teams in this lobby. You guys updated as to what they're up to.
There you go, guys. Elfish's Black Hand updates. Brought to you by Longshot Entertainment and Media. There you have it. Devil United, though, did see them coming. That's the thing. So at least one squad knows Black Hand is nearby. MDY White also still effectively the matchup to watch out for, because that's the corner where Black Hand will come from. But then again, this is a very fitted Harvester, to say the least. So instead, I'm going to look towards whoever's still hanging out outside. Besides Black Hand, you have DNC towards Southeast, SWQ towards Lava Siphon, Eternal Photon, and AGL. We've seen from AGL, if they get to the party late, but are still in a good spot, that's where they get some stellar success, especially from what we get from Jackie and Bolin. So perhaps this longer rotate might help out AGL. And especially now, they're moving to the west side, going over towards staging. We see Buriram United might be the ones they might meet later on.
Yeah, what I will say about AGL is I do think that they had a couple of favorable circle shifts last week at the start of the day. So they do tend to play edge, and obviously when that edge pushes in their direction, they do seem to be more than capable of closing those games out. But when things didn't go to plan, obviously it was a bit more difficult for them. So interested to see how the next couple of zones do end up playing out. I believe SWQ have got the info as to where the next zone is going to be going through from Lava Siphon, and I mean, it's nothing really too much of a surprise. It's gone basically smack bang over the Harvester, and then kind of kept a little bit of the surrounds in tow as well. Should be a completely unsurprising zone for almost everyone.
That's why they called to rotate this way, and as we see here, AGL still, let's not forget, Bolin was, I believe, one of the ones who did sub in for the Dreamfire roster when they went to LAN. They did incredible, and especially I've heard some people talk about the qualifiers. AGL really was one of the teams to watch out for, so I do hope we get some of that same success that we saw last time around on World's Edge. Phoenix still already going for the downs. Golden Sage still in contact here. Rez comes online though. Can Golden Sage get the third player up? Because there's still so much to work for, because Tom Young Kung nearby too. 20th guaranteed around the area as well. Golden Sage though playing with the wall, providing a bit of their cover. Tom Young Kung disengaging now. It's a little bit too eager if you dip your hand into that cookie jar down below. And just the mere presence of teams staving off that extra bit of vision from teams like Tom Young Kang. Golden Sage though still in the fight. It's Wonton Dumpling they're dealing here, and it's already 2 down. Gu Senpai is the one standing to try and fight back.
Yeah, this is one of those awkward spots that you don't really like to be in. It's not a position that gives you a lot of agency. You really have to play reactively rather than proactively, and in this case obviously Golden Sage, they're taking those peaks and eating those bullets, but they seem to be surviving. That's the important point for now. Running pretty low on the energy ammo, though. Something to keep in mind.
It's so hard for Wanton Dumpling to even get after players, so a solo endeavor for Good Senpai moving forward. T4, same kind of case, and it's just such a sad sight to see a little bit for both Golden Sage and T4. They're still alive, they're gonna survive for quite a while, and as you mentioned, they're gonna react and they're gonna try to punish anyone peeking at them. But at the same time, it's hard for them to get out if the ring does not pull the way they want to. Golden Sage, so speaking of hurting now, Teddy down on the ground. Mobius has his shield cracked, and it seems like eventually as Wanton Dumpling is eliminated, Fate's keeping an eye out. 20 hit guaranteed is there too. But Golden Sage, can they get this one back up? They're punching him in position, trying to get the relative safety, and that was so close for Teddy. But Golden Sage, wisdom there to move him away.
Alright, well, safe still once again for Golden Sage. They still seem to be kind of under the pump a little bit, but as long as they're getting some points ticking over and they're surviving into the placements as much as they can, they're doing a pretty good job of it. Get time to reset as well. So, they've done what they needed to do. Bit of an overhead visual of Harvester, which is starting to look a bit like an ant's nest. A lot of creepy crawlies going on around there.
So many names, so many bars too, and I kind of have to say right now, for the post-mortem of ADL Wolves, they were pretty right of where the ring was going to pull next time. It's now moving to the north side of Harvester, wherein Tom Yun Kung is still on the inside. Dreamfire's there too, and if only ADL had that position or survived from that position, they would have been pretty peachy now for the third ring. Instead, MDY going for a bit of that contact against Tom Yun Kung. They know that's one of the biggest threats so far, but Tom Yun Kung safely in cover, happy to stay in this location, and, well, someone else needs to give here.
Yeah, this could work out really nicely for Dreamfire or Daewoo maybe, depending on who's able to win that engagement. Daewoo, of course, coming in from Landslide. And you've kind of got the awareness from Dreamfire that that is happening behind them. Pete, on the other hand, is looking in the other direction. But I think, if I'm being honest, I think Dreamfire really do need to be focusing on that team coming in from behind them in the tunnel. If they can clear that out, they just have the entire northern side of this zone to themselves. And they can keep their heads down and sort of do what a couple of teams have done today, right? And just slowly walk their way to a victory.
Gotcha. I agree with that completely, because Devil United has just been the one to take opportunity to they fended off Blackhand. Now they know this is their angle here, and Dreamfire, they went for a few pot shots there towards MDY, but now they realize Devil United's right behind, and we get the contact though here by the tunnel 2, and it seems like immediately Dreamfire on the advanced Pite wants to bring the fight. MDY now gonna get eliminated at the same time, and it's just nades being lobbed yet again, keeping Devil United in check. Big damage though being done by the Mad Maggie. We get the exhibit going as well to get the intel. Diamonds now in the sky, sees exactly where Devil United are located, and Dewa, they have a bit of space to work with though. They have the wall in the way, they have a few shield batteries to top up from yet again, and a standoff here between Devil United and Dreamfire. Keeping on. Only problem though, no vision as of yet. Both sides are waiting for any kind of confirmation soon.
Dreamfire may be happy enough to allow Daewoo to exist inside that tunnel, but they definitely don't want to be allowing them out of the tunnel. Yeah, I just feel like Dreamfire, they confine themselves as the meat in the sandwich if they don't clear out this fight. And that would obviously be a bit of a disaster later on.
You can see here though that Blackhand's already gotten in position. Our Blackhand check brings them to the fight versus Tom Yun Kung. And look who's knocking on their doorsteps. Killapause though finds the contact early on. Tom Yun Kung backing on away inside yet again. And really for Blackhand right now, you just need to be careful of other squads lurking on the outskirts. That includes Buriram United, Dreamfire and Daryl, whoever contributes that endeavor. Here for Blackhand right now, it seems like Tom Yun Kung going for a few pot shots, strafing Flame, taking damage now, still in relative cover, protected by Boogie as well as Easy Flash. From this point on though, they're the ones looking to gatekeep here against Tom Yun Kung. Someone has to go outside soon, and Blackhand is looking to call that bluff.
Yeah, those are some really nice shots. Putting that pressure onto Blackhand. Easy Flash only just now getting the opportunity to pop the bat. There should be A lot of those available, though, for Blackhand. They do tend to come in with a fair bit of resources. But they're also starting to cop a few shots from the ADL guys up on top of the hill. Or rather, Booram, I should say. Was ADL.
The thing is, Booram was spotted by Dreamfire, and suddenly one was down for Booram United. Speaking of Dreamfire, though, they're keeping the fight onto another squad. Eventually, they decide they want to execute the opposition, and Dewo United booted out of this mine. Dreamfire says hello and goodbye. This is their spot, and this is their north side.
Yeah, I think that was a really good fight, to be honest, for Dreamfire. They needed to take that fight. They couldn't, in good conscience, continue to play this game out knowing that there's a team behind them. It was always going to be a problem. Here comes Blackhand, though. They want to contest up onto the high ground. This was held by ADL Wolves. Now it's being held by Booram. But I'm going to be honest, it starts to look like maybe it's going to be held by Blackhand in just a second. They've already finished off one. Booram is split. They've jumped off the high ground. But Easy Flash cannot survive for long. Will be finished off by Roy. Blackhand down to 2.
The threat of Dreamfire is just completely unrelenting. Every single time someone wants to play on top of that position of a hill, Dreamfire says no. Booram United felt their wrath. Blackhand, the same kind of thing. And with only a 2-man squad, Blackhand actually might run into AGL instead. So here we go. Wall is going to be into play. Jackie going for the shots as Fate also having their own kind of contact. AGL, though, in position now to wipe out Blackhand, prevent them from getting the back-to-back going. They're chasing after Blackhand here, looking to at least catch out those who are to disengage. Strafing Flame is already down. Boogie so low on the HP, and Blackhand has been outed. Booram United, the same kind of face. Dreamfire, though, still on Overwatch duty. Moist Esports trying to get a piece of the action, but the wall in the way keeps AGL alive. Never mind, though, the shots do come here from Waltzy. Outs on out. Dreamfire's there, too, and you can see for AGL, they just wanted to fight a few squads, but Dreamfire and Moist both converged on them. We're not done, though. Moist is still there. Spots out. Pite tried to get the hell out of there, and that's a casualty. On to 2 for Dreamfire. Roy's the only one still standing, as both SWQ and Fate are eliminated the opposite end, and Moist is on the chase.
Yeah, gold armor there for Waltzy. That's going to be really useful in the fights that we're seeing. It's an absolutely chaotic game right now, and Moist go from one battle to the next. They're having a look now at Dreamfire, who, like I said, it's a really good thing, cleared out their backs. Otherwise, they would have multiple teams to worry about. Now, at least, they can just turn their attention to Moist. But it doesn't look like Moist wants to push the issue all that much. They know they've got a favorable zone position over Dreamfire. Dreamfire has to come to them, so why push the issue right now?
They have the location, they have the numbers, and while we got M's here topping up back to full, we move over to MDY White, who's just executing whoever they Myunko left with 2, as Killapause has already been slain. You got Golden Sage and 20th guaranteed, also suffering casualties. So here towards Harvester, the only squad still has trios have to be MDY White on one side and Moist Esports on the other. Can they use that numbers advantage to their advantage? We shall see, because, well, MDY White, they need to move a little bit closer if they want to be safe, and Golden Sage is already meeting them.
Shots coming through from MDY White. Going to close the door on their way out. Get themselves the opportunity to reset. Alright, well. Bit of a moment of respite for us and for the teams as well. But the zone is now shrinking, and the biggest benefactor of that, I suspect, is probably going to be Moist, because it's going to push Dreamfire. Dreamfire's now going to have to move. Everyone else is pretty much inside the zone. But as long as Moist is able to clean up Dreamfire here, then they themselves will also be quite safe from the rest of this chaos that's happening down the bottom inside of Harvester. Oh, a nice double tap with the Eva 8. There goes Golden Sage.
Beautifully done. MDY White bringing in the damage. The NC is going to be gone too, and Moist Esports just loving the outscores, loving the outdoors. And Tom Yun Kung has to still play on the inside. Dreamfire, though, survives with one more player. Holding on to the north side. Roy, though, solo, looking for cover behind the truck. And Moist Esports is just marking their target. If he peeks, he is dead. Shield battery now to try and keep on alive. But eventually, with these 5 squads, it's just about who is forced to move early on. Tom Yun Kung, they have the advantage in terms of location. But Moist Esports and MDY White both converge that way, and it might be a tunnel of death sooner rather than later.
Yeah, Moist have set themselves up as kings of the hill. That's for sure. Lots of shield bats on the ground there. They've got great cover to play with. They can really pick and choose their fights. And, I mean, even a Kraber in tow as well for Pricey. This is going to start to get dangerous as soon as anyone has to push their way out of Harvester. If Moist is still allowed to play on top of that hill, it is going to be a free farm. Here you go. Talk about it. G7 Scout, the accuracy on point there for MT, but no knock.
Beautiful damage, sure, but this is what we're talking about. Moist Esports. They're just able to, again and again, bring the damage, get the perch, and go for as much opportunities as much as possible. Gets the intel also. Now they know that it's really the inside that has to matter here.
All right, well, Moist is looking absolutely deadly at the moment, so let's hear from them as they try to close this game out.
Yep.
Fucking Cats won. Nice.
Solar's still in the truck. The Solar hasn't moved from the truck yet.
I'm staying. I got more nades.
Nice.
Okay. Swing right. We can't let a team take our roof.
Coming.
Looking for the solo.
I'm reinforcing door. I reinforced the door.
He walled. He's on this truck here. Did you get the goo on this? Is that your goo?
Yeah, it's. I gooed the door. I gooed the door.
Nice. We just won the fucking game. Right underneath us. Okay. You got a wall from over here, Pricey. And you gotta just cut everything off here, okay?
I'm
gonna find inside. They're about to find inside. I'm about to zero.
They're all inside. They're all inside.
We look to wipe them.
Walled.
They're going my door. I can kill the solo, I think.
Okay, Walty, on you.
Almost cracked the cat underneath. It's a full team and then the solo.
Yep.
Did you goo the door?
I have gooed it. I cracked the solo.
Oh, you passed it. Nice. Get goo down.
We're in the zero.
Like, get your spikes down.
I'm on cooldown. Get ready for them to set. Send it!
Dead!
What?
Almost cracked! Let's fucking go, boys! Let's keep it up!
Fucking go, cunt.
Good shit, boys.
The shot's coming right there. And Moist. Easy peasy as you like it. There you go. They get themselves a win. Nice couple of shots at the back end there from Pricey. And, you know, the one question I have for you, Dax, is did you goo the door?
I guess Moist did.
Yeah, I mean, how many times do they have to ask him if he's gooed the door? I feel like,
bro,
come on.
did you goo the door?
Give the guy a break, you know? He's like, yeah, I've gooed the door, man. I've gooed it like 3 times.
Dude, that is APAC I'd say champion material communication. Did you goo the door? Remember, guys, that's what you gotta use in your ranked games moving forward. But I was honestly more so surprised also by that frag. That perfect timing there, catching the transit from MDYY out at the same time. And you mentioned the Kraber shots were so sublime. Moist Esports overall, though, what a win. And as we always say, what a standard. The full points for placements. They get 13 kills, and from just that outside position, especially on top of the hill, they just had such a good survey of everything going on around the ring.
Yeah, they did it with ease as well, didn't they? I think the cool thing about watching them in that game was that it just sort of felt like they were super comfortable, right? There was no pressure at all. They were cruising through that one. Their comms were clean, and it didn't seem like there was too much chaos going on there at all. They knew exactly what they needed to do. It's funny to me, like, they're standing on the roof, they're like, oh, let's just win this game. It's like, yeah, all right, yeah, man, let's just win this game. Sounds good. Good choice. Placement timeline coming up here to show you exactly how it did play out if you sort of missed the back end of that. It was obviously Moist that did win, but Dreamfire, MDY, getting themselves fairly decent points with the second and the third, and even Tom Yum Kung kind of came back in to the swing of things there in game number 2, so it's good to see them back. Is that going to jump them up the scoreboard? Not so sure about that one, but I do know for sure Black Hand will not hold on to first. And 43 points in 2 games from Moist is a bit of a statement.
Yeah, this is what we expect from Moist Esports, and this time around, they have such a big gap on the kills. A while ago, in our first 6, right, they were struggling to get those takedowns. They relied so much on placements, but when they just feel so optimized with their locations, when they get the right calls, and especially how they're really dipping into how they third party and when to get out, they assess these situations so well. And I love how you called a while ago that they didn't even need to push Dreamfire, right? They knew they were dead to rights the moment that they had that advantage, the ring pulling that way. And those are the kind of calls I'd say that Moist Esports and Moist Esports alone, in a way, can consistently make compared to the rest of APAC.
You could see as well how important that position that they ended up being in was. I mean, it was first, it was ADL that held it, then it was Buriram, then Black Hand contested it. and then inevitably it ends up being, you know, when it actually matters and when the zone is actually pushing in, Moist who controlled that hill, and from there they had an easy rotation onto the roof. They weren't in all of that chaos inside of Harvester. They walk away with a pretty comfortable win in the end. So, well played from Moist, and it looks like they are trying to make amends for the last lobby, and they're trying to win this one, and doing a good job of that so far. So, let's find out how they go about that as we jump into game number 3 in just a minute. We're going to head to a short break, but don't go too far away. We'll be back right after this. G'day guys, welcome back. It is time for game number 3 in just a second. It's ALGS, it's APAC South. You know it, you love it, it's absolutely deadly. Dax is here with me. No Genome today. Oh man, what a fantastic day I'm having. That's a real treat. But look, let's take a look at Pricey for the day so far, or at least those first couple of games of the second lobby. He has been playing all day, but he's been frying here in the second lobby. 4 kills, 3k damage done. Great stuff from him on the Catalyst, and hey, he gooed the door, so what more do you need?
Yeah, exactly that. Goo the door, Pricey. Goo the door. I goo the door, bro. So we will always remember to goo the door moving forward. Hashtag goo the door, guys. And especially here from Moist Esports, he's been setting records, right? With the damage done all the way from first week. He's still keeping up one of the everlasting processes on the Catalyst. And it really feels like Moist Esports, thanks to him and his efforts especially, they're able to get so much value out of the comp they're running. And of course, through the walls that they make. But we go yet again, one final time for the day, to World's Edge. And as you can see, our teams have already dropped. You can notice that the ring is moving towards the northwest side, and I do believe this should be pulling towards Skyhook or maybe Countdown right now, where it can actually allow the likes of Dreamfire and ALG a better staging ground and less of the rotates that they need to do this time.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder, can Moist potentially run it back here? Blackhand have got to kind of pick the pace up a little bit if they want to challenge for the top spot. They've fallen off it a little bit, even though they've won one and Moist have won one. Moist took second in that first game, and Blackhand certainly did not deliver in the second game. So overall, consistency's been a little bit better there for Moist. But both teams look like they have an equally difficult rotation into this next zone. So we'll see how that one ends up playing on out. Nothing too crazy as far as the drops are concerned here. We're just seeing standard stuff. Third game in. Maybe Dreamfire and 20th Guaranteed will run into each other relatively early here by Countdown. I can see 20th Guaranteed have moved up out of landside pretty quick smart, which is a good thing because ADL Wolves moved in there pretty quick as well. But standard rotations coming through. Nothing too crazy at the moment.
Yeah, I'm looking at Moist, how they're going to rotate around this. It seems like they do want to go towards Fragments and then through the train tunnel into Landslide. So that's a rotate some of the other teams lagging behind may try to emulate. But you mentioned it. So early on here at Countdown, some teams are willing to actually fight each other once they have one of these, I'd say, stations to themselves. So 20th Guaranteed has one, Buram United has one, Dreamfire of course started here, same kind of case, and you kind of just have to make the call. Where do you put yourself? Towards the Skyhook area? Do you go for the Countdown area instead, where it might be a bit more likely thanks to the space? MDY White and Let's Go though rushing in as well, and suddenly it's Let's Go seeing a few players running around and calling to their attention.
Yeah, a couple of little taps out there from Let's Go, but nothing too crazy. I feel like the pace of this lobby is actually a little bit faster than the previous one that we got to watch. Just in regards to the teams that how quickly they're rotating. It's not as if the fights are happening more quickly per se. It's just, it seems like, I don't know, there's just this mini meta has kind of developed in this lobby where everyone's like, you know what, we see that first zone, we got to rotate straight away. And I'm not really sure why that is, but they're all trying to get into location as pretty much quick as possible, which is actually leaving room for those edge-based teams, you know, like Blackhand, for example, again, to just chill out for a bit.
There's that urgency right now, maybe a bit of aggression that they want to do, but then they realize that it's not the best opportunity. And we talked about it, about Group C, that we're gonna see this a bit more often compared to A and B together. Moist Esports though, hatching out Let's Go in the Caravan. This might be one short journey here for Let's Go. They tried to go for the Skyward Dive towards Dreamfire and the rest of Countdown. Didn't really pan out for them. Moist Esports is just playing Gatekeeper, maybe an evacuation notice on the other side of the doorway. Denied here by Waltzy. Moist is just waiting right now and trapping Let's Go and trying to send them home. Crazy Kong in cover. You also have the Watson there by the pylon, but one is already down and Moist has the advantage. Pricey though, caught out by Dewa. Dewa's getting into the thick of things. Here they come on the third party. Moist has to back on the way and perhaps even leave the member behind here. Let's Go watches while this all happens.
Yeah, Waltzy's just trying to get out of dodge. They were United coming in here for that third party, trying to farm up a couple of kills. They'll get one on the Pricey. Crazy Kong's gone down as well, finished off. So, real benefactors here are going to end up being Daewoo United. The biggest losers are Let's Go. And then somewhere in the middle, Empty and Waltzy. Have they both survived? Empty's finished off, actually. So, Waltzy's the last one alive.
what happened there was Moist wanted to re-engage towards Dewa United. They wanted to get the banner back too. But as soon as they turned around, Dreamfire brought out the charge rifle. And from afar, they got the free pickoff. Moist now absolutely crippled. We've seen these antics happen before though, Elfish, that there's one player of Moist and he's gonna rat himself towards that second place. Waltzy, the objective is yours now to take.
Yeah, I mean, especially if it's Waltzy, I sort of feel like he is in a lot of cases that player that has pulled off a lot of the solo plays. I don't want to see him solo this early on in the game if you're a Moist supporter, for example, but you know, if it's going to be anyone, I probably would choose Waltzy out of the three. So we'll see what he can do. But this is, in a sense, almost good news for the rest of the lobby because of the fact that you'd expect Moist won't not be getting too many points out of this game now. Gives a chance for other teams to catch back up. Like I said, Blackhand sort of fell off the pace a little bit, but now that Moist is going to miss out on a few, we can see the top end sort of equalizing a little bit. Hopefully. Make for an interesting end to the day rather than just Moist running away with the win.
Absolutely. We've seen closer, lower lobby score lines be a bit more exciting because it will go the distance and we wouldn't know who's going to win. Same case that happened between Onyx and Blackhand where that one squad wipe versus Tom Yum Kung was exactly what they needed to put themselves in Onyx case to get that lobby win. Speaking of Blackhand though, they're towards the Skyhook right now. T4, the team closest to them, and Tom Yum Kung watching out for Ram United on the outskirts of Countdown. So as of now, besides all the action towards the caravan, it seems like most of these teams have calmed down and looked for their own locales. Interesting enough though, the ring has pulled to Skyhook like I thought about, and the players and the teams who have taken buildings early on, will this be enough for the long run?
Good question. I think we still need to wait and see where the next couple of zones are going to be pulling before we can really make some informed decisions. This one doesn't seem to be as set in stone as the last. There's a little bit more, you know, around that you can play. It could go one side of Countdown. It could go sort of in between Countdown and Skyhook. That sort of hill in between always tends to be a favorite spot for the zone to end. But there's a lot of places this could still kind of finish off. So we don't have that much of a congregation of all these teams as we did in the last game, which is going to mean it's going to end up being a little bit slower than what we got in game 2. And you've still got plenty of teams actually still kind of playing outside of the edge. You know, you've even got SWQ going back to Climatizer now to, I guess, well, I was going to say get a ring scan, but they've already got it. They've already scanned the ring. Oh, they're chasing VK. That's what's happening. Sorry. They're all the same color. So I thought VK and SWQ were the same team, but on the map, they're pretty much the same color. That's what's happening.
Dude, sometimes camouflage is pretty intense. DNZ is all the way by Geyser too, and Golden Sage looking to regroup towards Harvester. So we always have some of those long edge rotates that will come to pass. In the meantime, though, AGL and Forever LFT, this is already the final circle, sharing a single building with AGL on one floor. I believe Forever LFT is on the higher ground instead. So it's pretty intense already. Some of these teams want to commit in their positions and will be willing to fight for it. MDY White and 20 at Guaranteed, kind of the same case right now towards Countdown, where we're watching AGL and they're just looking to see if anyone's gonna peek at them, and especially with the Mad Maggie and so, Jackie wants to get some drill value if ever.
Drill value?
Yes, sir.
Love it. I thought you were gonna, I don't know what you were gonna pull out there, but I was hoping for some Riz. Some drill Riz or Briz, I don't know, whatever. I mean, I'm a bit too old to be coming up with words like that, but it is what it is. AGL's just being chilling at the moment though, aren't they? They don't really need to do anything. I mean, like, obviously they are a little contested for this building, but if Forever LFT stays on the roof and AGL stays on the second floor, then I think they can exist quite happily together. Doesn't look like either are too keen on that idea. Great shots come through from Jackie. Maybe they weren't aware that they were spotted by the Seer. But either way, that's going to be a punishing blow. And AGL starting to come out ahead in this engagement. It's a mess. They're all just shooting through the walls. But Olin has been able to get the initial knock.
Just shooting through diamonds, basically, and I talked about drill value. Did you see that one? They cleared out the first set of spikes towards the staircase, and now they're looking to do the same old thing. Jackie now feeling that this is their fight to win. Drill is ready. Jackie is there, and AGL will eliminate Forever FT. That's value, and that's pretty perfect for them.
Yep, pretty solid.
Yeah.
Surprised that they wanted to play that aggressively, but when you get the opportunity to put almost 150 into a player in one clip, then 100% you're going to take that fight. So AGL clear out their roof. It's pretty good to see. And Zone's starting to move its way in now. So all those teams that were out near Harvest, Acclimatize are starting to work in. Golden Sage have a long way to go, and they might actually have to go through or past Fate at staging. So we still got a few hangers on, just hanging around, chilling. But for the most part, rotations have come through. This next zone, though, it's still really interesting because it's kind of like halfway between Skyhook and Countdown.
Nope.
Not really too sure where it's going to end up. All these teams kind of hedging their bets, some towards the north, some towards the south.
Well, now that the next ring's revealed, we get confirmation. Skyhook, baby. We got AGL in prime real estate. They had cleared out their building. They're now waiting to see if anyone else will be their next door neighbors. But teams like Fate that you mentioned, Golden Sage, they need to get to the ring end fast because the only real areas they can go from now here is Countdown, and especially that tunnel to the southeast side of Skyhook, where there's so many players and teams that are already awaiting them. Dreamfire's still in a good locale. They're still in the ring anyway, so they're gonna be happy to camp it out for quite a while. Blackhand already moving towards the next area. There is a beacon they can utilize to reveal some locations, or some players rather, if ever. But you can see Bram United and SWQ, they've gotten the memo. ADL Wolves, though, in the meantime, getting pressured. Still watching over for Tom Young Kong. Wonton Dumpling especially. Low HP here for Wonton Dumpling. Need to go for a bit of a reset. But the ADL Wolves, they're not going to be too over-eager this time on their location. They were punished in the last map. They want to play it a bit safer this time around.
Yeah. DMZ. Look at this big rotation. Not going to be very fun for them. Even coming in on the northern side, there's just a lot of teams already set up. Tom Yum Kung. It's a team that I really just don't know where to place. Sometimes they look great. Sometimes they go completely missing. Today it's been neither here nor there, I don't think, just yet. Not in a bad spot, though, to potentially have a good game here if it pulls favorably for them.
Hasn't been the worst time for Tom Young Kong, but yeah.
Don't think it's going to pull very nicely for them, to be honest. I think this is more likely heading in towards Skyhook.
Yeah, it's such a difficult scenario right now. Like, in all honesty, Tom Young Kong is such a veteran roster. They recently got dropped by their sponsor as they pulled out from Apex, and they still sticking around. I do believe one of their newest players did come from that Emmanuel roster, so there is potential for the squad with all the split experience, but it's such a fall from grace, and we've talked about that for some of the SEA teams, honestly. As truth be told, some of the AU teams have really been on the uprise. Teams like 3D Sports, it's been some struggles. Tom Young Kong, the biggest example of that. All are watching them basically go for a few pot shots. We move over to MDY White, who might have to deal with 20th guaranteed very, very soon. They're by the doorway below towards Countdown, keeping an eye out of anyone on the outskirts. 20th guaranteed above them, though, getting bothered by Golden Sage, who have finally made contact happen. So Golden Sage, they're gonna try to fly on out, get a better position as these squads have congregated too close to one another.
Yeah, and this is really not where you want to be at all either. You still have to get your way into Skyhook inevitably, and they're going to get that info, but just a second. There you go. Ring pull is shown to be into Skyhook. And ADL Wolves are going to have to find a way to get themselves out of dodge. Tom Yum Kung have a bit of an easier time of that. What are they going to opt for, I do wonder? Either an earlier rotate or try to cut off some of those players exiting from Countdown. It could be a good way to farm up a few points.
Dreamfire's there also keeping an eye out on anyone else still left behind towards Countdown. So while all of the other teams are already transiting towards the next part of the ring, Dreamfire and ADL Wolves looking for anyone else who they might deal with. ADL, though, have decided to dive on away, fly back towards the Skyhook area. Watching still Dreamfire, though. Exhibit Throne Intel already being provided. MDY White still not budging though, alongside 20th guaranteed. Both teams right now eventually meeting each other. 20th guaranteed so low on the HP. Difficult scenario for them to even stay on the... They've already lost one for the Troubles. And speaking of losing one, ADL Wolves is the same kind of case. They've just landed here and they're getting peppered immediately by Buram United. 20th guaranteed already eliminated. It's ADL though with a chance to go for the recovery because Buram's hurt too. Gopcat's on the floor. Aflo's already down for the counts.
ADL Wolves are fighting hard as well. They're keeping it alive for the moment. Good rotation from them. The fact that they've gotten out of countdown into Skyhook in a position inside the zone with all 3 members alive is, well, more than acceptable. Impressive, in fact. Wait, are we in the toilet right now? What's going on there? They were united. Yeah, on the rotate as well, but have they decided to go a little bit too late? Look at the damage that they're taking on their way in. Lahim dropped a couple of shots, but Kisans and the rest of the squad looking okay.
Everyone's just going for Skyhook right now. Dreamfire and MDY White, same kind of case. And we saw a while ago, Blackhand has been watching the building that now fills 3 squads over the west side of the next circle here. Devil United, though, keeping an eye out for them still. Tom Yun Kong flying on around. It's solo, though, at Tom Yun Kong. That's a freebie indeed. Asia ZXD is a special delivery here for Devil United.
Yeah.
But suddenly the convergence of many of the other rosters now into play. Wanton Dumpling having to deal with now the push, courtesy of Dreamfire. Where was it born? He's low HP. Devil United still keeping an eye out on the outskirts. They're happy to play on the outside. AGL in the meantime dealing with MDY and Tom Yun Kung now. There's so many invaders here to their residences. This is their home and they're just trying to get all of this. AGL holding steadfast. Wrecking Ball now into play, provides the speed to play the aggressors. It's MDY gone for the count. That's the first invasion of AGL that they protect.
Yeah, well, these are the circumstances that the Maggie is really going to enjoy. Fighting in those buildings. Lots of damage coming through. And obviously cleaning it up pretty comfortably there is AGL. ADL, on the other hand, sitting pretty right on top of MDY White and even Booram. Lalabang's hanging around there too, so pretty busy building that they've found themselves in. I suppose it's slim pickings right now in Skyhook. Not too much left to play. Dreamfire are trying to keep themselves safe from those drill charges as well. Wonton Dumpling goes down. Still 12 teams alive, though.
It's getting so crowded, honestly, in some of these buildings. And Dreamfire now takes notice. The Devil United is right there. Lahim already using the Legendary Shield to top up quickly. In the meantime, though, it's actually a bat here. So Dreamfire now, you just be a bit more careful. They have that Mad Maggie to utilize, so if they get an opportunity with the drill and the Wrecking Ball, that might be their chance to go for the call. It does seem like the Dreamfire has to be the more active one, but they need to find the right timing versus Dewa United if they want to win it. And Dewa here playing the doorway, going for cover. Eventually, though, the siege of the floor is there. Torment Grenade gonna get thrown over. Frags are gonna be into play too, and immediately the shields do crap, but Lahim does find Roy immediately. Dreamfire getting hurt here. It's gonna be a 2-for-2 trade on the floor now. Lahim's still alive, actually. He's gonna push. He wants to go for the execute. Dewa send off Dreamfire. They get the kill points, but the ring is there, consuming them too. Ooh. And Dreamfire, they bought enough time to hurt Devil United where it absolutely counts.
Yeah, not quite going to get away with that one with their lives. ADL will pick up the points on the way out. AGL also drops just after Dewa United, but I can't believe it. We've still got 10 teams alive. Look at how small this zone is. You just got stacks on stacks on stacks of players. All to these 3 buildings. Must be, what, 4 players in the northern side? 4 teams in the northern building, 3 teams in the southern building, the southeastern building, 3 in the southwest, something like that.
Quietly
down
right
to
now,
8
though.
now.
Did you see that? Eternal Photon silently taking the kill lead there with Holiday. One of the teams that they've shut down here is already Black Hand, so no chance for them to take advantage completely of the disappearance of Moist Esports, who had been eliminated early on. So maybe a new contender to this lobby moving forward to Storm Point. We're not done though. It's SWQ versus DNZ. Holiday though in the meantime cleaning up the rest of Tom Yum Kung. So Eternal Photon with heavy control onto the other building. High ground though here for SWQ. They just want to go after whoever's down on the low ground. Killapause might be that target, and Eternal Photon hunting him down, but Killapause is still fighting, but he cannot handle Holiday whatsoever. Another one bites the dust as Eternal Photon do still go on.
Indeed. DNZ surviving as well. Kentung, you can see, fighting his way up onto the roof. Joker's there to help him out. Util getting tossed. But doesn't look like DNZ wants to press the issue too much. Ring is starting to close, and this is where the issues are going to arise. Kentung will clear out that bottom floor. Good shots across the ways. He's called for the rest of the team to come across as well. They want to play from this position. Charge rifle, long range angle. Love to see it.
Damn, that's gonna be some good shots. And MDY White's also gone now. ADL Wolves too. So Eternal Photon yet again. And DNZ keeping a watch on every other building. And from this point on, this is actually a call to action for DNZ to get the hell away from SWQ and T4. Eternal Photon instead gonna be their contact. Ready now with the higher ground here for Eternal Photon. Holiday might have another plan. It's gonna be a bit of aggression. DNZ down below too. The streets right now gonna be filled with carnage as DNZ are desperate now to hold down the line. They still have some cover, but of course interruptions yet again, courtesy of the Seer, and that's the poke and prod that will come from all the other squads. Eternal Photon is there, playing danger close, cracking the shield yet again, trying to get into the corner. And here we go with EP falling down with one. Joker bringing his damage with the R99, a second one perhaps. Good shield dance there, and Eternal Photon eventually though still eliminated by DNC. Next on the target, gonna be one more to four. SWQ is gone to the wayside. T4 has been waiting for timing. DNC solo and the HP. Can they survive? One more squad. T4 has found the timing, have the numbers, and they will take the win. It's just a perfect opportunity for the squad.
Wow, absolute carnage, pushing their way through so many teams. T4, they pull off the win, and they honestly kind of made it look easy right in the end there. I thought it was going to be a bit more difficult with that many teams trying to challenge them, but yeah, back to back to back. It was like playing zombies, right? They just dealt with them one by one and walk away with a pretty damn solid win there in the end. Overall, gotta say, T4, they had a bit of a rougher start, but look, 4-kill win, it's not enough to just massively propel them forward, but it's definitely what they've been looking for. Bit of a confidence builder, sets them up nicely, going into Storm Point. You can start to look for a few more points there and, you know, get a bit of work done and potentially still challenge for the top end of things. Great game, though, by DNZ. They had to fight hard. Eternal Photon as well. It was 9 kills and 7 kills, respectively, for those two teams, and they were kind of the fraggers of the lobby.
Yeah, and I just remember what the setup was before everything went down to the streets. DNZ and SWQ having such an epic standoff for so long that T4 was just completely unnoticed. They stayed very quiet away from those two squads. They noticed that Eternal Photon was winning the duels on the other side of the building. Same case for MDY White, and they really just timed it so right there by the end when they saw DNZ in transit. It was such a big effort though from DNZ. I was very impressed by how aggressive that they played, and there were so many times they were low on the HP, but this is that extra bit that came from the Mad Maggie and especially the Bangalore. Out of nowhere, they would just be able to turn the tide and win out the duel. Some effective mechanics there from DNZ, but of course decisions here in Battle Royale so important, and T4 took advantage of that.
Indeed they do, and they walk away with that win. Here's the placement timeline. Blackhand in 9th, keeping an eye on how they're going, especially considering Moist went out so early. They will be able to pick up a net positive game, but probably not enough to catch back up in any drastic sort of fashion, considering Moist was on 40 points after 2 games. We'll take a look at the overall standings, and it is DNZ that have actually rocketed up into 2nd, MDY White into 3rd. But still no one really holding a candle to Moist, even though Moist have a pretty bad game there. They had done enough work in those first couple of games. I mean, 22 kills they got in 2 games. It's taken a long time for anyone else to catch up to them.
Come on, it was second place in the first place, and as you mentioned, double digits so quickly that this was a gimme here by Moist Esports, and no one still isn't in reach. Like DNZ, you mentioned they had a good game. I do want to talk about MDY White yet again. We called them out earlier on. It was either first place or sub top 10 basically, and then Now they're making it to better margins. They made it to that 5th place this time around, and they've effectively been a threat to this lobby. So I'm loving what I'm seeing here from MDY White. I do want to see more perhaps from the likes of ADL Wolves and Tom Young Kong, because it seems like they're there, but they're just not getting the results that they need.
Yeah, I mean, they've always been a little bit like that, right? They've always been kind of just about there, but they're not getting the win. So, look, I'm sure it's coming at some point. We'll have to look forward to it. We've got Storm Point coming up next. It's break time. Don't go too far away. We'll be back in just a tick.
Oh my god, that riot build goes huge!
Very late. What?
Work out what positions they can play.
Falling at us.
Yep, five.
Yeah, cracked. Still weak.
Five.
Come on, still weak.
Two dead. Five, Rocky. One here.
150 on him.
Let's go.
Nice, boy.
Welcome back. You're watching ALGS. It's APAC South, the best region in the whole wide world. And you've got me, Elfish Guy, Dax alongside me as well. Looking forward to Storm Point. It is now the downward stretch. We've got 3 games to go for the day, Dax. And all 3 of them going to be on Storm Point. Jury's out as to who's going to win this lobby still. But definitely looking like it could be a moist win at the moment.
Yeah, Moist Esports are in prime position still after everything they did in the first 2 maps, but a roadblock in the way on the 3rd prevents them from running away with it, so there is still such a chance for everyone else on the scoreboard right now. And of course, what I want to talk about here is our 2nd placer, DNZ. This team really popped off there on Skyhook, and in all honesty, they have one of the oldest cores we have here in our group so far. I think Joker and SA have been playing since 2021, here and there, back into the split scene. They had to qualify yet again, and they have been reinforced by one of their latest additions, Kensung, who I do believe came from that Ant Farm Ant Esports Club rosters. Yes, indeed. I was like, Ant Farm, what is that? Is that a band I'm thinking about? But yeah, so there is a little bit more firepower brought here by DNZ, and having some of those veteran cores really does help you out in a pinch, especially with the chemistry that we see from this team.
Yeah, Kentung's been around a while. He's a bit of an OG, so definitely brings a bit of firepower into that roster, and good to see them having some success. But they're still going to have to do a bit of work to hold on to that, right? They're not that far ahead of the rest of the pack that it's out of the realms of possibility someone could nab 2nd off them. We should take a quick look at the beacon here as well before we do jump into Storm Point, just in case there's any funny business going on. It's looking pretty busy up on the northeastern side of the map there, but
no.
We'll see how that plays out.
Man, here we go again between ADL and DNZ.
Yeah.
Oh no, the threat isn't these 2 teams. The threat is the gravity cannon. If someone gets punched past lightning rod, I'm just gonna expect it by this point. But you did mention it, when we got A and C together, it's always gonna be such a cluster towards the high pot and lightning rod area, and you can see it here in the highlight. This is what happens if you can test the cannons, man. This is what happens when you punch each other up in the air.
Yeah, we were definitely confused at that point as to what was going on there. But I want to draw people's attention back to the results of A vs C the first time we saw it, because it's actually very different so far tonight. Last week when we saw A and C play against each other, we had AGL in 1st place, Blackhand in 2nd, Moist in 3rd, Eternal Photon 4th, Golden Sage in 5th. And right now, it's just looking like a completely different scoreboard, to be honest with you. So I don't think we're any world are we going to be seeing AGL walk away with a win in this lobby. They would need to do what they did on World's Edge last week, this time on Storm Point, and win 3 from 3. And even then, that might not be enough. They've not really been doing a huge amount today so far. Blackhand, I mean, they're still sort of in the mix. They had one good game, but they've fallen off the pace a little bit. Moist as well. They're definitely in for a top 3, but yeah, I mean, it's been interesting to see these teams kind of picking up the pace or slowing down sometimes. DNZ, for example, they finished 18th last time this lobby played, and now they're in 2nd at the moment. So that's a complete role reversal for them, and hopefully they can keep that up, because they're in a position in the overall standings where, yeah, some points are going to be pretty nice to come by if they can get them on the board tonight.
Yeah, things get pretty topsy-turvy, and as we're getting into the game, my concern right now has to be, besides of course the Northeast, which will have many a player and many a team, Barometer itself, Devil United, as well as AGL, both land in that location. Will we see that same kind of contest? And here in A versus C, Fate actually re-rotates back to Cenote Cave instead of contesting the area where we see Blackhand a lot, fish farms towards that Gale station. So this is the perfect chance for Blackhand to do Blackhand things and get the best treasury here as ADL Wolves. Immediately we go to them for good reason. Lightning Rod contested. They're going after their opponents in this map, DNZ, one more time.
Yeah, but this time it's playing out maybe a little bit more reserved than what we've seen in previous cases. We've even seen punch-ons, but at least here, both teams have given themselves the time to loot the weapons up and potentially take a fight. Now there's another one down at Antenna. This was also somewhat expected. It was 20th guaranteed up against Forever LFT, and so far it's looking pretty damn good for 20th guaranteed. 2v1. Trying to clutch it out for Forever LFT, but not quite going to happen. And so 20th guaranteed. Going to hold on to it. But it'll be a contest again next game, so we'll get a bit of early fun. Back up to Lightning Rod though.
We've seen that so many times. That 20th guaranteed just bails out from the application, goes after Forever LFT instead, and just eliminates them in one fell swoop. So you mentioned it, 3 points right now here for 20th guaranteed. I do notice also Devil United actually has Barometer to themselves, and AGL deciding to play towards the armory to the north side, I believe, of Cenote Cave, and maybe that's where they can get the top up on. Dreamfire towards the mill, and besides the early engagement, par for the course here, Elfish, with all the teams dropping. I do notice, though, that here we go again with the ring that does start off towards the Cascade area, moves over towards the west, where Moist will do the usual rotate we've seen from the previous maps of Storm Point.
Yeah, still a fair bit in this one though. I mean, it's not quite as far out to the west as some of the earlier circles that we saw on Storm Point today. It's not so obviously going to just end on Dome or end on Down Beast or something like that, for example. Moist have pretty much put themselves dead center. They are the bullseye. They're the target in the middle of the dartboard right now, but obviously there's not like any, I would say, like super obvious building, for example, to just set yourself up in that circle or anything like that. So they'll actually end up moving on, and this is a bit more of a defensible position that they'll find themselves in that I'm looking at on the minimap, but it's obviously not quite in the center of the zone. So you're sort of gambling a little bit with being out on one edge and hoping that the zone's going to continue to pull in this direction. Dreamfire also doing the same, just in that building across the road.
Calling that this is going to be where they want to fortify, and Dreamfire, same kind of case based on the pull itself. You got AGL though, mentioned they were going to go for the army. They do so. Devil United just running past them actually. And of course, Black Hand, all the time in the world here to play towards the southeast with the armory of their own. So expect them to be the raid boss later on into the game once we get a few more rings going our way. We're watching out though how the rest of these teams will actually mobilize, and especially right now I'm looking towards two of those on our minimap. Let's Go and T4. Let's Go has been very much opportunistic in taking aggressive angles. T4 we saw in the last round, and in the last map itself took that win because they kept it low-key. So if anyone can make a bit of a difference right now, it might be these two teams in two different ways.
What's Tom Yum Kung looking for here? They might be aware that there's a bit of fighting happening early on in Antenna, but they'd be a little late to the party there for a third party. So just a little bit of scouting going on, picking up a couple of pieces of util.
Tom Yum Kung's just running towards Antenna right now. 20th guaranteed around the vicinity, but beyond that, it's just an easy rotate really for many of these teams. Most squads avoiding each other until I say with Buriram United finding Let's Go, who was a bit too ambitious, moving away from T4. And speaking of T4, if you notice here, they're actually running the crypto, and we don't see this legend too often now. It's still pretty potent if you know how to play with the EMP especially. But as it stands, it does suit T4 and their needs. We've seen them look for opportunity, and playing it slow and steady with the crypto scouting around like this, it does feel like it's something they can utilize a bit better than other squads.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. It's not something that the vast majority are running, but I think if you use it well and know how to play around it, definitely a viable selection. We've got AGL up on top of Godrock. Not sure how long they're going to be able to play that. Obviously for the next couple of zones, but don't expect that that's going to be a playable position super deep into the game, unless we get for some reason some hard southern shift. Tom Yum Kung on the rotate in the Trident. I'll be honest, I've never really been a huge Trident fan. I
Same.
just feel they're a bit clunky and unwieldy.
They're dangerous.
Yeah.
Why is it if one guy gets shot, everyone gets shot? Why does it spread like that, you know? I know it's a team game.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I think that's a good shout from Prada. I think it was definitely more viable when you could put the bubble down from Gibby.
That's
but
true. Exactly. Like, think about it. Like, putting the barrels in front too, but think about it, man. You want to keep your paint job fresh, right? So
yeah.
Bring back the dome bubble. Bring back the shielded cars.
I'm gonna be real. I think if we're gonna bring anything back, I reckon we bring back putting caustic traps on Gibby's shield arm, and I reckon that was the goated strat. But anyway,
exactly. It's just like that one picture of you I saw back on Twitter. It just gets longer and longer to say.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Who knows what we're talking about? Could be anything, but let me tell you, it does get longer and longer. AGL, where are they going? That's the wrong direction, guys.
AGL. What's the plan? This is a very far off location.
Yeah,
that's putting it very lightly, honestly.
They just want to do a bit more looting. There's a lot of teams still out in the zone, actually. AGL, SWQ, DNZ, ADL, all still playing outside of the ring. So certainly not seeing those faster rotate games than, you know, what we saw during World's Edge. It's not that kind of playstyle here on Stormpoint just yet.
Are they planning to go for the beacon, for the replicator? AGL's looking
They're
for
going for the
sure.
replicator there.
Yeah.
That is interesting, yeah.
What are they gonna craft here? So seems like, well, they're in the ring right now. They should be able to survive if they play things right. They should have enough meds anyway if you're gonna make that call. But, well, let's go back to actual things happening here towards the Siren Al side. Seems like Dreamfire Moist Esports still keeping tabs on one another. Looking forward to MDY Whites. It's just the middle of the aisle here, and it does seem like Golden Sage and Devil United might see each other alongside Fate very, very soon towards the market area past the Armory. So overall, we're finally getting the locations that have been powerful in previous rings so far. I would love to see perhaps someone contest Eternal Photon on the mill just to get a bit more of a vantage point as well later on.
Indeed. A little bit of a relaxing time for Boomerang right now, but I think it's going to get a bit busy for them sooner or later. A lot of teams coming across from the eastern side of the map will run into them. They were United down south, have also set themselves up quite nicely. Next ring pool, it shouldn't be an altogether too surprising one. It's gone again hard towards the mill, as hard toward the mill as it can. So we were talking about Moist a little bit earlier and where they were ending up. They actually chose correctly with the building that they opted to go for. They'll be very happy with that.
So much more space, basically, towards the western side, and that's exactly how the ring will pull. I am interested, though, that besides AGL, ADL is going over to Cenote Cave, and one thing I noticed was one of them actually got down, so they had to top on up, really low HP yet again, and they will see each other outside of the ring. Awkward moments, maybe perhaps looking for replicators here, but of course Medpack's gonna be absolutely essential. AGL on one side, ADL on the other. Only one acronym can win by this point, and eventually AGL will converge from the high ground, try to take the top spot, focus of attention, perfect interruption even, gets the detection on, keeps them on a relatively low state, but AGL also thinking about the healing game instead. It's not even the last ring, guys, and we're playing this kind of matchup. It's AGL still on top, though. Keep an eye out. ADL decide to disengage. They're skeleton by bullets. What is going on with Legacy and the rest of the crew? Get out of there, Wolves. You need to get out as soon as possible.
I mean, both teams have got to be sitting here just thinking, like, why on earth is there another team right here in Cenote Caves at this point in the game?
Hello?
This is unreasonable. AGL, they're on the chase. I don't know if I would be trying to run if I was ADL right now. I just feel like this is, at a certain point, this is a fight that you just have to take. And they've kind of given up their backs to AGL for too long. And they've been, you know, just farmed, basically. So, it's such a weird fight. Neither team really wants it. ADL tries to get away from it. AGL just says, right, we're going to shoot you in the back as you run away. Why are two teams there to begin with? That's what they're both wondering.
Why did we watch that? That's the question. And it got so awkward to the point that AGL, they thought about the engage, right? We saw the Seer focus get thrown and they got the detection, but then they're like, maybe we just want to heal. And now Bolin's down. I'm still watching this, by the way, but eventually, once in Dumpling, they also have a little bit of trouble towards the north-hand side. Tommy could be there, MDY gonna be there too, and Wonton Dumpling bringing the fight, and MDY is gonna get eliminated along the way. Gusenpai with such a big step up, but he only has 1 HP left. Tom Yun-kung looking for advantage, looking for opportunity. The Valkyrie to get the hell away. Up in the sky, you might be vulnerable. Can you get enough altitude in time? The tree is covered. Fly high, Gusenpai. Fly high. Can he survive? Well, it seems like it's a yes for now, and he'll land towards where Moist Esports is kind of waiting.
I don't know if I want to be landing on Moist Esports, but somehow he gets out of there. Skin of his teeth.
This game is pretty whack. I love it.
It is. All right. Well, you can see the next ring info as well, courtesy of Eternal Photon, who are sitting on top of the mill. They keep just tapping out and scanning it. And they keep seeing it, pulling in their direction, so they don't move. They're sitting on top of the mill, and they don't have to move. Neither does Moist, neither does Streamfire. Those three teams that made the early rotate, they're very happy with the way that this game is playing out thus far. This is like literally the perfect Moist game. This is exactly what they want. Make one rotation, stay in that building, see the zone shrinking on top of them, and a lot of the time they get that right. And when they do get that right, they tend to finish well.
As written by Moist Esports, but I'll also say, you mentioned Eternal Photon, this is the kind of game that they want. We saw it a while ago on Skyhook. If they can just play a building and just go for the shots from afar, they will be very good at executing those targets. Dreamfire also maybe a change of pace for them. They've had struggles on the rotation early on. If they're here early now, it might give them a better placement point position in the long run. I'm keeping an eye out though onto MDY White too. They did gamble to play towards the middle. They want to watch out for any kind of transits from the likes of the southeast and the eastern side. And 28 guaranteed has been spotted. Buram United though knows there's also targets nearby. MDY White keeping cover, but the flights of 28 guaranteed now exposed. They get into cover, they get into the building, and Buram going for the high ground instead to contest them.
Well, we haven't done our black hand check in a while actually, so I'm glad that production has picked up on it. They are coming in at the backside of the mill, and they've just somehow kind of snuck their way into a cheeky little position there. Eternal Photon, hearing those footsteps, going to turn around and have a bit of a look. But there's enough room. There's more than enough room for these two teams to actually hold a position inside of the mill without engaging one another. But it doesn't look like that's going to be a gentleman's agreement. Cheelan with a nice little couple of taps in there from the flat line.
Keeps Black Hand committing resources here, and they're trying to bust through the spikes as much as possible to take that high ground away. Eternal Photon, though, in the meantime, playing the interior still. There's enough space for both of them, but they want to be the kings of this mill already. Thermite gonna get thrown on over. Seems like Holiday finding the targets first and foremost, as seems like Moist also finding contact along the way. But we're keeping an eye out still on Black Hand. High ground, the best ground for Strafing Flame. Boogie gonna be there for covering fire too. It just seems like between these two teams, they just want to remove any kind of tactical advantage with the Catalyst especially. Find the opponents and just stay away from them, actually.
I think that's a wise decision from Eternal Photon not to push the issue too much there. This is going to be the more interesting side of the map, because now all these teams are aware that they'll have to move. We've still got 16 squads alive. That is not going to last for this next rotation. MDY White, 20th guaranteed. Golden Sage, all on sort of that outside edge of the ring. And very tough rotate ahead. And it's not just the rotate that's going to be difficult for these teams. It's also finding a position inside of the zone that's safe to end up in. Because, let's face it, all the buildings are taken. 2 by Dreamfire and Moist respectively. And then the mill is locked down by EP and Black Hand. So, it's not even as if there's an obvious position to just rotate straight into and say, yeah, if we get there, at least we're safe. Yeah, don't think there is anywhere like that anymore left.
I'm worried about the slopes even, how these rocky croppings can keep you alive. It seems like at least one of these 4 squads in the interior will have a better angle, and that's where these walls will come into play. Or Moist Esports He's going for pot shots, I believe, against Buram United. In the meantime, as Blackhand and Eternal Photon have their everlasting standoff towards the mill, it's just these teams on the outskirts who desperately need to find a way in. Buram United is one of those squads that's been struggling. Fate, though, in the meantime, on the god spot towards the rock, but it's not really a thing they can utilize later into the game. At least it's a perch they can utilize. Buram United hurt immensely. 2 already down. Aflo trying to use his own teammates for cover, but DNC are watching them. 20th guaranteed, same kind of case. Bullets from all sides. Already the guaranteed takedowns there, courtesy of MDY White. And just easy pickings here from the Southeast Squadron as Buram United has been caught in the crossfire.
And bats off for Dreamfire. They're okay. Bit of a contest onto their building. I think it's SWQ that's trying to make that happen. Dreamfire defending nicely, though. SWQ down to just the duo. And Dreamfire kind of want to push them away. But they're also kind of cognizant of the fact that Moist is quite close by. A couple of other teams probably have an angle. Here comes 1 or 2 teams landing on top of Moist's building. This is what I'm talking about. There's just nowhere really else to go apart from these buildings and the mill, so you have to send it, you have to try and make it work.
Everyone's just sharing a locale here, and eventually those who fly will die. Tom Yun Kong on the ground floor. You got Moist Esports on the second floor, and SWQ will be punished for even going here in the first place. Off screen, though, MDY White caught out in the transition. Seems like Golden Stage is the same kind of case. We're watching DNZ right now as they keep an eye out towards the high ground. Have to drop, though, to get into relative safety, but it's Tom Yun Kong still there. There's always pressure being applied. Already, we got Asia getting that takedown. DNC absolutely hurting here. Moist Esports looking for that opportunity as both sides just pick apart piece by piece the opposition. They already know there's so much nearby. An Eternal Photon, though, eventually decides to go to head-to-head against Blackhand, and they get eliminated instead. Blackhand calls the mill, it's theirs, and this is now gonna go down to those buildings.
Yeah, it's a weird final circle, isn't it? I think actually Blackhand, even if they have to play outside of the mill, that little door foyer exit sort of area, I don't even know what to call it, is actually playable if everyone is still down in those buildings, because I'm pretty sure those buildings don't actually have an angle up the hill, at least if Blackhand kind of just keeps their heads down. So they may even be able to avoid this next fight if necessary. Let me have a look at Boogie's POV. Yeah, I think they're going to be absolutely safe on the front porch. Unless Fate pushes in their direction, then they'll have to obviously deal with Fate. But yeah, Blackhand's actually quite well situated if they just play the edge of the ring here to come through for the third party and win this game from there. Really all comes down to what Fate decides to do.
That's true, and it feels like there's also a bit of cover Blackhand can use away from Dreamfire. So, as you mentioned, it's Fate's aggression that can throw such a big wrench in the plans of Blackhand moving forward. 20th guaranteed, also just trying to survive with a single player there, but we're watching Blackhand right now, and they know action is afoot. Fate is there knocking on their doorstep on the other doorway, and with the aggressive stance that they want to bring, My Antidote hurting already. Blackhand on the hunt. The Horizon lifts them up to the rooftop here as 20th guaranteed goes down. Save case though for Ike, and My Antidote takes the only one left to try and fight on back, but the control is so stellar here from Blackhand. They just track down the targets. They now know Tix is above them, and they can just completely ignore him for a while because it's the rest of the teams like Moist who are watching after the rest of Fate, and MT will get that kill instead.
Yeah, but this is the position that I'm talking about for Blackhand. I think they're just safe up here on the porch. They've got a little bit of cover to hide behind. See the missile swarm go out to those rocks, and so Easy Flash is going to try and fire a couple off there to see what's up, but there's actually nobody there. But Blackhand is lucky that this little box or two is actually still inside the zone. They'll even pop themselves out a mobile res beacon to get a little bit more cover. Had they had to push down the hill, then it would have been a little bit more of a tough ask. But right now, looks good.
He's gone. Kensung was just hunted by every single squad looking at him. Both Tom Yun Kong and Moist Esports very prepared to hunt him down, and those who share a building now might have to deal with each other. Dreamfire still on the opposite end. Top 4 right now for the squads who went for the early investment. Tom Yun Kong, though, prepared now to catch Dreamfire on the exit if ever. Still Blackhand, as you mentioned, Good cover, good spots. This ring gonna be closing on down soon. The wall comes on up though for Black Hat to bridge the gap. And as it stands, Easy Flash still trying to stay on the live, trying to still stay on one safe spot. Craft armor though for one of the Black Hand, and they're at least trying to stay for now. They rehab it though. Dreamfire gets one for their troubles.
Yeah, Seer ulti goes down for Black Hand, and it gives them the info that Dreamfire is pushing in their direction. Not looking so good for Black Hand right now. Strafing Flame trying to clutch it out. Let's hear from Black Hand and see how they're going.
I'm not moving. I'm not moving. All right, start crawling forward.
Right here, right here. All three on the wall. My knock's gone, my knock's gone.
Alright, well, doesn't last too long, unfortunately, for Black Hand. They go out quite quickly at the hands of Dreamfire. Moist down as well, and we're into the final two.
Yeah, Dreamfire's there on the west side though, and they want to go aggressive towards Tom Yum Kung, but this little wall that they can actually take cover in allows them to reset those shields and move forward instead. Missile Swarm into play. Dreamfire now feeling the adversity of Tom Yum Kung, but Killer Boss is already down. It's already damage being done instead here by Dreamfire. Roy, the only one left though, standing on tall, and Tom Yum Kung will be your champion. You notice it, and you will get it. Tom Yum Kung, they need wins like this to keep their dream alive.
They do. They really do. They need wins not only in individual matches, but they need those wins in series as well. And they need to do it a few times this season. They did improve upon their result last week, and maybe they can even go one better today if they can close out a couple more, or, you know, maybe even just one more game here on Storm Point, one of the remaining two. But I felt like they kind of came out of nowhere, didn't they? We were talking about Dreamfire a lot. We were talking about Moist a lot. We mentioned Eternal Photon and Black Hand, who were controlling Mill. But Tom Yum Kung was actually one of those teams that ended up Valk halting late and getting in on top of Moist's building, and yet they somehow walk away with the win there, keep their heads down, I suppose, and try to avoid some of that fighting. A little bit of an unfortunate timing, I thought, as well, for the rotation from Black Hand. When they put that wall down, Dreamfire opted to get aggressive onto them behind the wall, and it ended up being a case where Black Hand kind of put themselves into a bit of a crossfire. But end of the day, I don't know that there was too much they could do about it. They had to push in, they had to make a rotation. There wasn't really too many other options for them. But had, for example, Dreamfire decided to stay put or decided to look in the other direction for their fight, maybe it could have been a world where Black Hand walks away with a win there. But either way, you know, these little micro things, butterfly effect their way through the rest of the round, and inevitably, we do see Tom Yum Kung walking away with the win.
Yeah. And just two decisive factors in that fight there for Tom Yum Kung. One was how quick they were able to beat Moist Esports, while we had Dreamfire and Black Hand having their own skirmish past the wall. And the second one is, since there was a wall into play, Tom Yum Kung realized there's a small little gap that they could actually reset themselves, set themselves up yet again with enough armor to push against Dreamfire aggressively, and it was effective enough to get that win. I love the fact also that Tom Yum Kung effectively used Moist Esports' fortifications against them. Since they played on the low ground instead towards the ground floor, they only had to deal with the team of the NZ, and they got two so early on, forced the last player, Kensong, to play on the roof instead as the Valkyrie just to stay away from every single squad, and everyone else took notice. Some small little elements there from Tom Yum Kung really proves that they have so much experience. They know what to do in those small instances. The micro of the macro is impressive, and just because of that, they make it to our top 3, second place even.
Yeah, that said, I mean, the gap is still not super large between first and second, but there's enough of a gap that Moist is probably feeling pretty comfortable up there. They're playing well today. They maybe let themselves down a little bit, I thought, in that first lobby, with one of the games being quite a poor one, but besides that, everything has been pretty solid for them, and they're still sort of charging away for first place. Second has been a rotating affair, with a bunch of teams kind of holding on to that as we've gone through this lobby, but no one being able to lock it down just yet, and I'd say that's probably going to continue. We've got 2 games left to go. Still kind of anybody's guess. I think you go all the way down to MDY White and say any of those 6 teams is really in with a chance of even still winning this lobby, to be honest. So kind of 6-horse race. Maybe the next game will tell us a lot as we head into the final game. Then, like, if Moist goes on to win game 5, maybe game 6, there won't be too much to really discuss in that respect. But overall, still lots to play for all these teams. We'll take a short break before we jump into Storm Point 2 more times, but don't go too far away. We'll be back in just a sec.
tricked you. Whew. Glad I got that off my chest.
Tell Death I said hello.
I will, Laura.
Welcome back. Not too much more to go for today. It's ALGS, it's APAC South, and we have 2 games remaining, both of which will be on Storm Point. I mean, that said, these 2 games should be pretty interesting. Top end of the scoreboard, I would say anywhere from 1st to 6th could still be a potential winner. Having a look at the legend picks for this lobby. Just for Storm Point, I'm told. It's been pretty heavily Seer dominated, considering we've only had 1 game and there's 20 picks. That to me means everyone's playing Seer, almost everyone's playing Valkyrie, and well, still the vast majority playing Catalyst, and then there's a few pocket picks in there as well, but nothing too surprising, I don't think, there, Dax.
Yeah, ALGS APAC South has been pretty defined by a certain meta, and if you look back for the past few days, Seer has effectively, what, a 93% pick rate right now. Of course, the configuration of the top 3 legends that we've seen so far is always like half pick at the very least, so around 54% for Catalyst, Seer, and Valkyrie together. It just really goes to show that people have realized how effective the combination, especially between the Seer and the Kata, are, and so many times they've exploited that to success.
Yeah, indeed. Now, obviously, with 2 games to go, there's still a lot to think about. I mean, we sort of mentioned that the top 6 teams are probably still within the striking distance. I think there's about, give or take, maybe 20 points between the top spot and the 6th spot. So just to give you a bit of an update or reminder as to sort of how that is playing out. Obviously, with 2 games to go, I kind of feel like you can probably reliably pick up something like maybe 30 plus points, actually, potentially, depending on if you get yourself a win. We have just had a bit of a lobby reset, so we'll get that one sorted for you folks and get back into the game pretty shortly. But here you go. There's the overall standings currently, and it's kind of what I'm saying. Like, there's about a 20-point gap between MDY White and Moist Esports. I think if MDY White comes in, wins Game 5, obviously they're still in the race, but Moist have been the consistent performers for this lobby, that's for sure, and they've, well, I think they've barely dropped outside the top 3 in terms of placements so far in this lobby.
Like, looking at the scoreboard right now, too, is... It feels like there's a bit of a return to form, don't you feel? Especially from what we saw in the last game. Some familiar names that we expected to do great all throughout the season. It seems like they're doing just that. Dreamfire making that top 3. We see Tom Myung Kung at top 2. Of course, everyone always wants to know what Blackhand is up to based on our regular reporter here with Elfish. But then again, I also have to keep tabs on Devil United right now. Even though they're at 7th place with only 22 points, many of their kills have been very effective at keeping the rest of the lobby and keeping the top teams in check. It does seem like they're one of the rosters that the likes of Moist, likes of Dreamfire might want to avoid, just because that they put themselves in such a good position to fight and still win in 3v3 scenarios.
Has there been anyone that sort of surprised you a little bit today that you thought maybe wouldn't perform as well as they have, or perhaps performed worse than you thought that they would?
I think everyone's just thinking about Tom Myung Kung actually showing what their true potential is right now. And I do wonder if they can finish this off the way that we expect them, the way that they can actually execute. And speaking of, you can see the improvement right now. Their lowest placing this time around was 9th place. And I remember noting that over in that World's Edge map that at least right now, Tom Myung Kung is in the top 10. And if that they can say that that is their at least, this is already such a far cry to the 19th place that they got last week. That first place though in the last map, very effective to rocket up themselves to the scoreboard. And if we get better decisions from Tom Myung Kung, just like what they did against both Dreamfire as well as Moist Esports, then I wouldn't be surprised to see them at the top of the standings now at the end of the night.
Yeah, indeed. That said, though, I mean, I've always been sort of saying this season that they've been a little bit inconsistent, and I think even today they haven't been... I don't want to be too harsh because I think they're still a good team, but they've still not reminded me of that same team that we saw from 2 years ago, for example, where it was just like, yeah, they're basically going to almost win every single game or top 3 every single game. They're still, you know, sometimes doing really well, but sometimes having some rapid results. So jury's out still, in my opinion, but I think for the moment that they really just have to focus on putting themselves in a position going into the final couple of days to still be able to challenge for a playoff spot for a top 4 and then to go overseas. And if they don't make that, then they play during the last chance qualifier, see what they can get done. Hopefully they can take that out. Otherwise, who knows what happens. But there's a lot of good teams in APAC South nowadays. It's kind of stacked, actually. I don't think if you would have said to me at the start of the season, okay, choose 5 teams, would I have been able to say, okay, yeah, definitely these are the 5 teams that I think would pretty much guaranteed go?
It's
probably not.
Hard,
I think there's like, okay, I'd probably say Moist definitely. I'd probably put Onyx in there almost definitely. But aside from that, I think the inconsistency has been there for almost everyone. Obviously, Blackhand's been pretty good generally, but I wouldn't have initially chosen them at the start of the season. So that's like just an extra other team on top of the pile. So, yeah, lots to sort of think about. And at the end of today, we'll be about halfway through. So not too much time left for all these teams to get themselves sorted. But I think we're pretty much ready to go into game again. And it looks like this time no one has disconnected. Yep. So that's always good to see. We love to see that. So let's go ahead and jump in back onto Storm Point. An ultimate game for the Knights. One more coming up after this. But I reckon if Moist wins this game, they could pretty much lock themselves in pole position for first place. So might make life easier later on. Still, not so easy of a task.
Look for that dub and look to secure these rounds. Just to finish up what you said a while ago, I do feel like the field is wide open for especially some of the other slots that we have for LAN. It's up to Moist and Onyx to play to the level that we expect, but teams like Dreamfire, there's a chance. Teams like Tom Yum Kung, if they can get back into it. Blackhand, as you mentioned, one of the biggest surprises so far. We saw the resurgence of IBG. And teams like MDY Whites, they've shown their stuff. I also love what we've seen from DNZ today. So many names right now still in contention, even though we're getting halfway into the circuit. DNZ, though, quick contact immediately towards the ADL Wolves. We always watch the northeast side to see what goes on. And it seems like ADL Wolves are going to the bench to begin this round.
Yeah, a little bit of BM on the back end there, shooting the death box, letting them really know what they think, but that was very, very quick. And once again, it looks like maybe there's going to be another fight over Antenna. This time it's gone a different way. Forever LFT get that opening knock. Last time it was 20th Guaranteed that won that fight quite easily, but now Forever LFT have the advantage.
They drop down even, and they crack the shield. 20th Guaranteed gone too. Our observers are so amazing. They know exactly where the action is going to start from north to south of the map. And just because we've seen these contention points again and again, we eliminate two squads so quickly. This has to hurt the Wolves, though, especially. We've seen them become a bit more of a constant towards the top side of the standings. And now going down in 20th place will hurt their run, especially as they're trying to secure the top 5 position they're in right now in the overall standings.
100%. Is what it is, though. Sometimes you just got to cop it and think about the next game. SWQ. I haven't really seen too much from them today. I think, you know, they're obviously still a bit of a fresher team coming into this level of competition, so it's good experience for them being able to come in and have a bit of a crack. But yeah, it has been a tough day at the office for them, unfortunately. But you never know what's going to happen, right? A couple of years down the track, if they keep it up and keep popping their heads into ALGS every season, you get better eventually, and maybe you become one of the better teams in the region by that stage. It takes time. Certainly, when I first started casting Apex Legends, none of these players on Moist Esports were in the best team in the region. Maybe MT was up there. I think he was in a pretty good team at the time, but it took a little while for like Waltzy and Pricey to kind of come through the ranks, and obviously now they're in pretty much the best team in the region. It's taken 2 or 3 years, but they're definitely up there.
I think the first step really is just keeping consistent about being part of the circuit. Because at the very least, you're playing against some of the best competition as much as possible. And if you're a team that still makes it anyway to the retention slots where you're playing into the next split, or you qualify yet again through the circuits or the LCQ, then it's just a good opportunity to keep getting better, and then you can be more of the likes of what we have from Moist Esports. We have so many veteran squads that we've already taken notice. Tom Yum Kung, DNZ, just a few some names have come from different teams down the years, and they're here for a reason to still play and be the best of APAC South. Watching Wonton Dumpling though towards the north-hand side. We haven't talked about much of the ring, and we get such a deep north pull immediately though. Wonton Dumpling trying to protect the wall as much as possible. HGL is there too on the opposite end. Jack, he's gonna get caught, but Pricey is getting a bit of the action too. Moist Esports have a good overlook all the way to the northern quadrant of the map, and Wonton Dumpling, they need to be safe while they're sniping.
Well, AGL down a couple of members now, and it's just Bolin. He's got that gold armor, which will help out on the resets, but it's going to be a tough ask to get those banners, let alone get a revive at this point. So he might just have to try to keep his head down for a little bit, and maybe there's a world where he can play the long game. Eternal Photon on their way out. They do give him a little bit of room. So yeah, maybe there's a world where they can actually get all three members back up.
Not with Wanton Dumpling and Devil United both still at the wall 4. And as everyone's just now navigating towards that northern Prowler camp, get into a good angle, look to play that ring as soon as possible. And from what we've noticed so far also, teams like Moist, they have a read on where it's going to end up. So the wall's still going to be part of it. You want to get as much altitude as possible. And that's the call for so many of these teams. Find their own little perch. MDY White doing the same. Golden Stage and Buram United actually contesting one another. Some fit by the bridge, taking cover for themselves. And it just seems like that either each of these sides have a plan moving forward. Just finding that small little alcove to work from.
Yeah. It's all about knowing your limits and having a game plan. I do like the wall finishes. I always find them to be quite interesting to watch. I think there's a lot of sort of verticality involved in that, and little bits of cover, but also lots of open spaces. MDY you can see here, just clearing out the armory. And Eternal Photon still chilling around these oranges. Zone's definitely not going to end there, and they'd be well aware of that. Where are they going to rotate in, I wonder? They've got a Trident.
The long wraparound, perhaps.
Yeah, this is a big wrap, if anything. They're going back to North Pad for whatever reason. I would say, obviously, you know, there's maybe a world where they wanted to replicate or something like that, but there's no replicator there. They don't need to revive anyone. Are they just going to scan the beacon to see where all the enemies have set up? I guess that's the option. That's the only real thing I can think they'd be going back out there for.
Yeah, and with MDY inside the armory, they do have a bit of time to transfer relatively safely. And if they realize that, especially the northern side of the map is full of squads, they can actually play towards the south instead. Pass for Daewoo United and T4 are located. Then another place they can go for, Eternal Photon, is the checkpoint. They have a ring beacon available in the ring call. Their beacon there, there's still replicator rounds to actually utilize, and you can craft a bit of equipment too. I think checkpoint is one of that fully loaded drop points that many teams want to hold as much as they can, and then other teams that transfer towards there, they're gonna be able to reap the rewards left behind too.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, EP, they do have the option of playing the southern side of that ring. As you can see, the bottom of that ski lift is kind of uncontested at the moment. There was a ping on it on the map there, but what I will say about this zone is it does generally tend to pull back up further toward the north, either into the wall itself or actually onto the sort of the cliff face north of the wall. So if you're playing south, chances are you're probably going to have to move. I think Moist have set themselves up in a pretty good spot here. Lots of teams actually along this top northern wall have themselves in a good spot. One of the beautiful parts though of rotating around Storm Point is that it is a highly elevated map, and you can just see how high Forever LFT were with that skyward dive. It means they can travel so far coming down from sort of up on top of Thunderwatch kind of area. And they make it all the way into the wall, straight into a building. Happy days.
And it's safe this time. They're not going to get obliterated dropping down here. You have Wanton Dumpling across them. Looking Golden Sage though. Seems like they're just trying to find a bit of a locale from far away. And speaking of teams far away, of course, you got Black Hand finally rotating on in. Let's go. Also all the way to the south hand side, the Golden Sage here. Pressure. They do want to keep Buram United away. And they're one of the teams who have gotten the right read that you mentioned. They are in a really good spot right now for the long run. Other squads, though, notice that they have fortified their little hut area. And from this point on, it does seem like for Golden Stage as well as Moist Esports, there's a bit of a chance for them to go for the resurrection if ever they can clear out even more so the north side.
Yeah, most definitely. North side is getting very busy though. I see on this flyover all the names starting to pop up.
How traffic does it get towards Uptown, man?
Well, it's the place to be, I hear, on a Saturday night. Guess it's a Saturday evening for you still.
Well, the sun is finally down, but maybe after we'll have a quick little escapade there.
Yeah, get out and about. Have a big night. Or stay at home and cast Apex Legends.
I'm down with both. I
Yeah.
really wish we had like a mobile casting station. Like I've seen your setup, you posted about it, but I would like a soundproof box on my head. And
Oh,
then,
yeah?
like a laptop in front of me and a cam and a headset. So everywhere I go, I can still cast. I think that's my real dream setup. Like I love all my equipment and there's some stellar stuff in the studio. But if I can cast completely anywhere, I would take that in a heartbeat if ever.
Yeah, a little mobile casting setup. I think you could definitely do something like that with like a laptop and maybe like a little Pelican case or something like that. But I don't know if I'd necessarily say that what I've got right now is mobile. That would be a bit of a stretch. I've had to actually go pretty hard on trying to source all the pieces of the puzzle that you need to cast. You know, I need a PC, I need some monitors, and I had to bring all my stuff up from Sydney, and so it's been a bit of a pain, but we get it done for the people at home.
For the Apex, man, for the wonderful community that we have, and the 11 games out of 12 we have done so far in a row. We still have one more to go here, ladies and gents, and as you're seeing, the standoff of 18 squads looking at each other from hills.
Yeah, it's chill.
It's super chill, but I do wonder who's gonna meet who first. I think early towards Command Center, we kept an eye out for Eternal Photon because Let's Go was lying in wait right behind them, and they're actually stalking them right now. W United also, not the best standings, but some of the most impactful kills in the server. Maybe they can play a key card yet again moving forward.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to run into one another. I think in the end, Eternal Photon might be all right here. Seems like LG's going in the other direction. MDY... See, this is going to be a problem. If you can't get up into the wall because someone's camping it, then maybe you're going to be in a bit of trouble. But I think they're probably aware that this is just the one member of AGL. So, yeah, a little bit of a bait and switch there. And they do eventually get a couple of players up that rope, and they set themselves up with a solid position inside of the wall. Still got to move out from that, though.
Probably some relief right now, especially just like, oh, one guy. Thank God we have, because this ring has pulled even more so closer to the initial locations of Moist and Golden Stage. So a perfect mark already on the calls for these two teams, especially. Buram United still there. Tom Yum Kung, I don't think they have really moved away from their little tiny hole underneath the bridge. So as it stands, it's kind of a bit of the same standoff that we saw a while ago. There's a bit of opportunity for a team like Tom Yum Kung, but you know already who has the better fortifications, and it might lead to the same kind of conclusion later on, where it's the transit outside those buildings or outside those areas that can really decide our winner.
Yeah, getting out of the wall, out of the actual wall itself, not just the POI, is always really difficult. So that's going to be a tough ask for MDY. Black Hand are taking the route through the underpass. And this is another area of the map where you do often see teams kind of getting caught in awkward pitched battles that they don't really want to be involved on. I'd say that's probably the case right now for Black Hand. I mean, Dreamfire on the other side of this exchange, so it's not as if this is a weak team that you're going up against. Easy Flash with some nice movement, gets back to safety.
Problem is, there's a threat behind them. Eternal Photon just silently lying in wait. We've seen in these caverns that there's opportunity for teams to not even notice each other. And maybe Eternal Photon...
I will just say, I think Eternal Photon's on the top.
Oh yeah, my bad.
So they're not actually really kind of behind them, but there is a world where they could potentially drop down and get in the cabin. But yeah, I don't think that's going to end up happening. I think Eternal Photon, they're just going to go up and over the top.
I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. We've seen them rotate with elevation. So Dreamfire versus the opponents of Black Hand. Missiles do fly on out though, and Dreamfire keeping the pressure on and keeping Black Hand contested. Throws out a few spikes also. The Black Hand needs to navigate through. They lob now the focus of attention yet again. Looking for a bit of that opportunity to bridge that gap, and Black Hand now getting closer and closer here, breaking the shields of the opposition. fending off Dreamfire one last time. It's Blackhand now being the aggressor. Dreamfire, though, still pretty stable on the opposite end. And I love the fact that they're providing a bit of covering fire. Allows now the shield batteries to come online. Dreamfire still in this battle. MDY and F4 LFT both eliminated off screen. But as Blackhand now pushes, they're trying to get towards the exit as soon as possible. One down here for Dreamfire. Blackhand smells blood. They're already seeing the light at the end of this tunnel. They just need to carve a path of destruction along the way. And that's the call, and that's the conclusion. Dreamfire's gone.
I really love watching Blackhand fighting. I think pound for pound, they have some of the best fraggers and individuals and 3v3 fighting ability. You just give them a straight up 3v3, chances are they're going to win it. The problem arises for them when it has to be a contest with multiple teams around, or there's a third party, and that's kind of what you're seeing right now. Bugie, nice couple of shots, absolutely fragging, but in the end, there's just too many numbers for him to deal with. Tries to get that armor swap off, eventually goes down to T4, who are copping some shots as well of their own, but yeah, nice little fight there from Blackhand, but unfortunately, it's not really going to result in too much, and I'd probably make the argument, I think that puts them out of the race for first place for this lobby, knowing that there's only one game left remaining.
It's going to be hard for them to actually get that dub, and T4, who were the ultimate opportunists, now see an opportunity in front of them to try and survive. Fate actually contesting them here, aggressive yet again. ArcStars bringing in the damage. MDY White hearing this contact and still playing Gatekeeper, though. Looking to see what ends up to be the result. And look at the MDY White go again. They just are the ones to confirm some of these downs. At least a bit of a fight there from Barrett. Frat is super low on the HP, needs to top up too. And it's T4 trying to stay away from what Fate and MDY White might meet each other instead. So top up now, ready again, loot's on up. It's MDY White always in such a good spot for these kind of engagements.
Yeah, I was gonna say MDY White, they're looking pretty stacked as far as loot is concerned. But they will have a bit of a rough rotation still yet to make. Going across that open field to get as north as possible is always a bit fraught with danger because there's a lot of angles you have to be aware of. Fate now getting into the picture as well.
Still a re-engage here from Fate. They just need to clean up the rest of T4, and that's exactly what they do. They kept tabs on what MDY White was doing. Watch them finish up the loot. Wait out for a bit of their utility to come back online, their tactical abilities there, and from that point on, they were willing to still go at it despite investing the black hole rather early there. So this allows Fate now to navigate through. United gonna be their next targets, but we're watching Buriram United right now, still with a perch and realizing that this ring is closing in, forcing some of these teams to go on in. Let's Go though is gone already. Devil United has to get on away because of the Rolling Thunder that Fate has held in reserve. And here comes Fate sliding on down. The chase is on from the Philippine squad. Devil United, can they survive the antics of Tix and my Antu? Fate though will call them to action. Lahib solo and Fate will fall. Devil United eliminated to SWQ, able to pick up the pieces, but man, oh man, what a slide on down. Yeah. SWQ still survived though too.
It looked cool. It definitely looked cool, and it got them one placement better, but obviously not enough to survive against SWQ, who I did bring up earlier on in the piece. I said, haven't really seen too much from SWQ so far today, but this might be the game for them. Wonton Dumpling caught in the crossfire as well. Like I said, this area of the map, there's so many open angles, so many long-range angles that you need to be aware of. It's not an easy spot to play unless you're already established on the northern side. If you're coming in from the south and trying to push in, this is what awaits you. And MDY White, I mean, it's somehow just still keeping themselves alive. ArcStar at the feet, you've got to move! But of course, you run straight into an angle that's being held by a scout. So what are you going to do there? MDY White between a rock and a hard place.
No escape whatsoever. MDY White, they need to get out of here and fast. They throw out, they use the knockdown shield for cover. They're gonna go at least for the focus of attention yet again. And now they're topped on up. At least they're delaying push of SWQ while Buriram United still has their markers on them. Again, and they have a chance to actually slide on down. Might make them a little bit more vulnerable though, and they can't decide, so it seems like SWQ will decide for them. Eliminates them into the fight. Now then SWQ calls the attention of everyone else. Tom Yun Kung is still nearby, and we have 6 squads remaining as we need to move even further north now.
Tom Yum Kung, could they go back to back? They're not too poorly situated for that. Dexter 4 damage away from the purple Evo. Oh, he'll be getting that one fairly shortly, I dare say. Not a huge amount of ammo in the back pocket there for him, at least for the car, but maybe he's got a bit of heavy in the back pocket as well, because I see he's got a 30-30 as well. SWQ does eventually go down. 5 squads remaining. Zone starting to push its way in. Coming up from the low ground now is going to be quite problematic, so it will be a bit of a Herculean task for Tom Yum Kung if they were to go on and win this game.
Moist is denying them though. Waltzy and Pricey finally going for commit, and it's just classic Moist Esports. Stay silent, stay on Overwatch duty, and eventually go for those easy pickings. Assessment yet again to find those pickoffs. Now then, this ring will be the final one, and we still have 4 squads to go. DNZ just in the middle, looking to survive with Kentong one last time. You still have a citrus here with orange for the likes of Buram as well as Golden Sage, but it's Moist now looking for more of those opportunities yet again. And they're trying to garner as much intel as possible too.
Yeah, Moist are trying to keep themselves out of the fight for the moment. Looks like there's a weapon swap going on there maybe as well. Good damage from Pricey, holy cow.
Big beams, and I love the angle Moist Esports is taking. If you're not going to be playing in one of those oranges, you are going to get punished here by Moist. That's exactly what they did against Tom Yum Kung. Now they're trying to find that extra bit of straggles, but then again, Golden Sage, only good spot here. Buram United, this is just a standoff between these 2 squads right now, and Moist Esports will be observers as we go now with this ring closing down.
Yeah, indeed. DNZ, we can't forget about them. Kentung, Solo, well, the vast majority of this game now has tried to eke out as many placement points as possible. And eventually does get taken down by Lala Bang, but makes it to the top 4, so credit where it's due. Buram United now trying to play that position underneath the orange. Getting tagged up quite heavily by the thermite nades. Where's Moist? That's the big question for me. What are they doing? Because I feel like they're the danger. They're the big threat, the power players in this final zone.
They're just listening. They're using the exhibit to figure out what BRU as well as Golden Stage are trying to do, and eventually Golden Stage realizes we can't just let Moist have what they want. It's just Moist though playing in cover right now by the fence, and as it stands, they're in a better locale for this ring as it closes on down. Back into cover, breaking the spikes. It's just Moist clearing out whatever they need to.
Yeah, Pricey's really beaming at the moment as well, isn't he? It seems like every time he hits the left click button, there's 75 plus HP getting taken off from someone. The issue is going to be for these teams inside the orange that I think they're going to have to move before Moist will. Yep. And Moist is even going to put the wall up just to isolate themselves away from that fight. They'll take a few pot shots through it as well. And try to just keep themselves out of this fight until the last second.
Look at them go. They just dip in, get the intel, and now they back on the way, trying to go the rest of those rosters to actually go at them. Those nades are perfect. MC just getting such a good thermite on. Waltzy going on in yet again. Disruptor rounds on that RER fortified, shredding shields and shredding targets. Moist Esports, they do it yet again the way they know how.
Yeah, again and again and again, isn't it? It's just, you see it lining up. 2 teams standing on top of each other, basically, and then Moist standing off to the side, watching all that action happen, choosing the perfect time to take the fight, and inevitably walking away with what looks to be a pretty easy, comfortable victory in the end. And what I would say as well, on top of that, is that that probably puts them quite squarely in first place for this lobby now. I don't know that anyone's going to be able to catch up to them in that final game. We'll have to wait and see before, obviously the scoreboard does get brought up here, and we'll find out whether or not I'm correct in my assumption, but I wouldn't like that from Moist. 7 kills on top of it. I think they've probably done enough to secure first place in this lobby to go with the 3rd that they got earlier on today and round out a pretty decent day, all things considered.
Yeah, just the classic Moist Esports experience. If you let them watch you, they will be happy to do so, and with peak efficiency so quickly, any kind of tactical thrown at them, destroyed. You mentioned it a while ago, just the beams coming on in from afar, and you saw how they played that wall to perfection. Not only that anyone who's trying to cross into where the final circle will end, but they're the ones who can actually just dip in and out, get that intel, and just lob those nades, especially with the exhibit still into play there early on. Everything was manipulated so well by Moist Esports, and one of the biggest strengths they have right now in this lobby and in this patch especially is I see that they're one of the best to exploit whatever their composition can bring, and they're really one of the best right now to get so much value out of the Seer and the Catalyst especially.
Yeah, I think they get value pretty much everywhere. I mean, one of the other big benefits was just the sheer damage that they were putting down before this fight even ensued, right? That pressure that Pricey in particular was putting down on the players inside of the orange. You know, they're constantly having to use their bats, use their shields. They're not putting damage back onto Moist instead. So overall, win-win scenario for them. And gotta say, big dub for Moist. Could be a big day for Moist here as well, as they will look to close out that final game with a win too. Tom Yum Kung, you know, they survived a little there, so they'll still keep that scoreboard ticking over. Probably hold on to second place, would be my assumption. But have they got enough in the tank to challenge for first in this lobby? Maybe not. Still think second's going to be quite good for them, though. I mean, we did mention one bad day. It's not the end of the world as long as the rest of the days you have are good. And they had a fourth last week to round out the week. Now, potentially lining themselves up for a second. So, guess we'll have to see how they continue to play that out. But, yeah, not a bad day either for Tom Yum Kung. Have a look at the placement timeline. AGL haven't really held up their end of the bargain, I don't think.
Yeah, this doesn't really happen the way that we expected after seeing those 3 wins in a row. It might have been their best form, and I do hope to see them improve down the line. Also, Black Hand, it does feel like their rotations now are being a bit more intercepted. They aren't left to their own devices anymore. And while they were very effective at winning against Streamfire, it's still not enough if someone else is still gatekeeping you. And there's so many teams willing to converge at Black Hand right now. It has stifled their push to the top. There's your scoreboard right there, though, folks. 74 points for Moist Esports. DNZ in second. I have to give big props to what we've seen from DNC so far, especially from Kentong. If he's not killing, he's getting those placement points for his team. It's a reason why they're in that top 3 right now. But you mentioned it, Elfish. Moist Esports is pretty much above and beyond the competition right now.
Yeah, indeed. I'd be very surprised if anyone catches Moist at this point in time, but that battle for second is really heating up. DNZ 52 points. You go down to Blackhand 40, MDY White 39. I still think it's all the way down to 6 that could potentially still be jostling for a top 2 placement. Obviously, it would come down to a pretty damn good game coming through from MDY White or Blackhand or even Dreamfire. They're you know, a good 10 plus points behind, but it is definitely possible. And then beyond that, still a fair bit of a discussion to be had for the rest of the teams in the middle of the pack. There's a little bit going on there, maybe all the way from 8th down to 15th or so, or even 17th. I think any of those teams could still really quite nicely elevate their position, similar to what we saw happening right at the back end of the last lobby, where was it Golden Sage, I think, went from 17th to 3rd or something like that, which was crazy in one game. But I mean, to be fair, it was like a 16 kill win, so you know, it is what it is.
I mean, Golden Sage is kind of doing it right now. They went from 11 to 7 in one game because of their second place, but you can see it here. I mentioned this man a while ago, and it is still Kensung. Absolutely impressive. One of the biggest standout performances we saw there on Skyhope, there on World's Edge, and still keeping alive. It really feels like for DNC that this is one of the perfect opportunities for them to just keep on going with this kind of momentum, and it really is just that chemistry that has been very effective so far. Waltzy Pricey, though, also there from Moist Esports, keeping the top 3 go. Got Easy Flash and Killapause wrapping up our top 5 in our kills for this session, though.
Yeah, will it change up though? I don't know if anyone's going to catch Kentung. I think 5 kills in a game. I mean, obviously it happens, but it's not the most likely of circumstances in a lobby that is this stacked. So I would say Kentung probably able to hold on to top spot. But yeah, we may see some moving and shaking in the rest there. I think we're just moments away from getting into the next game, guys, so you won't have too much longer to wait. And obviously that means, yeah, I mean, we're pretty much rounding out another week of ALGS, which is bittersweet. It's going to be a bit of a break, actually, after this week. For those of you who are not in the know, I think that's something to sort of be aware of, that normally we're sort of broadcasting every Saturday, and you're expecting us to be back next week. Just for what it's worth, we're not going to be back next week. We're actually not going to be back until April 15th. So everyone gets to have a little bit of a break, bit of a holiday. You know, Easter break is what it is. Do what you need to do. and then come back for the remaining 3 weeks from April 15th onward. And I think that's going to be good for some of these teams as well. Just have a bit of a downtime, especially for the teams that maybe haven't been performing so well in this split. I think they'll be looking at that and saying, all right, yeah, let's take a step back from the game, sort of try to rediscover ourselves and come in a bit stronger for the second half of the season.
Maybe they got a little bit scared, actually, some of these underperforming teams. There's that break period. Maybe roster swaps could happen. Maybe some of these players might find different homes. But then again, performances of teams that we expected to perform the first 2 weeks, we've seen it right now. We still have to go back to what we saw earlier on with IBG. We saw MDY White having their performances as well. Golden Stage, that big one that you saw a while ago. And of course, in the last map. And now Tom Yun Kung, Dreamfire getting on the same page as well. So at the very least, maybe some of these rosters are just trying to secure that factor that, okay, we guys need to stick together. We can do this in the long run. And I cannot wait for what will happen, of course, once we get back from that break. And we're going to be getting into the game soon, too, because we're going to go back-to-back into Storm Point in just a bit.
Yeah, look, what I'm keen to see as well, of course, I know it's still a long way off, but is to see how these teams are going to compete when they go overseas, right? When they inevitably do go back over and play in London for the Split 2 playoffs. I think what's important to consider is obviously our teams did really well last time, so are they going to be able to follow suit with that once again? Questions to be answered, of course, when we do get there, but we're still a ways off of that. Unfortunately, I got some bad news for you guys, and happens a lot. We did have a lobby reset, so we'll just swing this one through to a break. We've got some highlights for you to watch while we wait for this lobby to get sorted out. Shouldn't be too long. Normally it's only a couple of minutes to get that sorted, so do make sure you stick around. We'll be back in just a sec.
Been a long time coming, and now they get that opportunity because in their own little bubbles they probably think that they're the best. Now they can prove it.
Welcome everybody to the caster's desk for the very first time. It has been a long time coming. I'm Fallout, joined alongside Vicky Kitty.
Waltzy to try and clutch it out 1-on-2, and I dare say that's going to be a difficult task with Azazel having purple armor. Frog's obviously getting time now to just reset. In fact, not even going to stretch hard on forward. Waltzy trying to just play around, and he's now been able to put it into the one-on-one. Maybe a big clutch for the team from APAC South. Waltzy still has the armor to play with. Hits Flesh. Was that on the down player? Was that on the player that he's fighting? I'm not too sure. Some cracks going through. Waltzy now has the advantage and clutches it out for Sutaraiku.
Run into it. Do they try the Valcolt? Do they use the crypto spam to run distraction in the meantime? Look how far they go. That dome is deep, and they've got plenty of opportunity. Looking to find some more. The Spitfire coming out again. Revan Esport, don't care about your gold armor. Sit down.
Dewa in a great spot, though. They're going to down them again. Bastion with the Peacekeeper coming out here from the high ground. Could they be the first team from APAC South here to find victory? This is the best opportunity for them to do so. Full armor, full HP, and a massive chance to convert, to find victory. They take out Onyx. It's only Yuki left, and he cannot stand in their way. APAC South, welcome to the ALGS playoffs.
They're gonna get shot in the back.
Yeah.
They're ready.
Try and put pressure on them. Yeah, good nade. Good nade. They're ready.
They're gonna EMP
now. Don't go too deep here.
It's fine.
In the corner. Spin nade.
Burning.
Spin nade.
Back's dead. Give me dead.
Back in the air. Back's dead.
Oh my god.
We're just so much better, dude. Let's go.
So many fucking kills.
Can Burger somehow do this in a 2v3v3?
They lose out on MT here from Team Burgers, having to play as a duo. GMT has a lot of their attention split up as Team Unite now, moving on GMT 6.
One more. Try and get second.
Let's go, boy!
The best team in APAC South for a reason. They've been so dominant, and even with a sub JMW from the UK, they are here to play.
I'm messing him. Stick it! Popping. He's gonna go.
Now they're going to hang out behind the rock here. They got the mobile respawn beacon to play off. The Gaming is engaging with Luminosity. Reignite to go in for the third party and take this entire victory.
LG is out. After Gaming skill gauge goes out as well. Zero's going to do it. Wide left play. And the just like that.
Put some respect in APAC South's name. Holy shit. The region that was made fun of the most. The region that was talked about saying they're the worst by far with the least experience. Taking home the land and taking home $250,000, Greek. We just witnessed history. History.
There you have it. Straight from the man himself. Put some respect on the APAC South name. What do you reckon, Dax? I think that's fair.
Come on, everyone is talking about APAC South right now. That's true. It really has just been that amazing performances we had from Darkseer before. Now, of course, what we've had. Everyone notices APAC South, and they know we are an incredible region. Of course, to wrap up our third day, our last set for the night, we still got one more Storm point to go on. Will one of our top contenders, Moist Esports, be able to wrap it up on a neat silver platter, or will someone else go for the upset? The standings, they kind of do go in Moist's favor, but of course, I can't wait to see who will win out our last map here.
Yeah, looking forward to it. I mean, I think it's largely irrelevant, actually, for Moist, whether they win or not this final game. I reckon they're still going to be able to hold on to the top spot, but a few other teams definitely still jostling for position. We saw 2nd to 6th being quite tight in terms of that middle of the pack discussion as well. There's a fair bit going on there. So, look, why don't we just jump in the game and find out, right? We don't need to sit here theorizing about it any longer. We get to have a look at it, and wow, what a nice path for the dropship. Direct south, straight up, all the way to the north.
Yeah,
everyone's going to be happy with their drop locations.
Towards the wall. That's all we got here. Cutting the map in half, and I do wonder if there's gonna be any early contests. Yes, of course. 20th guaranteed, Forever LFT, both moving to Antenna. Anyone going Lightning Rod, there's ADL Wolves doing so, DNZ moving towards the east side of Thunderwatch as per usual. So the early engagements that we expect here into the lobby, it's gonna happen, and immediately from the get-go, while everyone's still landing, right? 20th Guaranteed has already found the contact towards Forever LFT. First down looking to happen, it's Timmy time going and Reconcile at least bringing into damage, but that's purple armor on the opposite end. A small opportunity here for Forever LFT to try and fortify. Barrett now trades it back. Second one there from Robin. It's Rexon, the only one left. The doorway gets in the way too. Shut down in front of him. 20th guaranteed. Please, not like this. Your name says it all. Will you fall? Here we have at least though the Catalyst setting up the spikes, but then again, it's just him versus the world now.
I love that the Mozambique used to be just such a joke weapon, and now it's actually kind of a beam. I love that. That's really good. But, well, doesn't look like it's going to go too well for Robin and Rico. They're trying to hide, but that is not where you can hide. Great shots coming through with the charge rifle. Rico just gets sat down on the floor by Baroth.
There we go.
2v1, I think, was the end result there. I think Forever LFT.
They're backing away because that was a third party.
Yeah, was there a third party?
Yeah, that was a third party. That was T4.
Yeah.
They're just like fastest third party in the lobby. Drop with another one. And
where did they come from? Jurassic Park? They must have come from all.
Well, they're here now, and they just killed them both.
All right.
Okay.
Well, so it was actually 1-1 in terms of the fight wins.
Yeah, it doesn't count.
T4... And that third one, I think, is just, yeah, you count that as a default, as a, what, I'd call that a draw. We'll call it a draw. They both died.
They both died. That's true. The purple armor kept Forever LFT quite alive, and then T strolls on in and decides to take the kill points for themselves. So 2 squads already down, and we haven't seen the contact between ADL Wolves and DNZ as of yet. That's the second chapter, guys. It's always a guarantee in these A versus C Storm Point lobbies, and there's even a chance for MDY White to get involved in that if ever. So it does seem like these games are picking up the pace here, Elfish, and not only that, with the Southern Circle we're getting here, the Ring looking to go past Barometer and move over to Shipfall. Let's go AGL, Demo United, and Dreamfire, all with the same idea to go there all the way to the southwest and get in position.
Yeah, definitely looks like ADL and DNZ kind of sorted themselves out and kind of had a gentleman's agreement. But now I'm seeing ADL rock up and try to kind of gatekeep DNZ as they exit the armory.
Oh, no.
Like, it's a bit weird.
Just
Can't
no
have your cake and eat it.
No handshakes here at all.
Yeah, you can't force them out a lightning rod and then camp them on the armory. But ADL are moving off, so it's all good in the end. They've got a long way to go. We know that this circle is going south. Those are some good shots onto the Flyers. But let's go. We'll not reap any rewards from it.
Oh no. Moist Esports is actually flying by, and they're just right beside Tom Yun Kung right now. So past the southern point here by the Prowler camp, it seems like for Moist Esports, they're going to get into contact early, and not all of them have the best armor as of now. They do lob though. That's your ultimate. Get the detection, get the know-how. That Tom Yun Kung is still nearby. The wall is going to be into play to Moist Esports. They want to wrap this lobby up with such a neat... But they still need to deal with one of the challengers who have been resurgent here. Tom Yun Kung in position. Killapause already gets the town onto empty. And Tom Yun Kung is so ready. It's all up to Pricey though to save the day. And that he does. Tom Yun Kung eliminated. Still a chance to resurrect Pricey along the way. And Moist Esports will be resilient now.
Well, I don't know if they're going to be able to get that opportunity to revive Pricey. Revive Empty. Pricey is back on his feet, but there's still a couple of teams hanging around here. And obviously that severely throws off the game plan of Moist. They don't like to be early fighting. They definitely don't want to have a player down at this point in time and having to be sort of thinking about, oh, can we go for the revive somewhere, such and such. They'd rather be locking in a position. So all this happened to them a little bit earlier on in the day, and that game didn't end up going too well.
I do wonder if they can find at least a mobile respawn beacon down the line, because they do have his banner if ever. It's still a big pickoff though in the end, because that's the third place team gone already. The only threat right now to this lobby for Moist Esports and their guaranteed win will be DNZ moving forward, and they still need to make such a big impact.
What's
We're
Jackie
watching
doing?
AGL. He's just chilling. Just floating over the spikes, you know?
Yeah. Having a bit of a relax. This is no place for relaxing.
Pretty confident of her spot, honestly, and especially that AGL is all together. Let's Go is outside, pretty scattered on around, and revealing the next ring too. It's not completely southern point. It's still a bit of Barometer, still a bit of Shipfall, and Black Hand might have the better location down the line here, actually.
Yeah, it's an interesting position for Black Hand. We don't normally see them inside of the zone this early on, but. Well, one thing to note is that Moist actually did have a mobile respawn beacon by the looks of things, because they have managed to get Empty back. So I thought that was going to be a little more of a difficult task for them. They'd have to sort of exit the position that they were in, but turns out they do just revive Empty. He lands basically on top of his own death box and he's able to pick it back up. So there you go. And Moist back to full strength.
Perfect chance and a perfect pick. MDY flying in too, and we're keeping an eye out on Dreamfire here at the same time. They're just playing by the bridge, especially underneath it, and it really just goes to show that for these squads, especially for the likes of Dreamfire, it gets a bit awkward on the rotation once they're inside that ring though. They just want to find a little bit of cover. So when we see these southern rings right on Storm Point, Black Hand does change up their whole game plan. Get into the ring early on. Dreamfire is kind of the same case as we mentioned. And speaking of these two teams, they're already into the next one too. So this bridge is going to be over troubled waters and lots of crates later on too.
Yeah, that next zone is going to be an interesting one, because there's a lot of unplayable terrain with that massive rock on the eastern side of zone. So it's going to kind of weed out a couple of teams. 17 still alive. Been a pretty relaxed game thus far. Obviously, with Barometer still being in, there's plenty of territory for teams to play. But as soon as Barometer gets pulled out, that's when the moving and shaking needs to be done, and that's when teams are going to start getting culled. Because crossing that water, not fun.
Super. You're going to get drowned out by your opponents especially, and if you're moving towards Southern Point especially, you're going to need to find cover because it's quite open. So Let's Go, as of now, has a good spot towards the massive land on the southwest side. We talk about Dreamfire as well as Black Hand, but AGL, they realized that they weren't going to be into the next one, so they've already occupied the last location that Let's Go hasn't been able to take for themselves. So at least right now, they have a good spot to go in the long run. Moist Esports getting into the ring as well. Devil United's nearby. And we're watching Wonton Dumpling. They're probably going to be one of the longest rotators here, but they're gatekeeping ADL Wolves. Here's a replicator, and now they're going to strike for this one.
Yeah, it's so weird to be seeing a fight happening at Cascade Falls at this point in the game, but ADL, how do they always seem to run into teams in the zone? It happened to them a couple of games ago against AGL, and this time they just get absolutely booked by Wonton Dumpling of all teams. So unfortunate end to the night, but I will say one thing that I always bring up is if you're going to go out early in any given game, might as well be the last one of the night so you don't have to sit around and wait.
Exactly. Early dismissal, one of the best ones there, and I'm going to give props to Wonton Dumpling. They did not hesitate compared to what we saw a while ago between ADL and AGL. That was just like, these guys are replicating, we killed them. Okay, good. So Fate now, also in position on top of a roof. Seems like, though, they're just keeping tabs of everyone trying to transit towards Barometer, especially Buram United is right under their feet. You mentioned that these Barometer teams, they're gonna need to meet each other very, very soon once this ring pulls in. And MDY and SWQ are the other two teams that will be caught in this state later on.
Yeah. On the roof, Fate. I don't know if they're going to want to stay there for too much longer, but they're not aware of that next circle shift. Oh. Just chilling. Everybody's just chilling. I mean, the thing is, like, most teams have already made that rotation into this current zone, so it's really going to be when we see the next ring pull that things are going to start to get interesting. Really, the only team doing any serious moving right now is Wonton Dumpling, who are coming down through Jurassic Park still after just winning that fight at Cascade. But they're miles away from any other team.
There's no threat even, and what else is happening around the map? T4 is just scouting with the crypto still. Fate, though, right on top, and overall, I do feel like teams like SWQ, they might look to take advantage of whatever still Barometer brings here. I know there's still a beacon nearby to tell where your opponents are. MDY, though, already across the bridge, and eventually Fates will be fended off here by Buram. It seems like for Buram, they're just waiting for Fate to come out. Now Fate with a punish. Copcap's a little too ambitious. Buram bringing the fight to them, and you don't want to do that against a team like Fate who can punish you accordingly. There's the first down already. Tix looking to move on forward. Ant to getting the shields back up and using that extra bit of speed to close that gap. Shield still broken. Fate now going down. Ike super low on the HP. But as it stands, that one pickup allows Fate now to play a little bit away in Buram United. Instead, they're getting accosted here by Eternal Photon.
Yeah, Fate surviving, though. Drop off the roof, and that's kind of gotten them out of dodge. This fight is still happening, but now it's between Eternal Photon and Buram. So somehow Fate have just gotten out of there scot-free. Spam goes through the Catalyst wall. Doesn't really connect on to too much. Eternal Photon, have they bitten off more than they can chew? Starting to get low. Jilun goes down. This is looking worrisome as Fate decide to re-engage.
Yeah, Fate playing this so smart. Buram United now eliminated here by Eternal Photon, but the damage has been done. They're able to play now into the interior. There's still going to be a bit of the Catalyst utility in the way. But then again, Fate, they have no fear. Arcs are being primed. They know this is the perfect opportunity with the F8 especially. Shield broken, and it will be Holiday still to stand, though. Tix already getting one down. This might be effectively a 2v2 here. No, never mind. Eternal Photon completely done and dusted. Fate re-engage, and Fate will survive here, but not done yet. SWQ, the next challenger on this list. 3 still alive, looking for anyone here from Fate trying to run on the way.
Oh,
Stragglers
dear.
in the river, ready now for these corpses to drown. Tracking perfect, and Fate is gone too.
Yeah, I was going to say, I really like what Fate did there with the re-engage. I mean, they're playing to their win con, aren't they? They have the Horizon. They're the only team in the lobby that's going to do that. They can get back onto the high ground really quickly. They can play the other angles that most teams aren't expecting. But in the end, yeah, they do just stick around a little bit too long. And maybe that's the same case here for Moist. An ill-fated rotation from them. They did get one quick res. Pricey's back up to full strength. But Waltzy, not long for this world. And MT about to follow suit pretty quickly after that. You would think. I'm not sure that Moist will be too impressed with getting shot from shipfall, but it's going to be what it'll be. He's flying out through the air. Yeah, that was Pricey. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think that's fair enough. But he's landed right on top of Golden Sage at the other end of the cannon, so he's gone right back.
He has to. Here we go again. Fly high, Pricey, fly high. Can you survive, though? Dear Catalyst, we've seen him do it before on this map. Can he do so yet again?
Wow.
Lands into the ring and lands in front of AskJW, who does get the takedown. So Dewa eliminates Moist Esports, preventing them from snowballing in this lobby any more so. And everyone now has to look at DNC. The only ones who can perhaps dethrone Moist by this point, but it's such a tough task, and they're moving towards the barometer side instead as Dewa United, yet again, I mentioned them before, they're so critical at getting some big kills down the line.
Yeah. Trouble is, when you're not a Valkyrie and you're taking that cannon, you can't actually cancel the cannon. So he didn't really have the option of just stopping halfway. Had to take it all the way, and it's a death sentence. Everyone knows exactly where you're going to land. Push coming through, though, from the zone. And that is starting to force the teams out of shipfall. MDY White. E4 as well, quite close by. They will run into one another, and Black Hand is sort of circling on the outskirts of this engagement as well, waiting for it to kick off, and I dare say they'll be keen for a third party if they get the opportunity.
Seems like Golden Sage gone too, but you mentioned Black Hand, and they're so willing to be active at anticipating these kind of rotates. MDY White, though, gone now. 9 squads remaining. T4 still going to be in position, and we move over to DNZ, where there's so much weight now for this map. They do use the smoke stove for cover. Kensung quite low already. Critical because Wonton Dumpling is right in front of them. But through the smokes, they're trying to lob some of those arc stars. Missiles also. A salvo there to provide a bit of cover. Kensung getting back to the other side of the hill, but it's dangerous because MDY is around the area too. Sandwich now against these two teams. Seems like for DNC, though, they realize there's a disengage there from Wonton Dumpling, and they have to go for MDY instead. MDY, though, unrelenting. DNC is gone. Effectively now, you see our standings are set. Let's see who's going to take this win instead.
Yeah, indeed. Well, still a lot to play for all these teams. MTY are going to just try to run across the water. And as you can imagine, there's absolutely no cover there at all. But luckily, really only one team looking in their direction. So they do sort of get across scot-free. They've got to still work their way down the road into the zone. But there are, you know, rocks and pieces of debris that they can hide behind on that road. So the hard work for MDY is done. Let's go. Also, haven't really had to do too much this game. They've been pretty happy inside of the zone for the vast majority, but now they're going to start having to move. They have to come down off of this cannon hill. Go down and play inside the bridge, just using a bit of that util to see if there's any team in there currently. As we know, there's not, at least on that side. Dreamfire's on the other side of it. Look at that zone shift. Dewa United, they are getting a pretty nice feed.
It's perfect. There's more water than land, basically. What a final ring to end our day. It's been some interesting shifts so far, but as we see now, Wonton Dumpling look to get in position. They're effectively gonna land where Dreamfire and T4 are stationed. Black Hand also getting a piece of the action. They're desperate to get into the containers for cover. And it's Dreamfire now keeping an eye out of the route itself. MDY flying by 2. T4 is gonna be there, and they're gonna be the target. Already Tap Strafe gonna get knocked down and taken on down. T4's gone. AGL is nearby too. Can Dreamfire keep up with the momentum? That's the question. The salvo's there. The exhibit's gonna be into play too. They're looking to go for the top-ups. Get back with the shield at the same time. So a small reprieve right now with squads just by their doorstep.
They just nade themselves. I think they might have just naded themselves. But anyway, that's all good. MDY eliminated. Dreamfire continue on their merry way. They got AGL now to worry about, and that doesn't last long either.
Answer the question so quickly. Just can they handle it? Easily. Just a quick little shields, reassess, realize that lesser numbers there, and the Dreamfire train continues on. They do have to keep cover right now, just because Wanton Dumpling might be able to stand a better chance in terms of the fight. But why was I born already? Gonna get sent back to the grave. Roy with a stellar takedown. Dreamfire just engaging so well. Perfect timings and perfect placements. Wanton Dumpling is out, and Dreamfire is on a rampage here.
Yeah, if they continue to fight like this, then they're going to be hard to beat for this game. Nice little armor swap there for M, straight up to Reds. LG on top. They were united across. Again, we remember they were united just copying that feed. Don't really have to do anything, and they might just be the benefactors of this because everyone's going to kill each other on the bridge and then have to just drop off the bridge last second into the waiting arms of They Were United. So I think in reality, everyone fighting on that bridge is essentially playing for second. I am watching Black Hand, though, maybe thinking about making a rotator wrap in onto They Were United around the side, but they haven't committed to it yet.
So busy watching what Dreamfire is actually gonna do right now. They've realized that so many of the stragglers towards the north side have been eliminated by one single squad, and it's Let's Go now playing on the western flank too. So they do know that Devil United is keeping an eye of them. So anyone playing towards the southern bridge, very dangerous if ever. Let's Go, different plan. They go underneath right now and playing into the water. They just want to get a little bit of space to make it towards the ring. But as it's closing in, it's such a small pixel. I think you're actually going to get right now, and United is actually proving that right here, right now too. Wall comes on up here from the side of Black Hand. Dreamfire now looking to collapse towards the side of Let's Go, but Roy falls to the hands of Easy Flash. Black Hand in the perfect position to keep us going, suppressing fire. It's already targets falling in front of them. Let's Go's gone. Next on the list might be Dreamfire here. Strafing Flame looking for the taps, telling his opponent to stop dancing there. Dreamfire's gone. It's 2 squads remaining, but of course Dewa is just happy to play bystander.
Yeah, such great shots from Strafing Flame into just complete whiffs, but sometimes it do be like that. Now the question, though, is going to be, can Black Hand somehow find a way to win this game against They Were United? We thought They Were was going to walk away with a win, but they haven't really punished Black Hand at all, and now Black Hand have actually debatably got a more central position inside the zone. Once the ring starts to push in, Dewa are going to be in trouble, so I'd really like to see Dewa kind of try to get some damage down before that ends up being a problem for them. Because they can play this entire zone, right? They can spread out, find the flanking angles, whereas Black Hand are stuck behind this rock. But as soon as that zone starts to push in, that's where Black Hand, now, they're not the ones actually getting pushed by the zone. It's going to be Dewa.
And just because of the vulnerability of that water, it's scared of Dewa from actually collapsing onto the rest of the squads while there was that mad scramble. And you mentioned it, now Dewa United needs to go to the island where Black Hand are stationed. Here we go again with the wall from Boogie. It was perfect a while ago. Will it be the same kind of case? Arc Stars now being lobbed, and Black Hand is taking the fight toward Dewa United. Just bust them out of this compound. Counter wall now initiated here. Black Hand, though, wants to go for the altitude advantage. The wraparound is perfect, and they already get 2 for the troubles. This is what Black Hand does best. Get the maneuvers and get the rotation going. Perfect angles and the perfect chance to win. That they do. Black Hand will take it all at the end.
Yeah, look, Black Hand is certainly not that kind of team to sit back, relax, and do nothing and let the zone do its work for them. They just opt to take that challenge to Dewa United. They back themselves in the 3-on-3, and like I said in the previous game, they are one of the most enjoyable teams to watch in a straight-up 3-on-3. You're just going to back them to win that fight every day of the week, and they do it here again in convincing fashion. Don't even lose a player. They're just so explosive and really, really cool stuff to watch. So 10-kill win for Black Hand to close the day out. Did say it's probably unlikely that anyone's going to be catching Moist. I'll stick by that, but Black Hand might have done enough to get themselves into a second and continue this really impressive season that they've been putting together.
And just they do wonders here on Storm Point, whether it's the north or the south side. When they are able to play their mini rotations, it just seems like they're always aware and attuned what can bring them that win. The hesitation there from Devil United really biting them in the end, and it's really just goes to show Blackhand said, let me show you how it's done, Devil. Let me take that spot away from you and get the angles, and big props especially from Boogie. His walls were so perfect for those last 2 fights.
Yeah, super solid stuff. In the end, ADL Wolves maybe didn't quite close the day out as well as they would have liked to have. Thought first couple of lobbies we've seen from them have been pretty good, but I think today they might have let themselves down a little bit in the final lobby. They did finish 8th, so they've had a 6th and an 8th, and then in this final lobby, yeah, it's definitely a bottom sort of 5 kind of position. So they've been keeping up that consistency until this point, and the issue with it is even though they've been consistent, they haven't been explosive. So they have one bad game or one bad day, and things start to slow down pretty quickly from there. So look, something to sort of think about going into next week. I'm sure they can still bounce back. Moist Esports, pretty good stuff from them today. MDY, VK, didn't really get too much excitement out of them today. I didn't think there was too much there, unfortunately. Dreamfire, again, were a bit up and down as well. So, still just not quite hitting the peak Dreamfire that we know and love, that we know they can bring to the table. I feel like they're one of those teams, though, that sort of does tend to thrive in those last-second situations. So maybe we get the best of them from the last chance qualifier.
Perhaps. We saw a glimpse of it, though. There was that whole moment where Dreamfire was just taking every single head that was there. I also love a bit of the plays there from Fate. It was just a bit unfortunate that there's still one more squad waiting for them, and as you can see here in the placement timeline, some of the big losses early on. 18th place for Tom Young Kong, as Moist Esports was able to clutch it out there in their duel. Moist only make it the number 13, but since it was only number 9 for DNZ, stuff for them to secure that first place in this lobby. But Blackhand, of course, one of the biggest winners so far. Impressive what they were able to do when they went into the ring early, just because of their natural rotation, and it just goes to show the adaptation that they did to make it to that confirmed 2nd place.
Yeah, so a win for Moist today to close it out. Expected very much from them. They had a really, really good final lobby, and obviously, yep, well deserved. Not really too much to touch on there. Blackhand do sneak away with the 2nd there. Good final game from them, and they take a top 2, which I think, if I'm remembering correctly, and I'm just going to check as I say that, basically means every single lobby they've played. Yeah, and I'm correct. Every single lobby they've played so far. Has that been a 2nd? That's crazy. They've played 3 lobbies, and they've taken 2nd every single time, and by pretty slim margins as well. I mean, this could have potentially, by right, it's been a first from them as well. They just had 1 or 2 games that kind of let them down. DNZ, Dreamfire sort of equal 3rd, but DNZ does take the benefit of the doubt there. Tom Yum Kung to round out top 5. So overall, the expected winners probably doing well for themselves. I don't think I would have backed maybe DNZ to be in 3, but Moist, Blackhand, Dreamfire, Tom Yum Kung, the big names I talked about going in are the teams that have done pretty well for themselves. Ultimate disappointment probably does come from AGL, who did so well in this lobby last week, but we're not able to back that up today.
And I'd say same case honestly here for the ADL Wolves. Maybe a different location now moving forward towards Storm Point. It is far from their previous performances so far. And as we're going to be checking out, of course, the scoreboard itself, this is the standings that we have here in terms of points. Moist Esports will retake that lead, but it's also because Onyx Esports doesn't have the same amount of games as them. Blackhand, though, in the meantime, going for that 3rd. Very impressive with their consistent 2nd place standings so far. And look at that top 5 right now. We have MDY Whites and Golden Sage, AGL, Eternal Photon, now the Wolves, and Dreamfire. There's a 3-way tie for 7th place right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty tight. Obviously, there's still a lot yet to play. Am I right in saying every team has now played 4 lobbies, or
I don't
not
think
quite?
Group B hasn't yet.
Yeah, so this is it is still a little bit of a bait. I'm just looking at that and thinking, wow, how did Onyx drop off the pace so quickly? It's because they haven't played that game. So Moist have played one extra lobby, I should say, over Onyx. So I would take this with a grain of salt. You look at this, it gives you an okay representation, but we do really need to see the first half of next play day, which is still not until April 15th. before we'll get a bit more of an accurate representation. So it's a bit of an awkward spot to kind of have the halfway point, but anyway, it is what it is.
I'm looking at the groups themselves, and I do feel like the standouts of this standings right now, despite lacking games, of course, beyond Onyx Esports, are 505 and Iron Blood Gaming. They're in 13th and 14th place right now with 34 and 33 points. Iron Blood Gaming winning out the last time around that they played today, and those perhaps will teams pocket themselves up towards that top 5 later on once we get back from our break. So Group B, there's still more chances, of course, moving forward on Esports. I wouldn't be surprised to see them just keep trading the lead alongside Moist Esports, and I wouldn't have it any other way because we talked about those two teams especially to become our contenders and pretty much the best representation of APAC South moving forward.
100%, but I mean, who are the other teams that are kind of going to round things out? I think at this point you have to make the argument that Black Hand are definitely doing enough for themselves to almost kind of stamp their ticket overseas. But aside from those three, like, is there any other really consistent force in this region right now? Onyx, Moist, Black Hand, plus who's like that fourth team that you would send as the automatic qualification? I couldn't by rights really pick a name out of the hat and say they deserve it any more than the other. Last week it would have been AGL, but they didn't do so well this week. MDY White have been pretty good, but I don't know, are they at that level just yet? Also, IBG, right? They had 2 horrible lobbies to start off with, but now are they coming good as well? So if they come back and, you know, win another lobby or 2, then maybe they deserve to be part of that discussion. This is kind of what I mean. I don't think there's an obvious 4th team right now in the region. And then obviously beyond that as well, 5th team. I mean, that's another question in itself.
I get you, and they just have to join the consistency club. We've seen it from Moist, we've seen it from Onyx, and now it has been proven to us by Black Hand and how they've done it again and again for seconds. So there's still so many contenders right now, and I do feel like that's one of the biggest opportunities for some of these teams who have struggled in our first half of APAC South. We're going on break. There is so much time to retool, re-roster, or just fix a few of those problems that we have seen attuned by other teams. The standouts that we mentioned, of course, AGL with that big day last week. We had IBG this time around. We had MDI White. It was impressive. Golden Stage, some big games too. But of course, we always have to go back to the standard set by Onyx and Moist to begin with.
Well, yeah, we got to go back to the interview as well. It's Waltzy ready to have a chat with us. Thank you for your time, Waltzy. Appreciate you jumping on. Congratulations on a good day.
Thank you.
All right. Well, look, I don't want to take too much of your time. Don't want to stick around too long. But first question I had for you actually was, what are your thoughts on the current meta? Obviously, we're seeing Seer Catalyst. It's a big discussion point. Are you a fan of it, or do you sort of want to go back to some of the metas of the past eras?
I'm gonna be honest. It's probably one of the most, like, I don't want to say boring, but it's kind of boring. It's like I'm not a fan at all. Caustic. I thought Caustic meta was probably like one of the worst in terms of boring, but I don't know. This one, man, it's just, I definitely cannot say that I'm a fan. The cat walls every end zone is just like, I don't know. I'm not a big fan at all.
Fair enough.
It feels like a different game, honestly, when you see that many walls going on. But kind of ask you guys, especially when you have to bounce back from early outs, how do you guys kind of reset yourselves to go back to the consistency we've seen all throughout the split?
If we're talking about first group, like, I don't know, we had a lot of cursed things happen, and it was like some stuff that was just kind of out of our control. But then on top of that, like, I wouldn't say we lost confidence, but we sort of just definitely like lost our composure in the first group. So obviously, like, we brought it back with just the fact that we had like a couple good games and like scraped through with the third. But first group, Empty actually ripped a pep talk. And just sort of reminded us to make sure we're always playing with confidence and like staying composed and stuff like that, because there was just some super like awful situations, like being in a 2v3 and not being able to make anything happen, that just has never and should never happen. So I'd say we definitely bounced back based off of Empty's team talk.
I think that's one of the good things about your team is, you know, I've seen and heard your comms a lot, and you don't really seem to be like the kind of team that really tilts too hard. So that's always good. But well, final question from me, and maybe Dax can close out the interview then. How are you sort of feeling about how the rest of the competition is shaping up here in APAC South? Because I don't know if you heard Dax and I having a bit of a chat just towards the back end there, but we've kind of got you and Onyx maybe on a pedestal above the rest, and then Black Hand is kind of doing pretty well for themselves, but obviously they're a new team, so we're not, too sure exactly where they're going to end up sitting, but they kind of look to be pretty good. And then it's really hard to kind of get a read on the consistency of the rest of the teams at the moment. It seems to be having some good games and then some bad games from the rest of the pack, but if we go ahead and say those are the 3 teams we're going to send, yourselves, Onyx, and Black Hand, do you want to round us out with maybe a couple that you think might make out the last 2?
Ooh, you're asking a dangerous question.
It's early to ask, I know, but let's not lock it in. But what? Even if you give us a few names to maybe consider.
Top 2, I think it should definitely be us and Onyx. Purely because of experience. I won't say obviously because of skill, because I think that's just too egotistical, but definitely experience when it comes to Onyx roster. Fussy's been at every LAN. Racky's been playing pro Apex since the dawn of time. And then obviously if you look at my roster, it's the exact same thing. So that's why I'd say us 2. And then oh man, yeah, Black Hand, it's hard to say they won't qual at this point. Triple second is definitely unreal. They just need to figure out how to close out their days. And then I'd say the last 2 is a bit of a toss up. I've got
100%.
DF, Tom Young Kung, MDY White. AGL have had it a bit rough since their hot start, but if I had to pick 2 after Onyx, us, and Black Hand, I'd probably go Tom Young Kung, and I want DF. I really do want DF. I think I'll go with DF.
What about IBG? Because they won their lobby today. They've had 2 horrible starts, and then they've won their lobby today. Did they, are they kind of piquing your interest at all?
No, because consistency-wise, they just aren't even on the radar. I love Penna from that roster, man. He's a great guy and very good at the game. But just not even just in Pro League, just in overall their consistency and scrims and stuff, and just the stuff that I see them doing. They've got a solid roster, but a lot to learn, especially without having someone that's got RGL experience. I think is where they've been sort of lacking. So they've got, I think, Panna taking over now, and obviously with today it looks like it's a good start for him. But I mean, these other rosters, man, it's hard for me to put them anywhere close to them.
100%. All right, well, Walsey, it's really interesting to hear your thoughts. Thanks for your time. I think Dax has left me on my own, so I'll wrap it up there and not take too much more of your time. Appreciate it, mate.
No, you're good. Thank you.
Awesome. See you, mate. All right, well, ladies and gents, it's just the Elfish Guy show right now, so hope you're here for a long one. I don't know how much longer we're going to be rolling through, but obviously we've just had Walsey there. It's always good to get the thoughts from the pro players because he's obviously in the scrims and playing everything and watching everything, and it sort of has the finger on the pulse, maybe even a little bit more than we do as casters. But I kind of echo his thoughts. I think obviously it's going to be kind of good to sort of see what we're going to get brought to the table by IBG. This IGL change coming through, it looks good, but it's one game, it's one day, so you can't really draw too many conclusions from that. But look, let's have a look at the scoreboard before we close the day out here, just to update you again as to where things are sitting overall. Again, bearing in mind, some teams have played more lobbies than others, so that's why there's going to be some discrepancies in overall standings here, but Moist very much well and truly at the top. I kind of think Onyx, and I'd have to make the argument that Black Hand as well, probably going to be comfortable to close the season out in the second and third positions, but then beyond that, it's kind of difficult to see where the rest of these teams are going to be going. So is it going to be Dreamfire maybe to sort of make a last season resurgence or late season resurgence? Tom Yum Kung as well, pretty late in the season last season were able to kind of continue rolling in hot, but I don't know. I mean, at this stage, still kind of anybody's game for that middle of the pack for those final couple of spots, or for that 4th spot, I guess, at the very least. Looking at even spot number 5, that one is literally anybody's game because it comes down to that final lobby, which in reality, we've seen what can happen before within this APAC South region. Grape did it ages ago, and is what it is, I suppose. So, end of the day, guess we got to have to wait and see how things are going to pan out. Still 3 more weeks to go, so do make sure you kind of keep up to date with the Long Shot socials. I believe, you know, they'll sort of let you guys know what's happening on Twitter. But April 15th, I think, is the date. If I put that on the top of my head, I'm pretty sure. Here's the socials, of course. You got Long Shot on Twitter, Long Shot on YouTube as well. If you're actually, you know, missing some of these days, I know that they upload the whole VOD to YouTube, so that's worth a look if you're, you know, interested in catching up with how things have been going in APAC South. But yeah, we will be taking a bit of an extended break here until April 15th. But then we'll be back once again for the final 3 weeks of competition, and we'll get to find out which teams are going to be going overseas to London for the Split 2 playoffs. I think that pretty much wraps us up though for today. I'll give a quick shout out, of course, to Dax, who unfortunately can't be here to do the close, but he has been holding it down all day long, so we do appreciate him coming along. Make sure you drop him a follow as well. But thank you very much for watching, and we'll look forward to seeing you next time on April 15th. See you then.